A History of Marxian Economics. Volume I, 1883 to 1929. M. C. Howard, Professor of Economics, University of Waterloo, and J. E. King, Senior Lecturer in Economics, La Trobe University. Part I. The German Contribution, 1883 to 1914. 1. Friedrich Engels and the Marxian Legacy, 1883 to 95. I. Marx's Intellectual Legacy. 2. Engels as Editor and Theoretician. 3. The third volume of Capital. 4. Engels's Contribution, an Assessment. 2. Engels and the Prize Essay Competition in the Theory of Value. I. 2. The Nature of the Competition. 3. Round I. Lexus, Schmidt, and Stibieling. 4. Round 2. Wolff, Loria, Fireman, and Lair v. Engels's Adjudication. 3. First Debates in Value Theory, 1895 to 1914. I. Volume 3 of Capital. 2. Early Reactions to Volume 3. 3. Bombach and Hilferding Forma Alpfert and Dmitriev v. von Bortkowicz's Solution. 4. Bernstein, Koskai and the Revisionist Controversy. I. The Rise of German Socialism. 2. Orthodox Marxism and the Erfurt Program. 3. Bernstein's Challenge to Orthodoxy. 4. Luxemburg and Koskai Reply v. an Assessment. 5. Finance Capitalism and Imperialism, Karl Koskai and Rudolf Hilferding. 90. I. 92. Bernstein and Koskai on Imperialism. 91. 3. Hilferding on Finance Capital. 94. 4. Reactions to Hilferding. 99. 6. Capital Accumulation, Imperialism, and War, Rosa Luxemburg and Otto Bauer. 106. I. Rosa Luxemburg and the Accumulation of Capital. 106. 2. A Critique of Luxemburg. 112. 3. Otto Bauer's Model of Accumulation. 115. 4. Luxemburg's Anticritic. 120. V. Koskai's Second Thoughts on Imperialism. 122. Part 2. The Russian Contribution to 1917. 7. The Inheritance of Russian Marxism. 129. I. 129. 2. The Nature of Russian Absolutism. 129. 3. Marx's and Engels's Views on Russia. 133. 4. Russian Populism. 136. V. The Late Marx. 137. 6. Conclusion. 140. 8. The Political Economy of Plekhanov. 146. I. 146. 2. Plekhanov's System, the Orthodoxy of the Second International and Russian Marxism. 147. 3. Plekhanov's Account of the Development of Capitalism in Russia. 152. 4. The Structure of Revolutions. 156. V. Conclusion. 160. 9. Populism and Orthodox Marxism in the 1890s. 165. I. 165. 2. The Populist Theory of Russian Capitalism. 166. 3. Tagan Baranovsky on Extended Reproduction. 168. 4. Lenin on Realization through Extended Commodity Production. 171. V. The Russian Factory in the 19th Century. 173. 6. The Development of Capitalism in Russian Agriculture. 176. 7. Some Problems with the Marxists' Arguments. 177. Contents. 7. 10. Russian Revisionism. I. The three forms of Russian Marxism in the 1890s. 2. Dialectics and Historical Materialism. 3. Underconsumption and Managed Capitalism. 4. The Falling Rate of Profit and the Immiseration of the Proletariat. V. The Theory of Value and Distribution. 6. Agricultural Economics. 7. The Significance of Russian Revisionism. 11. Lenin's Political Economy. 1905-14. I. The periodization of Lenin's economic thought. 2. The agrarian program of Russian Marxism. 3. A political economy for Bolshevism. 4. Russian history and the Prussian path. V. Bolshevik tactics and the American path. 6. The strengths of Leninism. 7. Contradictions and difficulties in Lenin's political economy. 12. Trotsky on uneven and combined development. I. 2. The politics of permanent revolution in Russia. 3. Uneven and combined development in Russia. 4. Trotsky's Marxism and the Marxian heritage. V. Imperialism and world economy. 6. The strengths of Trotsky's Marxism. 7. The weaknesses of Trotsky's Marxism. 13. Imperialism and war, Bukharin and Lenin on monopoly capitalism. 1914-17. I. The impact of war on Russian Marxism. 2. Bukharin on world economy and the imperialist state. 3. Bukharin, Trotsky, and Lenin. 4. Lenin's imperialism and his move toward Bukharin v. Lenin and permanent revolution. 6. An assessment of Bolshevik political economy. Part 3. Social Democracy and Communism. 1917-29. 14. The revival of revisionism I. 2. Organized capitalism and the new revisionism 270. 3. Fritz Sternberg on imperialism 276. 4. Sternberg's critics 280. V. An assessment 281. Is. The transition to socialism, communist economics, 1917 to 29 286 I 286. 2. State capitalism and the commune state as a model of transition 290. 3. War communism as a direct transition to socialism 292. 4. The political economy of the Smikha, Bukharin's theory of indirect transition 294. V. Soviet views of the West and the transition question 297. 6. Primitive socialist accumulation, Preobrazhensky's theory of transition for a dual economy 299. 7. Contrasts between Bukharin and Preobrazhensky 301. 8. Socialism in one country or permanent revolution 304. 9. The Stalinist solution 308. 16. Henrik Grossman and the breakdown of capitalism 316 I 316 2. Grossman's models of breakdown and crisis 318 3. The politics of breakdown theory 326 4. Grossman's critics 329 V. An assessment 331. Appendix. An algebraic formulation of Grossman's breakdown model 332. M. C. Howard. J. E. King. Introduction. In this first volume we take the history of Marxian economics from the death of Karl Marx in 1883 to 1929, the year which saw both the onset of the Great Depression in the capitalist world and the beginnings of Stalin's revolution from above, which subsequently transformed the Soviet Union into a modern superpower. The second volume of this work will bring the story of Marxian political economy up to the present day. Judged by its own criteria, it might be thought that an intellectual history of Marxism is unimportant. As it is widely understood today, Marxism assigns ideas to the superstructure while historically meaningful action is confined to the actual economy. Thus, a history of economic ideas would concern itself with the epiphenomena of human development. This is not a wholly artificial caricature of the Marxian position, and has been a significant theme in its own history. Nevertheless, even this variant of historical materialism makes an exception of Marxism itself, which assumed the role of informing practice so that the birth pangs of actual historical transformations could be alleviated. This was certainly the view of most Marxist economists between 1883 and 1929. The development of Marxian political economy in these years was inextricably linked with practical political problems. Marxists treated theory as a guide to action, not as a matter of detached academic speculation. Few of the major authors assessed here were employed in university or research institutions. Almost all earned their living as political functionaries, journalists, party organizers, underground activists, teachers in the labor movement. Their economics arose in response to concrete problems and was orientated toward the goal of achieving socialist political power. The fact that they had access to a sophisticated body of theory, however, is one reason why Marxism increasingly triumphed over other forms of political radicalism. During the last third of the 19th century, various groups claiming allegiance to Marxism were to be found in almost every corner of Europe, and the star of Marxism was clearly ascending. But before 1929, the 12 important and original contributions to Marxian economics were made almost exclusively in two languages, German and Russian. It was not until the 1930s that British, American and Japanese economists began to make their mark, and little of significance in economic theory appeared in French or Italian before the 1960s. This accounts for the structure of the present volume. Part I deals with the German literature before 1914, and Part 2 with Russian contributions up to 1917. Although the problems confronting German and Russian Marxists were very different, people and ideas did move freely from east to west and back again, and we refer at various points to the resulting theoretical interchanges. The character of their controversies altered dramatically after the First World War. Until then there was a single political center, the Second International, which for all its internal divisions and impotency served as a focus for Marxian socialism as a whole. In 1914-20 even this precarious unity was shattered. The following decade saw an open and bitter rivalry between the Second and Third Internationals, together with the intervention in theoretical disputes of independent Marxists belonging to a range of fringe groupings. At the same time, the economic problems confronting Russian Marxists had been transformed by the conquest of state power. We therefore treat this period separately, in Part 3. Differences between German and Russian Marxism had in fact always been substantial, for reasons bound up with the histories of their respective countries. In the decades before 1914, Germany was rapidly becoming Europe's leading industrial power. The SPD saw its task as educating and organizing the expanding German proletariat for its role in the socialist revolution, which the party theorists believed to be rapidly approaching, and this set the agenda for theoretical discussion. German Marxism concentrated upon the profound structural changes bound up with monopoly, finance capital, militarism, and imperialist expansion, which they saw as inherent in capitalist maturation and of crucial importance for the nature and heritage of the social revolution. At the same time, it was necessary to defend Marxism against bourgeois critics of the theory of value and exploitation, and those who sought to interpret the new developments as contradicting Marxism. In a sense, it was the presumption of modernity which proved the Achilles heel of German theorists, for it meant that the objective difficulties actually facing German socialism were underestimated. Given the continued numerical weakness and fragmentation of the working class, coupled with the immense power of the German state, a revolution could have succeeded only with widespread support from the petite bourgeoisie. This was never forthcoming, and any prospect of it was destroyed by the theoretical orientation of German Marxists, who saw intermediate classes as doomed to extinction by capitalist development and were precluded from offering palliatives on the grounds that this would hinder economic progress. An alternative perspective was offered by the revisionists, who urged an alliance with bourgeois liberalism of the type which produced significant social reforms in Edwardian Britain, but glossed over the illiberalism of the German bourgeoisie. Even more than in Germany, the petite bourgeoisie remained important in Russia. Indeed, as late as 1914 it was still an overwhelmingly peasant country characterized by an extreme economic, political, and cultural backwardness which had been little altered by the rapid capitalist industrialization of the preceding 3 decades. These conditions proved crucial for the concerns of theory, since Russian radicals had to defend the very relevance of Marxism itself. Before 1900, populists claimed that Russian capitalism had been artificially brought into being and was destined to burn itself out quickly, while the peasantry represented the real agent of revolutionary change. In countering these beliefs, Russian Marxists were forced to extend Marx's analysis of the development of capitalism, rather than concern themselves with its demise as the German theorists did. By the turn of the century they had firmly established their case, but they had at the same time become acutely aware of Russian underdevelopment. In consequence, the crucial question for them concerned the bourgeois democratic revolution which would lay the foundation for further capitalist progress. Marxist economic theory in Russia became especially interested in understanding the different forms of capitalist development, and realizing through an appropriate type of revolution conditions for a broad and sustainable extension of bourgeois relations. This proved to be an important political strength because it highlighted both the need for peasant support and the basis upon which it could be achieved. However, it simultaneously introduced a contradiction, as it was apparent to virtually all Russian Marxists that the bourgeoisie under Tsarism was even less liberal and more subservient to the regime than its counterpart in Germany. Thus the proletariat was assigned a leading role in a revolution which was supposedly to confine itself to measures compatible with a bourgeois order. The First World War finally separated these two streams of Marxism. But it did so in a peculiar way, since the two groups were actually drawn closer together in matters of economic theory. The Russian Bolsheviks now aligned themselves with the economic analysis of mainstream German Marxism, and radicalized it. On foundations laid by Koski, Hilferding and Luxemburg, they claimed that capitalism as a world system was everywhere ripe for socialist revolution. They were not the only ones to 14. Borrow ideas. In the West after 1917, leading figures of German Marxism used the theory of the Russian Mensheviks to argue that the October Revolution had been premature and was doomed to failure. These paradoxes affected actions as well as theory. While Marxists in Russia moved from bourgeois revolution to socialist revolution, in Germany and Austria they proved capable only of extending the democratic revolution. Thus the Russians, who had been primarily concerned with encouraging the development of capitalism, ended up by destroying it, while the Germans, who had looked forward to the breakdown of capitalism, cooperated with the bourgeoisie to preserve it. Russian Marxists used German theory to justify what they did, just as many German Marxists appealed to Menshevism for theoretical weapons against the Bolsheviks. There were deep problems in Marxian economics between 1883 and 1929, as well as important insights. Hence this is a critical history rather than a narrative or simple reconstruction of ideas. In many places our criticism is, it seems to us, unavoidably harsh. It should, however, be tempered by a recognition of the ambitious project Marxian economists took upon themselves, not only politically, but also intellectually. The intractable political environment in which they were forced to operate has already been emphasized. In a purely intellectual sense, too, the problems with which they grappled were acute ones. On the whole, contemporary bourgeois economists either evaded the issues altogether or failed, equally comprehensively, to resolve them. Criticism must be tempered by understanding, and expectations reduced accordingly. Only disappointment awaits those who scour the works of Koskay and Hilferding, Bukharin and Lenin, in search of a ready-made political economy for the 1990s. Part I. The German Contribution, 1883 to 1914. 1. Friedrich Engels and the Marxian Legacy, 1883 to 95. Marx's intellectual legacy. Karl Marx died on March 13, 1883 at the age of 64, leaving much of his intended political economy unwritten and an even greater proportion unpublished. Since the publication of Volume I of Capital in 1867, he had worked only sporadically on the remaining volumes, devoting an increasing proportion of his time to his other intellectual interests. The manuscripts which were to form the basis of the second, third, and fourth volumes were subjected, as he once put it, regarding a different work, to the gnawing criticism of the mice. In view of the central political importance that he assigned to the economic analysis of capitalism, Marx's lethargy was most unfortunate. Even allowing for the effects of ill health, it is difficult not to convict him of neglecting his responsibilities, both to the international socialist movement whose mentor he aspired to be, and more especially to his lifelong friend and collaborator Friedrich Engels, who was left to pick up the pieces. At all events, only a small number of Marx's economic writings appeared in his own lifetime. They included the Communist Manifesto. Not in any sense a treatise on economics, the manifesto did encapsulate the Marxian vision of the capitalist mode of production. It was by far the most widely disseminated of Marx's works, being reprinted in 9 editions in 6 languages in the period 1871-3 alone. Marx's Critique of Political Economy had been published in 1859, but it was almost completely ignored at the time and soon went out of print. Also unavailable at the time of Marx's death was The Poverty of Philosophy, which had been published in French only in 184/7. Volume I of Capital, first published in 1867, went into a second German edition 5 years later, and was translated into Russian in 1872 and French between 1872 and 1875. Somewhat to Marx's surprise, interest in capital was especially strong in Russia, where the 4. Growing populist movement was developing a political economy which drew heavily upon Marx. The populists saw capital, however, as a manual on the dangers of capitalist industrialization, and thus as setting out a path to be avoided. One, together with the manifesto and Engels's influential Anti-Die-Ring, which offered an overview of the materialist conception of history in addition to a summary of the theory of value and surplus value, Volume I of Capital was thus the principal source on Marx's political economy before 1883. As late as 1907-9, for example, long after the appearance of the second and third volumes, Volume I was the main text for Otto Bauer's lectures at the Arbeiterskute of the Austrian Socialist Party in Vienna. In the wider working class movement it was however almost certainly read less often than the compendia provided by Deville in France and by Aveling in England, or most popular of all Koskai's Précis in Germany. 2. In 1883 very little else by Marx was available. Serious students had no access to his early writings or his correspondence. Volumes 2 and 3 of Capital were still in manuscript form, along with the fourth volume on the history of economic doctrines, and few could even have suspected the existence of the important rough draft of Capital which was eventually published as the Grundrisse and which provided a link between the themes of the young and the mature Marx. Almost none of the available material was in English. Even the manifesto, translated in 1850 for Julian Harney's Red Republican, was long out of print, and Marx was best known in Britain for his broadsides against Palmerston's foreign policy and his involvement with the International Working Men's Association and the Paris Commune. Knowledge of his political economy was acquired at one remove, via the German socialist movement or the critical writings of continental and U.S. academics. 3. Not surprisingly, the subsequent development of Marx's political economy was to be initially a predominantly German endeavor, or one like that of Plekhanov's Marxism which was inspired by the German Marxists. Readers of the Communist Manifesto would have been impressed first of all by its emphasis on the revolutionary nature of the bourgeoisie, which transforms the entire world in an endless quest for profit but simultaneously produces its own gravediggers in the form of the proletariat. Several crucial economic themes emerge. Bourgeois society is increasingly polarist, with the destruction of pre-capitalist forms of production and the conversion of peasant and artisan producers either into capitalists or into propertyless wage laborers. The need for a constantly expanding market generates both the extensive spread of capitalist relations on the world market and their intensive penetration through the commercialization of all aspects of human life. But capitalism is 5. Increasingly unstable. Economic crises provide evidence of the revolt of modern productive forces against the property relations that are the conditions for the existence of the bourgeoisie and of its rule. Crises give rise to an epidemic of overproduction, but the means by which the bourgeoisie attempts to overcome them are contradictory. New markets are created and old markets exploited more thoroughly, thereby paving the way for more extensive and more destructive crises. This intensifies the misery of the proletariat. Skills are degraded and the worker's autonomy destroyed, so that he or she becomes an appendage of the machine. The price of labor is set by its costs of production, in proportion, therefore, as the repulsiveness of the work increases, the wage decreases. The average price of wage labor is the minimum wage, i.e. that quantum of the means of subsistence, which is absolutely requisite to keep the laborer in bare existence as a laborer. Increasing polarization of society, relentless quest for new markets, ever more intense economic crises, immiseration of the working class, these, according to the manifesto, are the economic foundations of proletarian revolution. 4. Volume I of Capital refined and extended the central economic message of the manifesto. It begins with a long, involved and notoriously difficult analysis of commodity production, before setting out the theory of surplus value as the form taken in capitalist society by the unpaid labor of the producers. Marx discusses the labor process, the length of the working day, the division of labor within the factory, and the impact of mechanization. On the question of wage determination, Marx revised the position taken in the manifesto, replacing the early emphasis on a physical minimum with the more dialectical view, first expressed in the Grundrisse, according to which capitalism continually increases workers' needs and thereby also raises their customary consumption standards. In addition to the basic physiological element of the wage, there is a variable component which depends on the degree of development of human needs. Wages are thus influenced by two contradictory tendencies: mechanization, which reduces the demand for labor power and forces wages down, and the expansion of needs, which works in the opposite direction. Immiseration is now a relative rather than an absolute phenomenon. 5. Marx then pointed to a persistent tendency for the constant portion of capital to grow more rapidly than the variable component. This absolute general law of capital accumulation leads to the formation of an industrial reserve army of the unemployed and to the increasing concentration and centralization of capital. Volume I concludes a little incongruously with an account of the primitive accumulation of capital before the establishment of the capitalist mode of production, and with an illustration drawn from the British colonies of the fundamental importance of wage labor in the production of surplus value. 6. As the only major economic work which Marx saw through to publica. 6. The significance of volume I of capital is difficult to exaggerate. But it was only part of a much more ambitious project, and the omissions are no less telling than what it does contain. According to his own plan, it emphasizes production to the neglect of both the circulation of commodities and the relations between production and circulation. Thus there are only two brief references to the divergence of labour values and equilibrium prices, and no mention of the formation of a general rate of profit, still less any analysis of its long-run tendency to decline. Marx's discussion of capital accumulation is vigorous but informal, without either the rigor or the intricacy of his treatment, in Volume 2, of simple and expanded reproduction. His views on economic crises are sketchy and one-sided. Although there are occasional attacks on Say's law and a powerful analysis of the relations between mechanization, unemployment, real wages, and the rate of accumulation, they do not amount to a coherent theory of cyclical fluctuations or a systematic account of the likelihood of economic breakdown. Volume I is full of references to the impending transcendence of capitalism and its replacement by a socialist society through a process of proletarian revolution. But the economic basis for Marx's theory of capitalist history is only partially developed, and a student of Marxian political economy in 1883 would necessarily have had a different view of its principal tenets from that of the modern reader. 2. Engels as editor and theoretician. For the 12 years after Marx's death, Engels was the unchallenged intellectual leader of European social democracy, the principal interpreter of Marx's writings, and the final court of appeal in all theoretical disputes. He was responsible not merely for the publication of Marx's manuscripts, but also for the colossal editorial labors which this required. Everything was in Marx's execrable handwriting, and nothing was in finished form ready for the press. At the same time Marxist journals pestered him for articles, party leaders sought his views on their manifestos, socialist correspondents and fraternal visitors made increasing demands on his time. No longer second fiddle to Marx, Engels became the leader of the orchestra. On questions of political economy he was less than adequately equipped for the task. As early as the mid-1840s Engels had agreed on an informal division of intellectual labor with Marx, focusing his attention upon political, military, and scientific affairs while Marx concentrated on economic theory. By 1883 Engels must have been somewhat out of touch with the subject. As will shortly be seen, he appears to have accepted his new responsibilities with resignation rather than any great enthusiasm. Together with Marx's own dilatoriness, Engels's lack of 7. Capacity as a political economist meant that Marxian economics advanced only very slowly in the final third of the 19th century. Fortunately he was at least still in excellent physical and mental shape. When the young Edward Bernstein visited Engels in London in 1880 he was deeply impressed by his host. In those days Engels had just passed his 60th year, and amazed us by his great bodily and mental vigor. This tall, slender man hastened through the long London streets at a quicker pace than even the youngest of us. To keep step with him upon our walks was no easy matter. Although Marx was only 2 years older than Engels, he gave the impression of being a much older man. Not until shortly before his death did Engels's health begin seriously to fail. The years from 1883 to 1895 were in many ways his most productive. He wrote one major book, a shorter philosophical treatise, no fewer than 22 prefaces to writings by Marx, including 5 to the Communist Manifesto alone, and a profusion of newspaper articles and letters. 8. Marx had left no written testament, but simply told his youngest daughter Eleanor that she and Engels were to be his literary executors. However, Eleanor Marx seems to have possessed neither the patience nor the necessary self-confidence to involve herself deeply in editing her father's papers, and so the burden fell almost exclusively on Engels's shoulders. He saw as his principal task the rapid publication of the remaining volumes of Capital, rather than a definitive edition of Marx's writings in strict chronological order. Though tempted by the latter project, Engels was forced to reject it as impracticable, partly because of the sheer enormity of the work entailed and partly because the German censors would not have permitted its appearance. The completion of Marx's economics must also have seemed to be of more immediate political relevance. At first Capital did monopolize Engels's time and energies. He worked on it for 8 or 10 hours a day for several months in 1884, and Volume 2 was published early in the following year. 9. Subtitled The Process of Circulation of Capital, the second volume of Capital began by showing how capital revolved between production and exchange in repeated circuits which were intertwined with each other. Marx elaborated on his criticisms of Say's law in demonstrating how the system became vulnerable to crises. After a detailed account of the distinction between productive and unproductive labor, the book concludes with a long discussion of simple reproduction and a relatively brief 8. An incomplete treatment of expanded reproduction. Although these two sector models of economic growth represent a remarkable intellectual achievement, and carry with them important implications for the theory of crises, Volume 2 as a whole lacked both the broad historical sweep and the theoretical significance of its predecessor. Engels had always known that this would be the case. Volume 2 will cause great disappointment, he told Zarga in 1885, because it is so purely scientific and does not contain much agitational material. On the other hand, 3 will come like a thunderclap, because here the whole of capitalist production is dealt with in its interconnectedness and all of the official bourgeois economic science will be thrown overboard. 11. Volume 3 was delayed for almost a decade, under circumstances to which we will allude later. Meanwhile Engels prepared a fourth German edition of Volume I, which came out in 1890, and edited several of Marx's lesser works. Those of direct economic relevance included the pamphlet Wage, Labor and Capital, and the first German translation of The Poverty of Philosophy. A Russian edition of Volume 2 of Capital organized by the populist N.F. Danielson appeared in 1886, but this was the only translation before the end of the century. At last significant sections of Marx's economic writings became available to English readers. Engels supervised the translation of Volume I, which Edward Aveling and Samuel Moore published in 1887, and the following year saw the second English edition of the Communist Manifesto. 12. Almost as important, between 1885 and his death 10 years later, was Engels's own contribution. He had made a very promising start in the early 1840s, when his outlines of a critique of political economy exerted a major influence on Marx. Thereafter a division of labor emerged between the two men, in which Engels gave up the field of political economy to Marx and concentrated instead on history, politics, military affairs, and the natural sciences. 13. Even the Die Ring, the formative book of the most influential leaders of the Second International 14, was little more than a gloss on a few of the central themes in Volume I. After Marx's death, however, it became Engels's duty to interpret Marx's economics, and to reshape what Marx had written into publishable form. Moreover, capitalism had changed since the early and middle 1860s, when most of the manuscripts for Capital had been written. Thus Engels had also to concern himself with what Marx had not written, and to formulate opinions of his own on the major economic issues of the day. After an interval of almost 40 years, he necessarily became a political economist again. By the 1880s certain aspects of contemporary reality seemed to contra. 9. Diet. The graphic descriptions given by Marx in Capital. Real wages, at least in Britain, were rising rather than falling, while economic crises were becoming milder and less frequent. Trade unions were beginning to exert a permanent influence over some segments of the market for labor power. The intensely competitive conditions of earlier decades were being slowly eroded by the growth of cartels, trusts and giant joint stock companies. Economic liberalism was in retreat, with militarism thriving, protective tariffs advancing at the expense of free trade, and the interventionist powers of the state increasing almost everywhere. In his new role as leading theoretician of the socialist movement, Engels had no option but to respond to the challenge which these developments posed. He first expressed a view on the question of wages in 1885, when he looked back over the previous 40 years to find that there had been permanent wage increases for only two groups: the factory workers and the members of large trade unions, the latter constituting an aristocracy in the working class. For the great mass of the proletariat neither the standard of living nor the security of existence had improved. This was a vindication of Marxian wage theory, Engels argued. The law that the value of labor power is restricted to the price of the necessary means of subsistence, and the other law, that as a rule the average price of labor power is pushed down to the minimum of these means of subsistence, these two laws operate with the irresistible force of an automatic machine which grinds them between its wheels. 15. Engels took a similar line in his later public announcements. Ever since the 1840s, he reminded Lucio Brentano in 1891, he and Marx had recognized that factory legislation and trade unions had benefited the British working class. But their impact was severely limited. Unions were effective only in prosperous times, and regularly collapsed in periods of stagnation and crisis. Brentano's claim that they could paralyze the effects of the reserve army of the unemployed was a laughable boast. He had grossly exaggerated the impact of social reforms. In his preface to the English edition of The Condition of the Working Class, published in 1892, Engels recognized that many of the abuses described in his book no longer existed. Swindling and pilfering of the workers was no longer profitable, and a certain standard of commercial morality was now essential in order to save the capitalists time and trouble. This accounted for the decline of the truck system and the suppression of the excessively long hours of work so common in 1845. The acquiescence of employers in trade unionism was similarly explained. Social harmony was yet another means to the concentration of capital, since small capitalists could not afford the concessions that it required. Only a minority of workers had gained from these advances, however, and the law of wages ensured that the great mass of the 10. working class were as badly off as ever. Even the more privileged sections were finding their position threatened by the loss of England's world monopoly, in the proceeds of which they had shared. The growth of British socialism was the result. 16. These published writings are signally lacking in confidence and incisiveness. Engels failed to explain why factory workers should be the sole beneficiaries of what his bourgeois contemporaries were increasingly terming the economy of high wages, and offered no reasons for his apparent belief that trade unionism must always be the province of a small minority. Nor did he explore the implications for real wages of what Marx had described as the historical and moral element in the value of labor power. In private correspondence, Engels showed greater flexibility, though the absence of theoretical explanation remained. Employers resented trade unions, he wrote to Oppenheim in 1891, and withdrew recognition from them at the first opportunity in times of depression. But union organization had increased real wages by exerting a ratchet effect. In every succeeding crisis, wages never fell below the nadir reached in the previous one. 17. Commenting upon an early draft of the German Social Democratic Party's important Erfurt program, Engels objected to its unconditional assertion of increasing misery for the proletariat under capitalism. The organization of the working class and their steadily growing resistance will possibly act as a check on the growth of their misery. It is the uncertainty of life which is certainly increasing. The revisionist Bernstein was soon to make precisely this point in the course of his attack on Marxian orthodoxy as a whole. 18. The second principal theme in Engels's reassessment of contemporary capitalism was the changed nature of economic crises. In 1878 Marx had written for the last time on this question, in the manuscripts used by Engels as the basis for chapters 20 and 21 of Volume 2 of Capital. From these it is apparent that Marx's views on the regularity of economic fluctuations had not been shaken by the experience of the 1860s and 1870s, and that he had been unable to set out a systematic theory of the trade cycle. In his interpretation of recent economic events, Engels was thus very much on his own. The essential problem, he informed Babel in a letter early in 1884, was that at least in England the 10-year cycle analyzed by Marx had broken down under the pressure of German and US competition, and had been replaced by constant depression. In the following year he identified 1876 as the turning point, after which there was a chronic state of saturation in all leading branches of industry, a chronic overfilling of all markets for all forms of business. This continual overproduction gave rise to a steady increase in unemployment and would eventually lead to a massive crisis. 19. Lack of markets was the fundamental problem, too. Even while monopoly lasted, markets could not keep pace with the growing productivity of English industry. The 10-yearly crises were the result. And now new markets are becoming harder to find every day, so much so that even the blacks in the Congo must have forced upon them the civilization which flows out of Manchester cottons, Staffordshire pottery and Birmingham metalware. Continental and US competition would only make matters worse. The output of British industry was growing in geometrical progression, while its markets could increase only arithmetically. This is the vulnerable Achilles heel of capitalist production. Its life depends upon perpetual expansion, and this perpetual expansion has now become impossible. Capitalist production is running into a blind alley. 20. Engels seems to have thought this phenomenon so obvious as to need no supporting argument or documentation. When he returned to the subject in 1892, a major crisis had yet to materialize, but he continued to expect it. The absence of crises since 1868 also attributable to the expansion of the world market, which distributed the excess English and European capital over the entire world in transport equipment and the like, and equally in a whole mass of different types of machinery. Thus a crisis due to over-specialization in railways, banks, etc., or in special American equipment or in the Indian trade became impossible, though small crises, like the Argentinian one, possible for the last 3 years. But all this goes to show that a gigantic crisis is preparing itself. This hitherto unpublished passage is from an early draft of Engels's introduction to the new edition of his Conditions of the Working Class. The earlier notion of permanent depression had now been dropped, together with any explicit statement that England's economic circumstances were unique. Both ideas reappeared in the published version, in which Engels described how a 5-year cycle gave way to a 10-year cycle and then to a less easily categorized period, before chronic depression set in after 1885. The latter state, however, was specific to England and resulted from the loss of her industrial monopoly. There is no suggestion in this text of global capitalist stagnation. 21. 3. The third volume of Capital. When he wrote his preface to Volume 2 of Capital, Engels was confident that the third volume would shortly follow. Indeed, his challenge to the 12 followers of Rodbertus, which inaugurated the famous prize essay competition in the theory of value, promised publication within months. 22. Privately, though, he was already expressing doubts, and the Engels correspondence from 1884 onwards is peppered with complaints about the condition of the manuscript and half-promises that the work would soon be completed. In August 1884, for example, he wrote to Bernstein that Volume 3 would appear in the following year unless his health gave way, while in June 1885 he informed Zarga that only half of the transcription was finished and that the real work of editing could not begin for another 4 months. But by 1887 only preliminary work had been done on 3 sections, and in the following year failing eyesight was allowing him to spend only 2 hours a day at his desk. Nor did matters improve thereafter. As soon as the summer vacation is over, he told Conrad Schmidt, Volume 3 will be absolutely finished. 23. But the summer in question was that of 1891, and it was to be another 3 years before the final work could be delivered to the printers. Capital, Volume 3, was eventually published in November 1894, just 9 months before Engels's death. How was it that he spent barely a year in the preparation of Volume 2, yet a full decade was required to publish Volume 3? Engels's health did eventually deteriorate, and there were always the accursed minor tasks and the endless correspondence with all the people abroad to divert him from his editorial duties. He had also to attend to the republication of Marx's other writings, and his own Origins of the Family and Ludwig Feuerbach to complete. Some of this work was extremely valuable, some less so. He spent 3 whole months in 1890-1 on a pamphlet comprising 39 printed pages of text and 52 pages of documents, with annotations and translations, all to defend Marx from Lujo Breteno's charge that he had invented one sentence in his account of Gladstone's 1863 budget speech. 24. Engels seems, in fact, to have lost his initial enthusiasm for the capital project. The many distractions of which he complained so vociferously were probably, if only subconsciously, welcomed. In Volume 3 Marx deals first with the conversion of surplus value into profit, and traces the relationship between the rate of profit and the rate of surplus value. He then poses the so-called transformation problem: if different capitals have varying organic compositions of capital but identical rates of exploitation, they yield different rates of profit, which is inconsistent with free competition. Marx argues that equilibrium prices diverge systematically from the labor values of commodities, but that in aggregate the law of value continues to operate. Since total surplus value is equal to total profit, and the sum of all values is equal to the sum of all prices, the general rate of profit is determined, before the establishment of prices and profits, as a ratio of quantities of embodied labor. He then formulates as a fundamental law the tendency for the rate 13 of profit to decline over time. Constant capital grows more rapidly than variable capital, and since only living labor produces surplus value, it is probable that total profits will grow more slowly than total capital. In a very important chapter entitled Internal Contradictions of the Law, he interprets it as a major source of economic crises. 25. The remainder of Volume 3 is concerned with the distribution of surplus value between industrial and commercial profit, interest, and rent. It includes a chapter with some significant, if fragmentary, remarks on the influence of credit and the growth of joint stock companies. 26. The third volume had proved more difficult to edit than Engels had originally anticipated. Although the manuscripts for Volume 2 had been numerous, overlapping and disorganized, they demanded little by way of correction or elaboration. The passages which I have remodeled or interpolated, Engels wrote in his preface, cover barely 10 pages in print and concern only matters a form 27.1t was otherwise with Volume 3. The section on credit caused him particular problems, as it assumed familiarity with the work of Tooke and Fullerton and thus required a large number of explanatory notes. 28. Engels had to supply an entire chapter on the relationship between the rate of turnover of capital and the rate of profit, a technical question on which Marx himself had provided no adequate discussion. He was forced also to correct Marx's numerical analysis of land rent. 29. Engels added 2 long passages of his own on the transformation of labor values into prices of production, surveying the academic literature which had appeared since Marx's death. 30. Most important of all, he felt obliged to write a series of footnotes and insertions, and a significant supplement, updating and extending Marx's brief and fragmentary treatment of protection, monopoly, crises, and finance capital. 31. Altogether about 80 pages of the 886-page Moscow edition of Volume 3 are the work of Engels, not Marx. With the relevant parts of his journalism and correspondence, they exerted a major influence upon the subsequent development of Marxian political economy. Engels's writings on the transformation problem will be dealt with in chapters 2 and 3. On the more general question of the instability of the capitalist system, Engels did not follow Marx in identifying the falling rate of profit as a major source of economic crises. In a long footnote to Volume 3 he did, however, connect the changed nature of crises with the new forms that were being assumed by the concentration and centralization of capital. As I have already stated elsewhere, a change has taken place here since the last major general crisis. The acute form of the periodic process, with its former 10-year cycle, appears to have given way to a more chronic, long drawn-out, alternation between a relatively short and slight business. 14. Improvement and a relatively long, indecisive depression taking place in the various industrial countries at different times. But perhaps it is only a matter of a prolongation of the duration of the cycle. In the early years of world commerce, 1815 to 47, it can be shown that crises occurred about every 5 years. From 1847 to 1867 the cycle is clearly 10 years. Is it possible that we are now in the preparatory stage of a new world crash of unparalleled vehemence? Many things seem to point in this direction. Since the last general crisis of 1867 many profound changes have taken place. The colossal expansion of the means of transportation and communication, ocean liners, railways, electrical telegraphy, the Suez Canal has made a real-world market effect. The former monopoly of England in industry has been challenged by a number of competing industrial countries. Infinitely greater and varied fields have opened in all parts of the world for the investment of surplus European capital, so that it is far more widely distributed and local over-speculation may be more easily overcome. By means of all this, most of the old breeding grounds of crises and opportunities for their development have been eliminated or strongly reduced. At the same time, competition in the domestic market recedes before the cartels and trusts, while in the foreign market it is restricted by protective tariffs, with which all major industrial countries, England excepted, surround themselves. But these protective tariffs are nothing but preparations for the ultimate general industrial war, which shall decide who has supremacy on the world market. Thus every factor, which works against a repetition of the old crises, carries within itself the germ of a far more powerful future crisis. 32. In this very suggestive passage Engels links the growth of monopoly, the re-emergence of protection and the imminence of a major crisis. He points to the establishment of cartels in several important industries, sometimes on an international scale. But they were inherently unstable because of the conflict of interest between their members. To prevent the fierce competition which would ensue if they collapsed, capitalists were increasingly resorting to mergers, of which the best example was the formation of the United Alkali Trustee. One result of these developments, Engels argued, was the rise of financial as against industrial capital. This was accompanied by a striking increase in the role of the stock exchange, which as it develops, tends to concentrate all production, industrial as well as agricultural, and all commerce, the means of communication as well as the functions of exchange, in the hands of stock exchange operators. The land comes into the hands of financiers, all foreign investments take the form of shares, and colonization is purely a subsidiary of the stock exchange, in whose interests the European powers divided Africa a few years ago, and the French. 15. Conquered Tunis and Tonkin. Africa leased directly to companies, and Mashonaland and Natal seized by roads for the stock exchange. Financial manipulation had become a surer source of profit than productive activity, the operations of financial trusts being especially noteworthy. These new forms of enterprise represented the second and third degree of stock companies. They were able to expand production much more rapidly than the growth of the market, thereby increasing the instability of the capitalist system. To protect themselves from foreign competition, capitalists insisted upon protective tariffs, but this artificially increases domestic production capacity and so makes matters worse. 34. There are few references to protection in capital by either Engels or Marx, but Engels wrote at length on the subject twice in 1880 and again in 1888. In the earlier article he argued that the introduction of tariffs, which had followed the 1873 crisis, would prove to be a disastrous error. By forcing up labor and raw material costs it would destroy export markets for the cheap and nasty goods on which German industry depended. He later yielded a little to the infant industry argument for protection. England had forced free trade onto the rest of the world to make it her dependent agricultural territory. Although no great nation could stay purely agrarian, and tariffs offered a faster route to industrialization than did free trade, Marx was right to conclude that free trade is the normal condition of modern capitalist production. Once fledgling industries had established themselves, protection should be removed. In Germany, France, and the USA, where this had been blocked by powerful vested interests, tariffs were now a serious barrier to industrial progress. Proof of this could be found in the emergence of cartels, the surest sign that protective tariffs have outlived their usefulness and have changed their character, that they protect the manufacturer no longer against foreign imports, but rather against the domestic consumer. 35. There is an apparent inconsistency, in Engels's writings on protection, between his 1888 endorsement of free trade on the orthodox Marxian grounds that it would develop the contradictions of capitalism as rapidly as was possible, and his claim in Capital that this was best achieved by monopolies sheltering behind tariff barriers. Nor is it clear precisely what he meant, in Volume 3, by the ultimate general industrial war. Unlike Bukharin and Lenin a generation later, Engels did not see military conflict as the inescapable outcome of economic rivalry. He seems not to have taken any great interest in colonial expansion, and his writings on militarism concentrated on the fiscal and political, rather than the economic, implications of growing expenditure on arms. Engels saw the prospect of war as a disaster for European social democracy, not an opportunity. It would 16. Strengthen the forces of chauvinism and weaken the revolutionary movement, whose surest ally was peace. 36. In his pamphlet Can Europe Disarm? Engels warned that the continued growth of standing armies in Europe has now reached a point where the choice lies between bankruptcy caused by excessive military expenditure or a world war of devastating destructiveness. One of these catastrophes will occur unless standing armies are replaced by popular militias while there is still time. My purpose is to show that such a change is possible at this moment. It can be done by existing governments in the present political situation. Popular militias would be as effective for the national defense as standing armies, Engels argued. Peace could be preserved by international treaties, and Russia was not a serious military threat to Western Europe. There was nothing here to which a Cobdenite liberal could object. Indeed, it was just such a liberal, J. A. Hobson, who would shortly identify the connections between militarism and economic contradictions which Engels had failed to uncover. 37. For Engels's contribution, an assessment. In his capacity as editor, Engels has sometimes been criticized for presenting volumes 2 and 3 as the finished products of Marx's intellectual genius, when they were really constructions by Engels himself from a mass of disorganized manuscripts. This seems rather harsh. Engels was quite explicit about the nature and extent of his editorial work, and the general tendency to place volumes 2 and 3 of Capital on a par with volume I reflects more on the reader than the editor. Up to now only Maximilian Rubel has attempted a re-edition of the second and third volumes from the original manuscripts, and he gives little indication in his recently translated work that any fundamental reassessment of Marx's political economy is called for in consequence. 38. The excessive delay in publishing Volume 3 is more culpable. In effect, it froze the development of Marxian political economy for a full decade, not merely with respect to the theory of value but also more generally. Thus Engels actively discouraged Conrad Schmidt from pursuing his interest in the credit system and the money market, and from writing on the economics of transition to communism, until Marx's views became available. 39. There is no way of knowing how many other young socialists were deterred from economic research by similar considerations. Engels's refusal to enlist outside assistance in preparing Volume 3 for the 17. Printers is more than a little puzzling. He had a wide circle of educated and politically literate friends in London, and the resources of German social democracy were at his disposal. As it was, his one attempt at editorial collaboration proved disastrous, When entrusted with the transcription and publication of theories of surplus value, Karl Koski proved even more adept at procrastination than Engels himself, and it was not until 1905-10 that a edition appeared. 40 But it is difficult to believe that no one other than Engels could have mastered Marx's handwriting, or that the burden of routine transcribing of the manuscripts could not have been lifted from Engels's shoulders. No less important than the tardy appearance of Volume 3 was the non-appearance of so much else of Marx's work. Engels seems to have taken no interest whatever in the early writings or the Grundrisse. Controversy still rages as to whether his own later thought constitutes a distinct Engelsism which, with its determinism and its application of natural scientific reasoning to the study of human history, is separate from and antagonistic towards Marx's own philosophy and methods of analysis. 41 Certainly the Marxism of the Second International, and much of the Third, was oblivious to the importance of the concepts of alienation and fetishism to an extent which would have been impossible had the Paris manuscripts or the Grundrisse been available at the time. 42 It is conceivable that Engels took a conscious decision to suppress those of Marx's writings with whose humanist orientation he had very little sympathy. At all events, the consequences of their non-availability were substantial. The significance of Engels's work on political economy after 1883 is thus twofold. First, he conditioned the way in which successive generations of socialists viewed Marx's economics, both in his editions of Marx's writings and in what he left unpublished. Second, Engels's own writings on the nature of mature capitalism and its fate, on the development of immature capitalism, and on the theory of value, were themselves very influential. Apart from his editorial work, he inaugurated the prize essay competition in the theory of value, extended the analysis of transformation as a historical phenomenon, and generally interpreted Marx's ideas in his own distinctive manner. Finally, he made a number of influential statements assertions would be a little unkind concerning contemporary changes in the structure and performance of capitalist economies, the full significance of which will become apparent in chapters 4 to 6 below. With the benefit of hindsight, however, the deficiencies of Engels's economic work are also apparent. His discussion of wages was timid in the extreme, and he came no closer than Marx to providing a coherent theory of economic crises. Indeed, by neglecting the tendency for the rate of profit to decline, he renounced a major strand in Marx's crisis theory, though he was followed in this by almost all Marxian economists before 1929. Engels supplied no formal treatment of the effects of monopoly on prices and the rate of profit, and no serious analysis of finance capital. He offered nothing approaching a theory of imperialism, and his writings on militarism show a surprising lack of foresight. Finally, we shall see in chapters 2 and 3 that his account of the transformation problem did nothing to rectify the defects of Marx's solution in Volume 3, and in some ways added to the confusion. For all that, Engels's influence was a very significant one. He grappled with many of the awkward problems which Marx had been able to avoid, and in so doing drew up the agenda for the debates in German Marxism which occupied the 2 decades after his death. Engels and the prize essay. Competition in the theory of value I. In his preface to the second volume of Capital, Friedrich Engels vigorously defended Marx against the accusation that he had stolen his theory of surplus value from J.K. Rodbertus. This charge of plagiarism dated from the 1870s and had been made by both Rodbertus himself and by his disciple Rudolf Meyer. Its rebuttal was a matter of some urgency. In the early 1880s, the dominance of Marxist ideas within German social democracy was under attack from a powerful Rodbertus movement led by Meyer, which exercised a considerable attraction for socialist-inclined intellectuals and threatened to seduce the party into a policy of compromise with the Bismarckian state, just as Lassalle had done earlier. Engels's disciple Karl Koski savaged Prussian state socialism in the course of his polemic with C.A. Schramm in Die Neue Zeit, and the Engels-Koski correspondence is full of references to Rodbertian intrigues. 3. Engels's published defense of Marx had 3 components. First, Marx had not read Rodbertus before about 1859, when his own ideas were already fully formed. Second, Both men had been anticipated in their ideas on surplus value by the writings of the early British socialists, whom Marx had rescued from obscurity but whose existence was unknown to Rodbertus. 5 Finally, and most important, Marx's analysis was logically superior to that of Rodbertus. According to the Ricardian law of value, two capitals employing equal quantities of equally paid living labor, all other conditions being equal, produce commodities of equal value and likewise surplus value, or profit, of equal quantity in equal periods of time. But if they employ unequal quantities of living labor, they cannot produce equal surplus values, or, as the Ricardians say, equal profits. Now in reality the opposite takes place. In actual fact, equal capitals, regardless of how much or how little living labor is employed by them, produce equal average profits in equal times. Here there is therefore a contradiction of the law of value which had been noticed by Ricardo himself, but which his school also was unable to reconcile. Rodbertus likewise could not but note this contradiction. But instead of resolving it, he made it one of the starting points of his utopia. Marx had resolved this contradiction already in the manuscript of his Zoocritic. According to the plan of Capital, this solution will be provided in Book 3. Months will pass before that will be published. Hence those economists who claim to have discovered in Rodbertus the secret source and a superior predecessor of Marx have now an opportunity to demonstrate what the economics of a Rodbertus can accomplish. If they can show in which way an equal average rate of profit can and must come about, not only without a violation of the law of value, but on the very basis of it, I am willing to discuss the matter further with them. In the meantime they had better make haste. The brilliant investigations of the present Book 2 and their entirely new results in fields hitherto almost untrod are merely introductory to the contents of Book 3, which develops the final conclusions of Marx's analysis of the process of social reproduction on a capitalist basis. When this Book 3 appears, little mention will be made of the economist called Rodbertus. 6. With this challenge Engels launched his famous prize essay competition in the theory of value. As promised, he reported on the entries in his preface to the third volume of Capital. Its publication, however, was delayed for almost a decade, instead of the anticipated months. Thus the competition lasted until 1894, and involved a number of contestants from several schools. Although Ronald Meek was working on them shortly before his death in 1978, the original entries have been little studied. 2. The nature of the competition. The first point which must be made is that the competitors had very little to go on. In Volume 3 it would be revealed that the establishment of an equal rate of profit entailed systematic divergences between the surplus value 23 produced by individual capitals and the profits which accrued to them, and hence also between labor values of commodities and their long-run equilibrium prices. Marx would also claim that aggregate profits were nevertheless equal to and determined by aggregate surplus value, that the sum of all prices would also equal the sum of labor values, and that there was an unambiguous increasing relation between the size of an industry's organic composition of capital and the difference between its price of production and its labor value, and between its capitalists' profits and their surplus value. 9. We know now that Marx had posed the problem of the general rate of profit in the Grundriss in 1857-8, and had identified the need for a transfer of surplus value from one capitalist to another in accordance with the size of their capitals. We know, too, that the first comprehensive exposition of his solution, invoking the concept of price of production and its deviation from labor values, came in 1862 in correspondence with Engels and in the manuscript later published as Volume 2 of Theories of Surplus Value. 10. But none of this was published before the turn of the century, the Marx-Engels correspondence appearing in 1913, Theories in 1905-10 and the Grundriss not until 1939. 11. Of Marx's major theoretical works on economics, only the Critique of Political Economy and the first 2 volumes of Capital were available to entrants in the prize essay competition. The former, published in 1859 and by then long out of print, contains one brief reference to the differences between value, exchange value, and market price. In accordance with the changing conditions of demand and supply, the market price of commodities falls below or rises above their exchange value. The exchange value of commodities is, consequently, determined not by the labor time contained in them, but by the relation of demand and supply. In fact, this strange conclusion only raises the question of how on the basis of exchange value a market price comes into being, or rather, how the law of exchange value asserts itself only in its antithesis. This problem is solved in the theory of competition. 12. In the third volume of Capital, Marx shows how prices of production differ both from labor values, because of the formation of a general rate of profit, and from the short-run market price due to temporary excess supply or excess demand. But in the critique these two distinctions are apparently conflated, suggesting that Marx himself had not yet clearly formulated the transformation problem, still less achieved a solution. He offered little more guidance in the first volume of Capital. There is a footnote in Chapter 5, on contradictions in the formula of capital, in which Marx notes that the theory of value assumes the exchange of 24 equivalents, and hence that prices are regulated by the average price, i.e. ultimately by the value of the commodities. I say ultimately, because average prices do not directly coincide with the values of commodities, as Adam Smith, Ricardo, and others believe. 13. In Chapter 11, where under the title Rate and Mass of Surplus Value Marx tidies up a number of loose ends, he shows how the mass of surplus value is given by the product of the rate of exploitation and the quantity of variable capital employed. This law clearly contradicts all experience based on appearance. Everyone knows that a cotton spinner, who, reckoning the percentage on the whole of his applied capital, employs much constant and little variable capital, does not, on account of this, pocket less profit or surplus value than a baker, who relatively sets in motion much variable and little constant capital. For the solution of this apparent contradiction, many intermediate terms are as yet wanted, as from the standpoint of elementary algebra many intermediate terms are wanted to understand that 0/0 may represent an actual magnitude. Classical economy, although not formulating the law, holds instinctively to it, because it is a necessary consequence of the general law of value. It tries to rescue the law from collision with contradictory phenomena by a violent abstraction. It will be seen later how the school of Ricardo has come to grief over this stumbling block. Vulgar economy, which, indeed, has really learnt nothing, here as everywhere sticks to appearances in opposition to the law which regulates and explains them. In opposition to Spinoza, it believes that ignorance is a sufficient reason. In a footnote Marx refers the reader to the further particulars which would be provided in Book 4. 14. These three passages represent the sum total of Marx's writings on the transformation problem which were available to the public before 1894. The manuscripts which Engels published as Volume 2 of Capital were silent on the question, and he steadfastly refused to release details of Marx's analysis in advance of the complete Volume 3, either to Conrad Schmidt, who requested them directly, or Tun. F. Danielson, who could clearly have profited from them. Schmidt had written to Engels to inform him of the growing interest in the problem both inside and outside the socialist movement, and to suggest the prior publication in Die Neue Zeit of the relevant chapters of Volume 3, it would, I think, have a very good effect on the beginners and would close the mouths of the ever more impudent professors. 15. Engels's reply was brusque. To reprint the section on the rate of profit, particularly in advance, is absolutely impossible. You know that, with Marx, everything is so connected that nothing can be taken outside its context. 16. This was nothing short of evasion. Had this argument been applied consistently, none of Marx's writings could ever 25. Have been published except as part of a definitive edition of his collected works, and Engels's own frequent pronouncements upon individual aspects of capitalist reality would have been impermissible. His treatment of Danielson, a respected Russian socialist and regular correspondent, is equally evasive, the disquisitions in your first letter on the relation between rate of surplus value and rate of profit are highly interesting and no doubt of great value for grouping statistics, Engels informed him. But it is not in this way that our author attacks the problem. You suppose in your formula that every manufacturer keeps all the surplus value which he, in the first hand, appropriates. Now upon that supposition, merchants' capital and bankers' capital would be impossible, because they would not make any profit. The profit of a manufacturer therefore cannot represent all the surplus value he has extracted from his workmen. On the other hand, your formula may serve to calculate approximately the composition of different capitals in different industries. I say may, because I have not at this moment materials at hand from which to verify the theoretical formula established by you. 17. We have not been able to trace Danielson's letter, which is not in the Amsterdam or East Berlin archives. He seems to have submitted his own entry for Engels's competition, and to have received no help whatever from him. Was Engels being deliberately obstructive, and if so, why? Or had he genuinely forgotten the essentials of Marx's solution, which had been communicated to him in a letter a quarter of a century previously? Perhaps Engels had not, by 1888, dealt with that part of the text of Volume 3 dealing with the transformation problem, and as far as we are aware he never mastered the manuscripts of the Grundrisse and theories of surplus value. One conclusion may safely be drawn: none of the competitors received from Engels any substantive aid in solving the problem. 3. Round 1, Lexus, Schmidt, and Stibieling. The first entry came in 1885 from the distinguished German statistician and academic economist, W. Lexus, 18, in the course of a review of Volume 2 of Capita/19. Lexus recalled that he had already criticized Rodbertus for failing to solve the contradiction between the Ricardo Marx law of value and actual price formation in an economy with equal profit rates. Whatever Volume 3 might bring, the only possible solution was one in which prices 26 and labor values were allowed to diverge, in a manner that permitted the transfer of surplus value from capitalists using relatively large quantities of labor power to those using proportionally less. For us the decisive point is that, when two producers exchange a given quantity of different commodities, the one always gains as a result of the equalization of profits on capital as many labor units from the exchange as the other one loses. But since the losses and gains in surplus value within the capitalist class offset each other, the total magnitude of surplus value is the same as if all prices were proportional to the true values of the commodities. 20. Thus Lexus had specified both the existence of a systematic discrepancy between prices and values and its relation to the organic composition of capital in each industry, and the equality of aggregate surplus value and aggregate profit. If only by implication, the foundations of Marx's solution are present in Lexus's brief and early discussion of the transformation problem. 21. Next into the fray was Conrad Schmidt, an active social democrat who forsook his early enthusiasm for Rodbertus to join the radical faction of the party and eventually became a Kantian supporter of Eduard Bernstein. Between 1908 and 1930 he was the social sciences editor of the revisionist Sozialistische Minutschrift. 22. In the late 1880s, however, Schmidt was an orthodox Marxist. His entry for the prize essay competition, which was published in 1889, doubled as his doctoral dissertation. 23. It was written in an effort to obtain a university teaching position which, after politically motivated rebuffs in Bern, Halle, and Leipzig, he finally secured at Zurich. 24. From their correspondence it was clear that Engels gave Schmidt absolutely no assistance with either the thesis or the book, and he was indeed later to deny indignantly that he had secretly informed Schmidt of Marx's solution. 25. Both the defects in content and the dreadfully tortuous style lend weight to this denial. Schmidt begins by dividing gross output into two parts, that needed for production and represented by constant and variable capital, and the surplus product. The crucial problem is to determine the price at which the surplus product is sold. The establishment of an equal rate of profit entails that the price of the surplus product of each capitalist must be proportional to the capital advanced, and must therefore differ from the quantity of labor embodied in it. This, Schmidt maintains, does not contradict the Marxian theory of value. Only socially necessary labor creates value, the labor embodied in the surplus product is not socially necessary, thus it cannot determine its value. 26. This is evidently a false start, resting as it does. 27. Both on a misunderstanding of Marx's concept of socially necessary labor and on a confusion of value and price, there is no indication that Marx regarded the production of luxuries and goods destined for accumulation as an unproductive activity, but he most definitely did insist on distinguishing the labor value from the price of production of the surplus product. Schmidt was duly censured by both Engels and by non-Marxist critics, who included Julius Wolff, the head of his department at the University of Zurich. 27. Unlike Engels, Wolff seems to have given up at this point. There is no indication in his critique that he had managed to read much beyond the first 20 pages of Schmidt's book. After a series of lengthy digressions, however, Schmidt does return to the question and presents his argument in a more defensible way. First, he defines the average rate of profit as IM, C plus V, where IM is total surplus value and IC plus V, represents the aggregate constant and variable capital employed. Schmidt then shows that the profits received by an individual capitalist are given by the product of the general rate of profit and the amount of capital which he employs. They can be written as LIM. This establishes the exchange value of the surplus product and hence also its price, which is the exchange value expressed in terms of money. The price of the constant and variable capital is determined differently, since Schmidt sets it equal to the quantity of labor embodied in them. 28. Schmidt illustrates his argument with a numerical example. Of the 100 units of a commodity which are produced, 50 represent the capitalist's outlay on constant and variable capital and the remaining 50 constitute the surplus product. The value of the first part is £500, or £10 per unit. Schmidt further assumes the value of the capital employed to be £400, and an average rate of profit of 20 per center. The capitalist's profit is thus 20 per center of £400, or £80. This is also the price of those 50 units of commodity which represent the surplus product. The price per unit of the surplus product is thus £1.60. The entire product is sold for £1 equals £580, which is less than its value, in the same way as the price per unit is less than the unit value. 29. This divergence however disappears, as soon as one considers the annual. 28. National output, the sum of all the individual commodities. Schmidt asserts that price and value are identical for the first component of output, which represents capitalists' outlays on constant and variable capital. Total profits and total surplus value are also equal. Hence, in aggregate, Schmidt maintains, the sum of the prices of all commodities is equal to the sum of their values. 30. He concludes by dismissing two objections to his argument. It is immaterial that the individual capitalist is unaware of the general rate of profit and thus cannot use it in his pricing decisions. Competition establishes an equal rate of profit in a purely mechanical and unintended way. Nor is it legitimate, Schmidt asserts, to object that his solution is faulty because inputs of constant and variable capital are sold at their equilibrium prices and not at their labor values. In aggregate these magnitudes are equal, thus the price of the total capital advanced must necessarily be equal to its value. The objection raised above proves to be unsound, since the level of the profit rate (LM) L remains unchanged, whether total capital advanced is considered in its form as money or commodity capital. 31. This is a fascinating mixture of confusion and insight. Schmidt's argument is obviously unsatisfactory, both in assigning different prices to physically identical units of the same commodity and dealing with a single industry in isolation and plucking a general rate of profit out of thin air. By 1892, indeed, he had repudiated the fundamental principles of his book. 32. But his solution is independent of his earlier erroneous claim that the labor time embodied in the surplus product is not socially necessary. and it does contain three of the central elements of Marx's Volume 3 analysis. First, Schmidt specifies the profits of the individual capitalist as a multiple of capital employed and the general rate of profit. Second, he argues for the equality of aggregate prices and aggregate values, and of total profits and total surplus value. Finally, he appears to assert the logical priority of value magnitudes in calculating the general rate of profit. His chief failing is his inability to transform input as well as output values into prices, and this he shares with Marx himself. 33. The most prolific of Schmidt's critics was George C. Stiebeling, a New York physician, who, between 1890 and 1894, published 3 pamphlets on the transformation problem. 34. Stiebeling was a regular contributor to the socialist press in his native Germany. 35. And his writings display a genuine if somewhat quirky originality. He argues that equal capitals which differ in their organic composition nevertheless produce equal amounts of 29. Value and surplus value. The higher the organic composition, the greater the productivity of labor and hence the higher the rate of exploitation. Thus an equal rate of profit can be sustained in the face of different organic compositions through inequality in the rates of exploitation. 36. Stiebeling proceeds to seek empirical support for this position. In what was almost certainly the first systematic use of statistical sources in Marxian value theory, he cites data from the US 1880 census of production to show that industries with high organic compositions tend to have high rates of exploitation, and vice versa. He quotes the example of 2 industries with an equal rate of profit, crude salt, with an organic composition of 6.53 and a rate of exploitation of 0.58, and shipbuilding, where the figures are 1.56 and 0.14 respectively. Next, Stiebeling ranks all 29 industries in order of their organic composition, and divides them into 2 groups. The top 14 industries have an average organic composition of 5.50, an average rate of exploitation of 1.38, and an average rate of profit of 25.1%. For the bottom 15 industries the figures are 2.58, 0.57, and 22.1 per cent. 37. The problem is, of course, that these are price rather than value magnitudes. Stiebeling's implicit assumption that individual prices and values are equal reveals a basic misunderstanding of the entire problem. His calculations for an equilibrium situation are true by definition. Stiebeling does not solve the transformation problem, he abolishes it. For round 2, Wolff, Loria, Fireman, and Lehr. Although seemingly unaware of Stiebeling's work, Julius Wolff used very similar arguments. 38. Wolff was professor of economics at the University of Zurich, where he expounded the marginal utility theory of Karl Menger. In 1891 his opposition to the appointment of Konrad Schmidt was overruled by a full meeting of the faculty, but Wolff had his revenge 3 years later when he secured Schmidt's dismissal. "You've probably heard of this fellow already," Schmidt told Engels. "Among other things he's discovered the benefits of crises for the workers, they push prices down. He's not yet 30, an Austrian Jew, and affects in his demeanor the aplomb of a Prussian reserve officer." 39. Wolff began by noting that for Marx an increase in the productivity of labor and growth in the organic composition of capital went hand in hand. The value of commodities is inversely related to labor productivity, and surplus value is directly related to productivity. Hence the problem is, on the basis of Marx's own theory, and even in Marx's own words. 30. The German contribution, 1883 to -1914. Already solved, a plus in constant capital presupposes a plus in the productivity of labor. The direct connection between growing surplus value and a growing share of constant capital in total capital arises because this plus in productivity gives rise to a plus in surplus value. 40. Wolff's numerical example is set out in Table 2.1. Here the second capitalist has a higher organic composition, greater labor productivity, more surplus value and a higher rate of exploitation, and thus receives the same profit rate as the first capitalist, for whom the reverse is true. Commodity values continue to depend on the quantity of labor embodied in them, and the law of value is in no way damaged. Marx has not contradicted himself. On the contrary, it is a new proof of the sharpness and farsightedness of his critical system of the capitalist economy. 41 Wolff concludes by claiming that the entire problem is SP 1.1 Rias, resulting from a confusion on the part of Engels which has vitiated all previous attempts at a solution and has delayed publication of volume 111. 42 Like Stiebeling, however, Wolff avoided the problem rather than solving it. The competition entry submitted by the Italian academic, Achille Loria, 43 is so insubstantial as to merit attention only because of Engels's vitriolic reaction to it. 44 In 1884 Loria had cited the apparently insoluble contradiction between the equalization of profit rates and inequality in organic compositions as a major theoretical weakness in the whole Marxian system. 45 In 1890 he tagged onto the end of his review of Schmidt's book a solution of his own which one must assume to have been intended seriously. It is summarized in Table 2.2. 3 Industrial capitalists have varying organic compositions and an equal rate of exploitation. Without the intervention of non-industrial capital, they would receive unequal rates of profit. Out of their surplus value they must however make interest payments to the money-lending capitalist D. Their remaining industrial profits are proportional to the amounts of capital that they employ, thereby establishing a uniform rate of industrial profit which is also equal to the rate of profit of the money capitalist. D46 Loria offers no justification for his bizarre assumption that interest payments are inversely proportional to the quantity of capital employed by capitalists A, Ban C. As Engels hints in his criticism, something could be salvaged from the example by making D a landlord who demands Ricardian differential rent instead of interest. 47 But this is not Loria's argument, nor would it provide a general solution, for it would not apply to the case in which no rent is paid. A much more significant contribution came from P. Fireman, described by Schmidt as a splendid chap, a Russian Jew but naturaliste American, a chemist by profession. 48 Like many of his Russian contemporaries, Fireman was strongly influenced by Ricardian theory. He distinguishes two elements in the price of a commodity: its value, the constitutive factor determined by the quantity of labor embodied in it, and the distributive factor representing the claims of the capitalist and the landlord to a share in the product. In aggregate, values must equal prices, Fireman maintains, because society's wealth consists of the mass of human labor contained in the commodities it has produced. Of two exchange commodities, the price of the one must rise above the magnitude of its value by as much as that of the other falls below it, and vice versa. 49 These divergences arise only because of the distributive factor. Fireman rejects Schmidt's solution, which is un-Marxian in its denial that the law of value applies to the surplus product. He also opposes Wolff's conclusions, which contradict Marx by asserting that the quantity of value increases with the rising productivity of labor. Fireman himself states very clearly the relationship between price, value, and the organic composition of capital in each sector. But if profit is the form of appearance of surplus value, how is it possible that the mass of profits appears to be independent of the number of workers, while the mass of surplus value does depend on it? Simply because commodities are sold above their value in all branches of industry where the relation between the capital invested in means of production and the capital invested in wages is greatest, which means that commodities are sold below their values in those branches of industry where the relation between constant capital and variable capital is smallest, and that commodities are exchanged at their true value only where the relation CV represents a definite average level. This is not a contradiction of the law of value, since aggregate prices remain equal to aggregate values. The difference between individual prices and values is simply a disturbance caused by competition. But in the exact sciences one is careful never to interpret a precisely calculable disturbance as a contradiction of a law. 50. Initially Conrad Schmidt was unimpressed by Fireman's contribution, which weakened the law of value more than was necessary. Leroi regni, mais if ne gouverne pas. After corresponding with Engels, who took a more favorable view of Fireman's work, Schmidt moderated his criticism but still denied that the Russian had added anything to Lexus's pioneering article. 51. There is much to be said for this assessment. Fireman complimented Lexus in stressing the equality in aggregate of prices and values, but his analysis of the relation between the organic composition and the divergence of prices and values was only a little more tightly argued. Unlike Lexus, Fireman did supply a rudimentary numerical example of transformation, and also suggested a generalization of his 34. Solution to cover the payment of rent as well as profits, 5. 2. But neither point is at all well developed, and Fireman says even less about the relation between profitability and capital employed than does Schmidt himself. The final two entrants in the prize essay competition escaped the attention of both Engels and the normally vigilant Schmidt. One of them, Wolfgang Mailpfert of Königsberg, will be considered in the following chapter, since the final version of his contribution appeared in 1895, after the appearance of Volume 3 of Marx's Capital. The other was Professor Dr. J. Lehr of Munich, who had written a long critique of Volume I of Marx's Capital in 1886. 53. 6 years later he turned to the prospects for Volume 3. 54. Lehr dismissed Schmidt's analysis as contradictory and confusing, and rejected Wolff's claim that, for Marx, labor of unequal productivity creates unequal values. The most significant part of Lehr's article, however, is his algebraic formulation of the problem, which anticipates the later mathematical analyses of Dmitriev and Bortkiewicz. He denotes the values of the constant and variable capital used in industries 1, 2, as K1, K2, and V1, V2, with M1, M2 as the surplus values. The corresponding aggregates for the entire economy are K, V, and M, and he adopts Marx's position that the average rate of profit is M/K plus V equals R. The exchange values of the respective units are denoted T1, T2. Lehr then writes the following equations. Equals M. Equals M. Equals K plus V. Equations and together express the equality, in aggregate, of profits and surplus value. Equation is purely definitional, while equations and are unsuccessful attempts to relate surplus value to profit, and value to price of production, in each department. Since they assume the equality of value and price magnitudes in each individual case. 35. They are seriously flawed. However, although Lehr does not state it explicitly, he has in fact specified via equations and a model with n+1 equations and n+1 unknowns, so that there is an equality of constraints and endogenous variables. The parallels with Bortkiewicz are striking. 55. In fact, Lehr's only direct conclusion was that only if the organic composition of capital is the same in all industries. Again, Lehr does not state the Marxian principle that T will be greater or less than unity as the industry's organic composition is above or below the social average, but he does offer an arithmetic example in which this is implicit. 5-6. It is surprising that Lehr takes his analysis no further. Had he tried to solve for T and R, it would have become clear that his equations misspecified the relations between value data and price-profit variables, thus alerting him to the fact that a more radical transformation was required. He would then have been in a position to approach Bortkiewicz's solution even more closely. Of course, he may well have lacked the necessary mathematical ability. More important, we suspect, was a certain lack of motivation. Lehr, as a self-proclaimed vulgar economist, was profoundly out of sympathy with the Marxian theory of value, and can have felt no enthusiasm for developing a solution for one of its major analytical problems. 5. 7. His article is interspersed with criticisms of the labor theory of value, some of which have a very modern ring. Lehr objects that historically embodied labor and actually necessary labor are the same quantities only in the absence of technical progress, which lowers labor input requirements over time, that the existence of alternative methods of production leaves the definition of necessary labor ambiguous, and that almost all human activity is needed, directly or indirectly, to maintain the existing system, so that from the viewpoint of capitalist society as a whole virtually all labor is necessary and very little is surplus. 58. None of these points is directly relevant to the transformation problem, but they go well beyond the standard contemporary neoclassical Marx critic. 59 and anticipate considerations that were only to make their appearance after Sraffa's production of commodities. 60 Clearly Lair was a lively and original critic of Marxian theory whose neglect at the hands of Engels and subsequent writers is difficult to understand. V. Engels's adjudication. Engels devoted most of the preface to Volume 3 of Capital to an assessment of the entries in his competition. He awarded no prizes, but 36. Commended Lexus, Schmidt, and Fireman. Lexus was a Marxist disguised as a vulgar economist. It is evident, Engels wrote of Lexus's article, that the problem has not in any way been solved here, but has, though somewhat loosely and shallowly, been on the whole correctly formulated. This was the most that could be expected from someone of Lexus's background. Fireman has indeed placed his finger on the salient point, Engels concluded. But the undeservedly cool reception of his article show how many interconnecting links would still be needed, to enable Fireman to work out a full and comprehensive solution. As for Schmidt, he was the first to attempt seriously to solve the problem. But he had not succeeded, by determining the price of the surplus product differently from that of constant and variable capital. He had repudiated the theory of value. Schmidt's article in Die Neue Zeit was equally misguided. His real achievements, for Engels, came in those parts of his book dealing with the tendency for the rate of profit to fall and with commercial profit, interest, and rent. 61. The other three contestants were much more harshly treated. In Engels's eyes, Wolff had simply made a fool of himself. Marx had contradicted the basis of Wolff's solution 100 times in Volume 1, the assertion that, according to Marx, when variable capital shrinks, relative surplus value increases in proportion to the increase in constant capital, is so astounding that it puts to shame all parliamentary declamation. Wolff had also had the audacity to claim that Schmidt's work was directly inspired by Engels himself, who had thereby given him an unfair advantage in the prize essay competition. This was indeed far from the truth, as we have already noted. Achille Lauria's analysis was no better, ascribing to commercial capital the magic power to absorb all surplus value in excess of the general rate of profit even before this general rate has taken shape, and to convert it into ground rent for itself without, moreover, even having need to do with any real estate. Engels reserves his strongest invective for Lauria, a literary adventurer who in his heart sneezes at political economy, a sophist, paralogist, humbug, and mountebank. By contrast, Stiebeling's intentions were honorable. He was simply incompetent, his solution begging the question and positively misleading. 62 Engels concluded the preface with his verdict on the contest as a whole. The outcome of the entire investigation shows again with reference to this question as well that it is the Marxian school alone which has accomplished something. If Fireman and Conrad Schmidt read this third book utterly false to say that Marx revokes the law of value as far as individual commodities are concerned, and maintains it in force solely for the aggregate of these commodities. 38 Hilferding seems here to be hinting at an equality of the rate of exploitation and the ratio of profits to wages. This is a chimera. As will be seen in the next section, it is generally the case that only one of Marx's two invariance conditions can prevail. A third, such as that implied by Hilferding, can apply only at the expense of one of the others. Neither side comes out well in these exchanges. Bohm-Bawerk's critique of Volume 3 is distinctly inferior to his attack on the first volume of Capital. In particular, he fails to confront Marx's assertion of logical priority for labor values, which would have required a refutation of the Marxian claim that the general rate of profit could be established as a ratio of values. This, in turn, would have demanded a much more searching appraisal of Marx's technical analysis than Bohm-Bawerk felt called upon to provide. As we have seen, Hilferding's reply was also weak on this aspect of the problem. and his restatement of Marx's historical and social method would have been substantially strengthened if Hilferding had been able to illustrate it with a coherent account of the historical transformation of values into prices of production. In fact, he added little to Engels's treatment of the question, which was itself unconvincing. Thus no satisfactory model of the transition from values to prices had yet been formulated. For Maalpfert and Dmitriev. Immediately after the publication of Volume 3 there appeared in the Jahrbucher für Nationalökonomie a short article by Wolfgang Maalpfert, of Königsberg in East Prussia, drawing upon his dissertation, Price and Income in Capitalist Society, which had been submitted 2 years earlier. 39 Maalpfert's socialism was Bismarckian rather than Marxian, and his thesis had been harshly reviewed by the SPD's theoretical journal Die Neue Zeit. 40 His article seems to have gone completely unnoticed, both at the time and subsequently. Yet Maalpfert's dissertation and article contain two slightly different versions of an algebraic formulation of the transformation problem, pointing very clearly towards the mathematical literature on the question in the 1950s and 1960s. His starting point was the failure of Marx to transform inputs of constant and variable capital into prices of production. This could be accomplished, he suggests, in the following way. Write A as the labor value of commodity 1, and x1 a1 as its price of production. X1 is thus the ratio of price to value, implying that prices are being measured in units of labor value. Where P is the general rate of profit, and x0 is defined. 56. As I/I plus P, the Marxian cost price of commodity I is given by x0 x1 a1. 41. For n enterprises, each producing a different commodity, he writes A11 A12 A1 n as the quantities of commodities 1, 2, n used to produce a unit of commodity 1, A21, A22 A2 n represents the amount of those commodities used per unit of output by firm 2, and so on. In modern terminology these are the Leontief input coefficients for each industry. 42 Maalpfert states explicitly that they are given by the technology of the respective firms. 43 He then writes the equations. Here the left-hand side gives the cost price of a unit of each commodity, and the right-hand side is the sum of the prices of each of the unit inputs needed to produce it. Maalpfert parts company with Marx by ignoring the distinction between constant and variable capital and treating the commodities consumed by workers as material inputs on a par with raw materials and machines. This is a frequent practice in modern mathematical discussion of the transformation problem, and is easily modified to permit a more orthodox Marxian formulation. Maalpfert now has n equations, but n plus 1 unknowns. At this point he runs out of steam. He could have obtained the necessary n plus ith equation either by setting the sum of all values equal to the sum of all prices, or by equating total surplus value and total profits. In either case he would have needed to specify the quantities of the n commodity outputs. He fails to do so, and also confuses the two Marxian invariance conditions, writing law equals underscore L1T, as. This is neither fish nor fowl. The left-hand side represents the quantity of surplus labor embodied in a unit of each commodity, and the right-hand side denotes the corresponding profits per unit of output. Equation is a closer approximation to the second invariance condition than to the first. 44. But for this Maalpfert would have had to multiply the surplus values and profits per unit by the number of units produced. If the outputs of commodities 1, 2, n are denoted by 11x2, xn, we could write xt plus xn equals 11 plus xn. As the condition that aggregate surplus value and aggregate profits are equal. If, in the last resort, Maalpfert's algebra failed him, the originality and fruitfulness of his contribution is undeniable. He saw himself as facilitating a synthesis of the classical theory of value, which explained natural prices, and Austrian marginal utility analysis, which accounted for the influence of scarcity on short-run price determination in terms of psychological laws. Within its limits, he argued, Austrian theory was the best available. Its error, on the other hand, was to try to apply this kind of explanation to the natural price of freely reproducible commodities under free competition. I am of the opinion that there is no irreconcilable contradiction between the classical and Austrian schools, and that both systems can be united in the way that I have explained. He concluded with the modest hope that the profession would confirm the validity or otherwise of his analysis. In particular, I hope to discover the opinion of the acknowledged interpreters of Marx, like Bernstein, Engels, Koski, etc., in an objective form. 45 This too failed to occur. Meanwhile, a penniless excise official from Smolensk was also approaching the problem in a novel way. V.K. Dmitriev was the most important Russian mathematical economist of his generation. 46 Following in the footsteps of his compatriots Peter Struve and Michael Tagan-Baranovsky, Dmitriev too hoped to synthesize the classical and neoclassical theories of value. Although he never mentions Marx, and the bulk of his own work owes more to Walras than to Ricardo, Dmitriev supplied an analytic framework which proved to be of immense value for later work on the labor theory of value and the transformation problem. His first essay on the subject, published in 1898 but apparently written some years before, allowed the calculation of labor values directly from technical data on physical inputs and outputs. For commodity A, where Na is its value, 1/m, is the quantity of the H commodity used up in its production, or, where the H commodity is a machine, the annual depreciation coefficient, and Na is the direct labor input into A, Dmitriev writes. 58. Where labor value is given by the sum of direct labor and indirect labor. Dmitriev also considered the determination of prices of production. His approach, however, is Ricardian rather than Marxian. Instead of the distinction between constant and variable capital, he uses a dated labor model. Here, instead of viewing a commodity as produced by direct labor plus means of production, its technology is reduced to a set of labor inputs distinguished by the period in which they were contributed. Cotton yarn is treated as the product of the spinner's labor, plus that of the cotton growers and the makers of the necessary machinery. 47 Ignoring machinery, and assuming cotton to be grown by unaided labor, we can write the dated labor price equations for raw cotton and cotton yarn as: where Pa and P8 are the prices of cotton and yarn, La and L8 the amounts of labor employed per unit of output in the two activities, 1/ma is the quantity of cotton required to produce a unit of yarn, and R is the annual rate of profit. The terms La, L8 and La are dated labors, each weighted by 1 plus the rate of profit raised to the power representing the number of periods for which they have been locked up in production. 48 Long-run equilibrium prices are defined as those which enable the capitalist to recover all past expenditures on wages, together with profits at the prevailing average rate compounded over all relevant periods. Assuming for simplicity that workers consume only corn, the capitalist's outlays in a given period can be written as NAAPA, where A is the quantity of corn consumed by a worker in each period, Pa is the price of corn, and Na represents as before the direct labor input required. For commodity A, natural price is defined as where R is the average rate of profit, and labor inputs Na, Nm are required time periods before the finished product becomes available. Given the real wage A, the system of equations represented by can be solved for the prices of production Pa, Pm and R in terms of the technical coefficients Na, Nm and Ta1 tam once the unit of price measurement has been defined. 59. Even more than Maalpfert, Dmitriev had thus anticipated the mathematical economics of the mid-20th century in the final decade of 19th.49. V. von Bortkowicz's solution. None of this made the slightest impression on Western socialism, nor on any of the orthodox Russian Marxists. Dmitriev's work was however followed closely by a Berlin statistician of Russian origins, Ladislaus von Bortkiewicz. Bortkiewicz was a Ricardian with a strong interest in Marx, and in 1907 published two major articles on the transformation problem which, though also largely neglected at the time, have had a substantial influence on more recent analysis. 50 In the first paper Bortkiewicz applied Dmitriev's remarkable work, which bears evidence of an exceptional theoretical talent and presents something really new, 51 to the Marxian transformation problem. There were striking similarities between the two analyses. Just like Marx, Dmitriev's model shows as ultimate and exclusive determinants of prices the technical conditions of production of commodities, including the technical conditions of production of the commodity labor, the latter finding their expression in a given real wage. 52 Bortkeviks used Dmitriev's algebraic framework, summarized by equations and, to derive expressions for the rate of profit as a function of quantities of dated labor and the Marxian rate of exploitation. He also demonstrated the precise nature of the relation between the organic composition of the commodity used as money, labor value, and price of production in the industry concerned. 53 There were however important differences between Marx and Dmitriev. The latter rejected the Marxian distinction between constant and variable capital, Bortkeviks noted, and also used algebra instead of numerical examples. This was more significant than it appeared, implying a major methodological cleavage. Dmitriev argued in terms of simultaneous determination, while Marx reasoned in a cause-effect chain which Bortkeviks criticized as the fallacy of successivism. Dmitriev had vindicated Ricardo against Marx's criticisms, showing that Ricardo did not confuse price and value, had no need of the Marxian distinction between constant and variable capital, and was correct in his claim that the rate of profit would be unaffected by changes in conditions of production in those industries which produced neither wage goods nor the means of production used in wage goods industries. 54 Bortkeviks's conclusion was severely critical of Marx. The relations of value calculation and price calculation have, after all, a completely mathematical character, and the inadequacy of Marx's treatment of this problem reflects the meagerness of his mathematical abilities. Marx was also wrong to 60. Assert the logical priority of value calculations over the determination of prices. Not only can the reciprocal relationships of prices, wages, and the rate of profit be reduced to their correct mathematical expression without the need to start with magnitudes of value and surplus value, but the latter magnitudes do not even appear in the calculation, if one employs the exact formulas. 55 Bortkeviks seems to have been fascinated by Marx, and his second article deals more directly with the Volume 3 discussion of transformation problem. Conceptually it is much less sophisticated than the first, involving three sectors instead of an n-commodity economy. Department I produces means of production, Department II's output consists of wage goods, and Department III produces luxuries which are consumed by the capitalists. Bortkeviks further abstracts from the problems of fixed capital by requiring all capital to turn over exactly once each year, and assumes conditions of simple reproduction to prevail. This entails that, where the output of constant capital is exactly equal to that used up in each industry, the output of wage goods is exactly sufficient to feed the workers employed in the three departments, and the output of luxuries corresponds exactly to the total amount of surplus value produced. Like Maalpfert, Bortkeviks denotes the average rate of profit as P. He writes the ratio of price of production to value in the three departments as X, Y, and Z. These correspond to Maalpfert's X1 X0. Marx's solution to the transformation problem requires. Equation is the three-sector equivalent of Maalpfert's equation. The left-hand side represents the cost price in each department, multiplied by 1 plus the average rate of profit, indicating that prices of production must cover both costs and profits. The right-hand side, 61, expresses the output of each of the three commodities, in terms not of labor values but of prices of production. Capitalists must obtain sufficient proceeds from the sale of their commodities to meet their outlays plus profits at the average rate P. Bortkeviks now has the three equations given by, but four unknowns, X, Y, Z, and P. The missing equation, he observes, can be supplied by introducing either of Marx's invariance conditions. Equality of total values and total prices entails that Cx plus Vy plus Sz equals C plus V plus S, where C, V, and S stand for aggregate magnitudes for all three departments, while setting aggregate surplus value equal to total profits would be equivalent to specifying that Z equals L. Equations and embody Marx's two invariance conditions. In general, it is impossible to satisfy them both, as Bortkiewicz demonstrates in several numerical examples. Adopting equation, for example, in a model in which the organic composition of capital in Department 3 is below the social average, entails that the sum of prices exceeds the sum of values, 5, 6 and vice versa. Marx was wrong to suppose that P equals S/C plus V. Only those industries which produce wage goods in effect, departments I and II, but not 3, determine the rate of profit. Ricardo was correct on this point, and Marx was wrong. 57. But this conclusion, Bortkiewicz cautions, must not be taken too far. It does not mean that the organic composition of capital in Department 3 can be indefinitely large, for, if it were, the equalization of the rate of profit would become impossible. 58. Marx was right in spirit, if not in the letter of his analysis. Bortkiewicz's writings had no obvious immediate influence. His English translator, Paul Sweezy, reported in 1949 that I have seen no evidence that it has been read by more than a handful of specialists. 59. Sweezy gives no indication of their identity, and we know of only 2 serious analytical discussions of the transformation problem before the appearance in 1942 of Sweezy's own theory of capitalist development, which summarized Bortkiewicz's second article and sparked off an important debate. 60. None of the prominent theoreticians of the Second International paid any attention to the issue. The 35-year gap is a sad reflection of the level of scientific research in Marxian political economy during this period. In the interim, there were some significant developments in the philosophical dimension of value theory, 61, but apparently nothing on the technical. 62. Aspects of the problem. Not until the apparatus of linear economics emerged through the work of von Neumann and Leontief did discussion of the quantitative value problem resume. 62. 4. Bernstein, Koski and the revisionist controversy. I. The rise of German socialism. In the second half of the 19th century, Germany experienced extremely rapid economic development, which transformed the empire from a relatively backward and largely agricultural area into one of the world's major industrial powers. The population grew from 35 million in 1849 to 65 million in 1910, and while the numbers in rural communities remained almost constant at 25 million, the urban population quadrupled. There was a massive expansion in the output of coal, metal products, heavy engineering, the shipbuilding industry, chemicals and electrical goods, pig iron alone increasing from barely 500,000 tons in 1860 to almost 15 million by 1910. Germany's late start brought with it the most modern technology, and its large plants yielded all the benefits of economies of scale. But the triumph of the factory system must not be exaggerated. Outworkers, artisans, and peasant industries also displayed a remarkable resilience, and as late as 1907 more than 1/3 of the occupied population was still to be found in agriculture and forestry. In the north and east especially, the power of the semi-feudal landlords remained largely intact. By contrast with Britain, German industry was financed to a very significant degree by the banks, which acquired a considerable stake in and control over manufacturing capacity. The German banking industry was also highly concentrated, the 5 largest groups controlling 3/4 of all bank capital by 1914. In turn, the banks encouraged the formation of price-fixing cartels, which operated in the majority of industries by the turn of the century and also promoted the trend towards increased concentration in industry. They extended their activities overseas to such effect that Germany became a net exporter of capital in the 1880s. 30 years later, the foreign assets of the empire amounted to 30 billion marks, or 3 times. 65. 66. The nation's annual export receipts. During the early decades of German industrialization, trade barriers were progressively lowered until, in the severe depression which began in 1873, Competition from North American grain and British pig iron brought big business and the Junkers together to demand government intervention. After 1880, German markets were again protected by tariffs. This was only one aspect of a pervasive and growing state involvement in the economy, which also included government or municipal ownership of railways, mines, factories, and public utilities, together with the Bismarckian social legislation providing for compulsory sickness, accident, and old age insurance, and controls on working hours for women and children. By 1914, Germany had a mixed economy with strong elements of corporatism. The social structure of the empire closely reflected its economic base. In addition to big business and the factory proletariat, there was the powerful quasi-feudal interest represented by the landowners, an important but only semi-proletarian and deeply oppressed agricultural working class, a large and often prosperous peasantry, particularly prominent in the south and west of the country, and a huge amorphous lower middle class of urban shopkeepers, craftsmen and petty employers of all descriptions. Politically and culturally, the German Empire occupied an intermediate position between a fully formed bourgeois society like that of the contemporary USA, and the ancien regimes. In Prussia, above all, pre-capitalist institutions, values and patterns of behavior remained dominant, even in the most advanced capitalist circles. Landed wealth, the military and the court retained an influence far exceeding that ascribed to them by Marxian theoreticians. 1. The German political system was essentially autocratic, with minor but significant concessions to democratic forms and a bureaucracy dominated at the top by the nobility. The impact of universal male suffrage in national elections was diluted both by more restrictive franchises in many of the states and by the absence of any notion of popular sovereignty. The government was answerable to the emperor rather than to parliament, and throughout the period severe constraints were placed on civil liberties and freedom of expression, most notably during the operation of the anti-socialist law between 1878 and 1890. Middle and upper-class opinion was overwhelmingly conservative and fiercely nationalistic, with neither the anti-clerical republican radicalism found in contemporary France nor the cosmopolitan liberalism of Gladstonian Britain. The upper echelons of the bourgeoisie had allied themselves with the aristocracy. As in many other parts of Europe, it was the latter's Weltanschauung that prevailed. Employer hostility to trade unions was almost universal, based more on fears of subversion than on any dogmatic commitment to free trade in labor power. Collective bargaining and industrial conciliation on the British pattern were very slow to develop. At 67, the extreme left of the spectrum of respectable German politics, in fact, stood the professorial socialists. Influenced by Rodbertus rather than by Marx, men like Gustav von Schmaler and Adolf Wagner managed to combine suspicion of unbridled capitalist competition, support for the welfare legislation, and unquestioning loyalty to the German state and its burgeoning military apparatus. German socialism took firm root in this apparently infertile soil. The 1875 Unification Conference at Gotha founded the SPD, the abbreviation by which the Social Democratic Party of Germany is invariably known, on the basis of the somewhat confused and eclectic program which Marx criticized so sharply. The party grew fast both in membership and in influence. The repressive legislation 3 years later did not affect its purely electoral activities, and complicated rather than prevented the dissemination of its propaganda. It established close relations with the rapidly expanding free trade unions, and built up a sizable army of paid employees as organizers, lecturers, and journalists for the party press. By 1914 the SPD had over 1 million members, and its affiliated trade unions over 2.5 million. In the 1912 elections it had won very nearly half the votes in towns with a population of 10,000 or more, and had every reason to expect still greater success. The party attracted militants from Austro-Hungary and Russia as well as from within Germany itself. Its debates were followed, its program studied, its intellectuals respected, throughout Europe and beyond. 3 In short, the SPD was the jewel in the crown of international socialism, by far the largest and most important Marxist party in the world. It dominated the Second International, practically and ideologically. The orthodox Marxist position, on economic as on all other issues, was that laid down in its program and by its theoreticians, most notably by Karl Koschei. In the following section we summarize that orthodoxy, as expressed in the Erfurt program of 1891 and Koschei's elaboration of it. In subsequent sections we consider the challenge to the established doctrine mounted by Eduard Bernstein in the second half of the decade, the response of Koschei and Rosa Luxemburg to Bernstein's heresy and the outcome of the revisionist controversy which he provoked. Note however that questions of colonial policy and imperialism, which played only a small part in the debate, are dealt with in chapters 5 and 6 below. The Russian dimension to revisionism is discussed in chapter I-0. 2. Orthodox Marxism and the Erfurt program. From its beginning the SPD was subject to a number of diverse intellectual influences, among them the ideas of Lassalle and Engels is notorious. 68. Biography of Eduard Bernstein. Born in 1850 in Berlin, the son of a Jewish locomotive driver, Bernstein left school at 16 to work in a bank. He joined the Eisenacher Socialists in 1872, was a delegate to the Gotha Congress 3 years later, and was active in the Berlin SPD until 1878. The anti-socialist laws forced him into exile, first in Switzerland and then in London, where he was both a close friend of Engels and an associate of the Fabians. Returning to Germany in 1901, Bernstein was elected as a deputy to the Reichstag in the following year and served until his retirement in 1928. He was also a journalist and lecturer at the Party School. In the First World War Bernstein initially voted with the German government, but reversed his stand in 1915 and joined the Independent Socialists in 1917. He was Assistant Secretary to the Treasury in the coalition SPD/USPD government in 1919. Bernstein subsequently rejoined the SPD, but had little political influence in the 1920s. He died in 1932. Biography of Karl Koschei. Born in Prague in 1854 of a Czech father and German mother, Koschei became an active socialist while still a student in Vienna in the mid-1870s. He founded Die Neue Zeit in 1883 and edited it until 1917, establishing it as the major theoretical organ of German-speaking Marxism. Koschei lived in London from 1885 to 1890, collaborating with Engels and Bernstein. On his return to Germany he wrote prolifically on a wide range of subjects and confirmed his position as the SPD's principal theoretician, the so-called Pope of Marxism. From the late 1890s to 1914 he led the intellectual battle against revisionism, and also opposed the revolutionary ideas of the party's left wing. Originally a supporter of the German war effort, Koschei turned against the First World War and joined the Independent Socialists in 1917. After 1918 he continued to write on Marxist theory and on Soviet communism. Koschei returned to Austria in 1924, fleeing to Czechoslovakia after the Dollfuss coup 10 years later. He emigrated to Holland just before the Nazi invasion of Czechoslovakia, and died there in 1938.69. Adversary, Eugen Dühring. For a time in the 1880s the conservative state socialism of Rodbert Huss had a substantial following and the eventual victory of Marxian theory was by no means automatic. For it had to be fought for, and its three most important protagonists were Engels and his protégés, Eduard Bernstein and Karl Koschei. Engels's economic writings from this period have been discussed in Chapter L. Bernstein was first and foremost a journalist and by comparison with Koschei he was a most reluctant theoretician. The latter edited the party's weighty monthly journal, Die Neue Zeit, and wrote the extremely influential economic doctrines of Karl Marx, in effect a summary of Volume I of Capital, which was translated into 5 languages within 4 years of its publication in 1887, and into 13 more languages subsequently. 5. It was Koschei, perhaps more than Engels himself, who was responsible for the elaboration and propagation of the corpus of accepted socialist theory which came to be seen as orthodox Marxism. This involved 2 subtle but fundamental changes from Marx's own thinking. First, the Hegelian and humanistic qualities which had characterized Marx's early writings and remained a theme in some of his mature work was replaced, to a considerable degree, by the more familiar positivistic method already widely accepted by bourgeois critics of contemporary capitalist society. Strict causal logic, predictive tendencies, and determinism edged out the Marxian categories of dialectical transcendence. Second, evolutionary scientific naturalism was infused into Marx's thought, bringing with it an optimistic belief in international peace, socio-economic progress, and the gradual advance of scientific understanding. Karl Koschei in particular had been a Darwinian before he became a Marxist, and his philosophy owed much more to anti-Dühring than to the early Marx. Koschei saw Marxism as the science of history, and his version of Marxian political economy rested firmly on this foundation. 6. The 1891 Erfurt Congress of the SPD marked an important turning point. With the repeal of the anti-socialist law, normal political life was resumed, and the party could contemplate a new statement of principles to replace the unsatisfactory Gotha program. The practical sections of the new manifesto were the responsibility of the SPD parliamentary leader August Bebel and of Bernstein, while under Engels's tutelage Koschei drew up the theoretical section. The resulting Erfurt program states that capitalism necessarily leads to the dispossession of the producers from the means of production, the displacement of small-scale enterprises by big business, and the eventual disappearance of the middle layers of peasants and small masters. All the advantages of technical progress are monopolized by the capitalists and landlords, while the workers suffer growing misery and insecurity. Class antagonisms become increasingly intense. They are exacerbated by economic crises, which are rooted in the essence of capitalist production and grow ever more far-reaching and more devastating. 70. Only the abolition of private property through the concerted political action of the proletariat will make possible the full development of humanity's productive powers. 7. None of this goes much beyond the equally bald statements of the Communist Manifesto. A systematic defense of the program was however provided by Koschei in 1892 in his book The Class Struggle, which contains particularly detailed accounts of the concentration of capital and the causes of economic crises. The two phenomena are closely related, Koschei argues. Credit is not merely an instrument for centralizing capital, for dispossessing non-capitalist elements of the population and for promoting rapid economic development. It is also a means to render modern industry more and more complicated and liable to disturbance, to carry the feeling of uncertainty into the ranks of capitalists themselves and to make the ground upon which they move ever more uncertain. Crises result from overproduction, which is itself due to the planlessness of capitalism. The faster the economy expands, the more difficult it becomes to estimate demand, the greater the uncertainty of market conditions, the more frantic is speculation. Trusts and syndicates offer no answer to crises. They are unable to suppress international competition, and simply engender a war to the knife between hostile groups of capitalists. 8. If the anarchy of capitalist production was one limb of Koschei's explanation of economic crises, the other was a growing deficiency of demand. The tendency for the rate of profit to fall impinged upon crises only in an indirect manner. The rate of profit was indeed decreasing, Koschei suggested, due to the much faster growth of constant than variable capital. But this trend will not cause the system to collapse, although it is one of the most remarkable contradictions of the capitalist system of production and is accompanied by a rising share of rent and taxation at the expense of industrial profit. Capital accumulation is proceeding so rapidly that total surplus value will continue to rise. Pressure will however mount on small capitalists, whose survival becomes increasingly precarious. Thus the decline of profit and interest does not bring on the downfall, but rather the narrowing of the capitalist class. This in turn is a significant factor in crises of overproduction, for the centralization of capital which it facilitates involves a redistribution of surplus value away from small proprietors, with consumption needs which are large in relation to their incomes, towards big capitalists who consume proportionally much less. The growth of working-class consumption is also restricted by the rise in unemployment. 9 The outcome, Koski argued, will be chronic overproduction, resulting in ever more frequent and more violent crises. The inadequacy of domestic demand could not for long be offset by the expansion of export markets. Already the most lucrative markets had been fully exploited, and from the remainder little is to be fetched beside fever and blows. Moreover, 71 capitalist production was beginning to emerge in hitherto undeveloped areas of the world, so that capitalist large production digs its own grave by creating its own competitors. Eventually markets will no longer be able to expand, and this would mean the bankruptcy of the whole capitalist system, which already begins to suffocate in its own surplus. Capitalism has outlived its historical mission, Koski concludes, and is ripe for replacement by the socialist commonwealth of the future. 10 Written in simple but graphic language, and holding out the prospect of imminent social transformation, The Class Struggle was an enormously influential work. Apart from Engels's occasional speculations, it represented the only serious attempt to accommodate Marx's political economy to the circumstances of the 1890s. Its inadequacies were hidden, for the moment at least, by Koski's own considerable prestige, buttressed by the authoritative support of Engels and the buoyant self-confidence of the SPD on whose behalf he spoke. But the defects were real enough. Neither empirically nor in theoretical terms is The Class Struggle a convincing work. Koski's claims concerning the centralization of capital, the increasing misery of the proletariat, the decreasing rate of profit and the growing inequality of income and wealth, are not supported by any serious statistical investigation. Detailed historical research of the type carried out by Marx is conspicuously absent. And Koski's account of cartels, credit, crises, and collapse rests upon assertion instead of rigorous analysis. The role of uncertainty in economic fluctuations is a complex question which remains extremely contentious today, and it would be unfair to expect too much of him in terms of formal argument on this issue. Koski, however, was writing some 8 years after the publication of the second volume of Capital, but makes no attempt to use Marx's reproduction models to demonstrate the inevitability of overproduction. Certainly the book lacks any reasoned defense of its apocalyptic tone. There is little in the Erfurt program to justify the charge that it put forward a purely mechanistic conception of breakdown, but such a reading of the class struggle is sometimes difficult to avoid. When Koski wrote that irresistible economic forces lead with the certainty of doom to the shipwreck of capitalist production 12, he was inviting a severe critical reaction. Before long it came, and from a most unexpected source. 3. Bernstein's challenge to orthodoxy. It is important at this point to remember that the SPD's theoreticians were almost without exception journalists or political activists rather than academics, and that even their most abstract writings were oriented 72. Towards concrete questions of strategy and tactics. At the time everyone involved believed there to be a very close connection between questions of abstract theory and the concrete issues of everyday politics. Errors of theory, it was thought, inevitably gave rise to political miscalculation. Conversely, a faulty position on protective tariffs, colonial expansion, or the mass strike was invariably attributed to a misunderstanding or tacit repudiation of the materialist conception of history. In fact, however, the link between theory and practice was much weaker than the participants themselves supposed. Few of the SPD's members had any great interest in theoretical niceties, and their leaders tended to respond pragmatically to events rather than to apply consistently the basic principles of Marxist analysis. 13. But this was not clearly perceived by the participants themselves. In consequence, the revisionist controversy has the flavor of a political schism as much as an intellectual debate. Orthodox Marxism was less than entirely clear as to the manner in which socialism would be achieved. The Erfurt program committed the party to the conquest of political power, but left open the question of how this was to be done. At the 1891 Congress, Babel almost denied the need for any action whatsoever, on the grounds that bourgeois society is working so vigorously towards its own destruction that we need only wait for the moment when we can pick up the power which has already dropped from its hands. Koski never went quite that far, but the ambiguity remained when, in 1893, he defined the SPD as a revolutionary but not a revolution-making party and denied that it was within the proletariat's power to engineer a social revolution any more than within that of the bourgeoisie to prevent it. 14. The class struggle was intensifying. The party must take part in it as the independent organ of working class, but how was it all going to end? Edward Bernstein denied the truth of these two assumptions, and with it the relevance of the question. If class antagonisms were actually declining in intensity, an alliance between social democracy and middle-class liberalism became possible. Indeed, it offered a more certain route to socialism than the nebulous revolutionary phraseology of the party leadership. Bernstein claimed that the SPD was a reformist party with a predominantly electoral orientation. Neither it nor its trade union allies were revolutionary in anything other than a verbal sense. This actually corresponded with the realities of German economic, social, and political development, from which the party program was increasingly remote. It was high time, Bernstein concluded, to acknowledge the true nature of the movement's practice, and to revise its theory and with it Marxism as a whole accordingly. It is significant that Bernstein had spent so much of his adult life outside Germany, first in Zurich and then crucially in London. There was no revolutionary socialist party to speak of in Britain, its place being occupied by a stable and successful trade union movement 73. And a powerful radical lobby which was accomplishing important social reforms through parliamentary legislation. Bernstein was profoundly influenced by the British Fabians and the closely related New Liberalism which expressed the left wing of middle-class opinion. 15. As early as 1890 he was describing social democracy as necessarily an extension of democratic liberalism. 6. This both summarizes his own political philosophy and encapsulates the evolving views of reformers such as J. A. Hobson. Bernstein was of course also on intimate terms with Friedrich Engels, but even his great authority could be invoked in opposition to the revolutionary rhetoric of the SPD and in defense of the achievement of socialism through peaceful reform. Indeed, Engels's introduction to Marx's Class Struggles in France, which was written in the year of his death, is still open to interpretation as the first major revisionist text. 17. An outright assault on orthodox Marxism would however have wounded Engels deeply, and to avoid this Bernstein delayed an explicit statement of his views until 1896. By this time the orthodox position was already under attack by writers like von Vollmer and David, who argued that SPD should accept the reality of its role as a non-revolutionary, reformist party committed to peaceful and political order. Only thus, they argued, could the support of the peasantry be secured. Such support was essential to the party's electoral success. Furthermore, and contrary to the expectations of Engels and Koski, they maintained, the peasants were not disappearing in the face of a triumphant capitalist agriculture, but were hanging on to a precarious existence in their millions. At least in agriculture, the polarization of society was proceeding much less rapidly than Marx and his followers had anticipated. 18. The broader implications of these arguments were traced by Bernstein between 1896 and 1898 in articles in Die Neue Zeit which were later published, with a number of postscripts and a reply to Koski's criticisms, under the title On the History and Theory of Socialism. They were followed in 1899 by a more systematic book-length version of The Case for Revisionism, The Assumptions of Socialism and the Tasks of Social Democracy, which was translated into English as Evolutionary Socialism. The assumptions began with a methodological manifesto. The further development and elaboration of the Marxist doctrine must begin with criticism of it, Bernstein claimed. Not only were there a number of contradictions in the orthodox theory, so that today, one can prove everything out of Marx and Engels. 19. It was also the case that Marx's excessively rigid materialism had devalued human consciousness and human will in favor of an almost Calvinist determinism which operated as a barrier against the formulation of an effective political strategy for social democracy. In fact, society was increasingly freeing itself from the tyranny of economic laws, as Engels had acknowledged in many of his later writings. Orthodox Marxism had failed to take account of this, Bernstein 74. Maintained, and had largely ignored the many fundamental changes in the nature of capitalist society which had occurred since 1867. He believed that a credible materialist conception of history could be defended against the excesses of the ultra-Marxists, but only on the basis of Kantian rather than Hegelian philosophy. Indeed, he concluded the book by putting himself forward as the Kant of social democracy. 20. The implications of this declamation were probably more far-reaching than Bernstein himself realized. In the final decades of the 19th century, the growing intellectual revolt against positivism and empiricism led to a revival of academic interest, not in the long discredited Hegelian dialectic, but rather in the Kantian theory of knowledge. Kant had rejected the positivist view of science as the mere establishment of regularities between empirically observable entities, stressing instead the prior role of the knowing subject in the structuring of knowledge. Although often criticized by Marxists for its supposedly ahistorical character, Kantian philosophy is not necessarily inconsistent with the Marx of the Paris manuscripts or the theses on Feuerbach, and later influenced both the Austro-Marxists and the Frankfurt School. Neo-Kantianism was, however, difficult to reconcile with the positivistic materialism of Engels and Koskai, and indeed posed a serious philosophical challenge to the prevailing Marxist orthodoxy, in particular to its assimilation of natural and social science. Bernstein made much less of it than he might have done. He was no philosopher, and was as much an eclectic empiricist as a consistent neo-Kantian. 21. This is evident in his critique of Marxian value theory, for example, which drew upon Baumgart's objections and showed considerable sympathy with marginal utility analysis, without any claim to have abandoned the labor theory of value altogether. Bernstein rejected Marx's treatment of differences in the skill, speed, and efficiency of labor, agreeing with the Russian writer Leo von Buch that the quantity of labor performed by individual workers could be measured only by reference to the wages that they received. Unless defined in this way, value was a mere hypothesis, a mental construct without any reality. 22. Bernstein denied that Marx's theory of fetishism marked any significant advance over the classical theory of value, whose advocates were well aware that individual workers were part of a wider social division of labor. He was disappointed by Marx's treatment of value theory in the long-awaited third volume of Capital, and particularly by his discussion of the transformation problem. Bernstein was also unconvinced by Engels's historical defense of the labor theory of value, agreeing with Konrad Schmidt that, if labor values prevailed only in pre-capitalist economies, the concept of labor value when applied to capitalism represented a pure formula, an abstraction, a pure abstract concept. 23. If the same could be said of marginal utility, the conclusion to be 75. Drawn was that the neoclassical and Marxian theories shared the same ontological basis, so that there was no a priori reason for rejecting one in favor of the other. Both had their uses. Koskai holds a pistol at my head, either or. But no one denied that both utility and a positive labor content were required to give an object value. Why not recognize this explicitly, Bernstein asked, instead of confusing the issue by conflating the two elements of value as Marx had done with his concept of socially necessary labor. 24. On the theory of exploitation, Bernstein again attempted to reconcile Marxist and neoclassical approaches. He pointed out that surplus labor is an empiric fact, demonstrable by experience, which needs no deductive proof, and that the labor theory of value is irrelevant to it except as a means of analysis and illustration. 25. Marx himself had explained the origins of surplus value in terms of his model of primitive accumulation, without invoking the theory of value. There was no significant difference, Bernstein believed, between the Marxian theory of exploitation and those advanced by socialist economists of different persuasions. The same conclusions had been reached from the Rothbardian theory of rent espoused by Eugen Dühring and by the English Jevonian socialists, who had derived a theory of profit from the relation between labor value and demand price. 26. Moreover, Bernstein argued, the Marxian rate of surplus value was a misleading index of the degree of exploitation. Commodities were sold at their prices of production and not at their labor values, so that individual rates of surplus value were irrelevant. Some of the most wretched workers would be found to have the lowest rates of surplus value, and vice versa. Marx also exaggerated the overall rate of exploitation by treating mercantile and banking activities as unproductive, whereas they were from their nature indispensable to the social life of modern times. 27. At this point Bernstein's discussion petered out. He had proved more effective as a critic of Marx's theory of value and exploitation than in setting out a substantive contribution of his own. British writers like Webb and Hobson were more forthcoming, even if they drew more heavily on Henry George and Alfred Marshall than on Marx or even on Jevons. 28. The third target of Bernstein's criticism was the Marxian theory of wages. Already in 1893 he had dismissed the Lassaline iron law of wages as valid only in the era of manufacturing preceding the modern industry stage which began with the Industrial Revolution. It applied only in conditions of small industry and unconstrained competition in the labor market, and had no bearing on contemporary capitalism with its state intervention, trade union pressure and continuously increasing productivity. Real wages were growing, Bernstein claimed, in absolute if not in relative terms. If the position of the working class was indeed becoming increasingly intolerable, it was due to the uncertainty of its existence in a highly volatile economic environment and not to any persistent onslaught. 76. On its physical standard of life. 29. Bernstein never repudiated this position, and added little to it in the assumptions, nor did he deny the existence of relative immiseration, reflected in the faster growth of profits than of wages. 30. In 1901, however, he did point to the progressive segmentation of the working class by region and occupation. Like trade unions, modern technology gave rise to both leveling and differentiating tendencies within the working class, and it could not be said with any certainty which would predominate. But wage differentials were both large and expanding. These developments were rendering increasingly irrelevant the traditional Marxist treatment of the proletariat as a single homogeneous force, Bernstein suggested, and making the reserve army of the unemployed more of an abstraction than a reality. Such arguments, which had always formed part of the bourgeois critique of Marxian theory, were rediscovered in the 1970s by U.S. Marxists. Bernstein concluded that they carried ominous political implications for social democracy, which required a unified and militant working class if it were ever to attain a monopoly of political power. 31. His fourth objection was directed against the Marxian view of the capitalist class, and in particular against the notion that the means of production were rapidly becoming concentrated in the hands of a tiny minority. The SPD had already confronted this issue in its discussion of the agrarian question in 1895-6, and in his book of that title Koski had been forced to concede that the centralization of agricultura, capital in Germany was proving both a slower and a more complicated affair than had hitherto been suspected. Bernstein cited evidence from several countries to support his contention that this was true outside agriculture, in fact for capitalist society as a whole. Data on tax liability and the distribution of shareholdings demonstrated a wide and probably increasing dispersion of property ownership rather than the growing concentration predicted by the orthodox Marxists. Something of the kind was needed, in fact, in order to explain how the expanding output of the consumer goods industries did, by and large, find profitable outlets in the home market. 33. While Bernstein admitted that large-scale industry was growing more rapidly, he pointed to the impressive survival of small workshops which, even in England, accounted for over half of all manufacturing employment. Economies of scale were evidently less important than was commonly believed, and small enterprises continued to dominate localized markets in such industries as baking and retail distribution. The Erfurt program had seriously overestimated the speed at which economic, and hence social and political, polarization was taking place. 34. These conclusions led Bernstein directly to the final and most important part of his critique, in which he attacked the orthodox contention that economic crises would inevitably become more and more severe. Engels's rather ambivalent position in Volume 3 could be read either as foreshadowing the end of regular cyclical crises of the old type or as predicting 77. Continuous depression. Views on the capitalist new capitalism of the late 1890s were equally conflicting. For some it was an increasingly regulated and controlled mode of production in which crises had largely been done away with, while for others it was simply in a state of permanent crisis. 35 Bernstein was convinced that the experience of the prosperous 1890s disproved the latter interpretation, which also rested upon faulty theoretical foundations. No more than Koski did he regard the falling rate of profit as pertinent to the question of crises. The most popular socialist theory of crises, he suggested in the Assumptions, was in terms of underconsumptionism. But this had been repudiated by Engels in Anti-Dühring and by Marx himself, and was not defensible in an economy where the purchasing power of both the proletariat and the middle classes was steadily expanding. 36 In his later writings Marx had suggested two further causes of crises, Bernstein argued. 1. The echo effect induced by the bunching together of replacement investment expenditures was implausible in principle and unsupported by any evidence. The other required disproportions in the reproduction process, brought about by the anarchic character of capitalist production and supposedly intensified by the growth of the world market and the great expansion of wealth and credit. Bernstein claimed, on the contrary, that these developments offered enhanced opportunities for orderly adjustment. It was more and more possible for overproduction in specific industries to be avoided or eliminated without sparking off a general crisis. Improved communications were permitting information to be transmitted faster and with greater certainty. Cartels and trusts were able to regulate production and introduce greater stability of prices and output. Crises were still possible because of unforeseen external events, but they were no longer the necessary outcome of inexorable economic laws. The common expectation that capitalism would break down under the strain of its own contradictions was unfounded. 37. For Luxemburg and Koski reply. Much of Bernstein's critique was simply asserted rather than being the product of a closely reasoned argument. In part this reflected his own inadequacy as a theorist, in part it was inherent in the nature of the debate. There were no accepted indices of concentration, centralization, social polarization, or the growth of proletarian consciousness, and no agreed criteria for assessing the degree to which trends in these phenomena lent support to one side or the other in the controversies they provoked. Defects similar to those in the revisionist case could also be found in the class struggle, and Bernstein did, it could be argued, have economic reality on his side. He would eventually be attacked on theoretical grounds, both. 78. Through the elaboration of formal models of crisis and breakdown and by less rigorous attempts to analyze the links between monopoly, finance capital, imperialism, and war. The initial reaction of Marxist orthodoxy was however polemical rather than scholarly. It was spearheaded, inevitably, by Karl Koski, but he was anticipated by the young, aggressive, and very ambitious Rosa Luxemburg. Biography of Rosa Luxemburg. Born in 1871 in Zamość to middle-class Jewish parents, Luxemburg grew up in Warsaw but was forced into exile in Zurich in 1890. Here she studied at the university and helped to establish the anti-nationalist Polish Social Democratic Party. Luxemburg moved to Germany in 1898, working as a journalist and teacher for the SPD, whose central school in Berlin employed her as a lecturer from 1908 to 1914. Always linked to the SPD's left wing, she became a leader of the small minority of German socialists who from the outset urged revolutionary opposition to the First World War. Luxemburg was one of the founders of the Spartakusbund and, on her release from prison in 1918, of the German Communist Party. A passionate but critical supporter of the Bolshevik Revolution, she was murdered in 1919 with Liebknecht by right-wing paramilitaries, with the connivance of the new SPD government. Because Koski held back for a long time out of personal friendship for Bernstein, Luxemburg was first into the fray. 38 Her attack, in a series of newspaper articles in 1898, started from the same political assessment of revisionism as the liberal British economist James Bonner was to make in his review of the assumptions. The principles of Mr. Bernstein, in fact, seem to give us not social democracy, but democracy without socialism, without what has hitherto passed for socialism in Germany or even in our own country. We are all socialists, Mr. Bernstein not less than most of us, and not much more. 39 Luxembourg declared her intention to be the defense of socialist theory up to now, which declared that the point of departure for a transformation to socialism would be a general and catastrophic crisis, the affirmation that capitalism, as a result of its own inner contradictions, moves towards a point when it will be unbalanced, when it will simply be impossible. This was one reading of established 79. Marxist doctrine, which Luxembourg shared with lesser figures like Heinrich Kuhnau and the English socialist, E. Belfort Bax, but not or so he was later to claim with Koskai. 3 propositions formed the pillars of scientific socialism, she continued. The first was growing anarchy of the capitalist economy, leading eventually to its ruin. The second was the increasing socialization of production within capitalism, which contained the germ of the future socialist order, and the third was the swelling organization and consciousness of the proletariat. Bernstein denied the first proposition but refused to answer the obvious question, why and how, in that case, shall we attain the final goal? He regarded the second and third propositions as factors which suppressed crises and promoted peaceful progress, thereby rendering socialist revolution superfluous. Against this Luxembourg argued that the growth of credit and cartels exacerbated the contradictions between production and consumption, and increased the severity of crises. The extension of credit led to expanded production, often through inherently unstable speculative activity. Then, when confidence faltered, it rapidly reduced consumption since at the first symptom of a crisis, credit melts away. Far from serving as a means of adaptation, cartels appeared to Luxembourg as another instrument of greater anarchy. They permitted profits in some branches of industry to rise at the expense of others, but could not hold back the fatal fall of the rate of profit in the economy as a whole. 40 It is significant that Luxembourg should see the falling rate of profit as a means of the centralization of capital rather than as a major cause of crises. This passing reference seems to have been the only occasion on which she took the tendency at all seriously. Later in the pamphlet she described militarism as indispensable for the capitalists as a method of placement for financial and industrial capital. If this contained in embryo the future Hilferding-Lenin theory of imperialism impelled by capital exports which resulted from declining profit rates at home, it was in Luxembourg's case stillborn. Her own analysis of imperialism, which had a gestation period of fully 15 years, took on quite a different form. 41. There is nothing in this early polemic that would qualify as a theory of crisis, for which slogans about the anarchy of capitalist production or the contradiction between production and consumption were a poor substitute. Bernstein had little difficulty in countering Luxembourg's assertions about the role of credit and cartels, while his reaction to her question concerning the attainment of the SPD's final goal was the famous revisionist maxim. I have remarkably little interest in or understanding of what is commonly meant by the final goal of socialism. This goal, whatever it may be, is nothing to me, the movement is everything. And by the movement I 80. Understand the general movement of society, i.e. social progress, just as much as political and economic agitation and organization for bringing about this progress. 42. Karl Koskai's Antikriti/43 was an altogether more substantial effort. Like Luxembourg's diatribe, it was political to its core. The cornerstone of Koskai's politics was his belief that the interests of capitalists and workers were totally irreconcilable. The proletariat must therefore remain isolated from other classes, and social democracy must be completely independent of all other parties. This perspective conditioned Koskai's reaction to both the philosophical and the economic foundations of revisionism. He rejected the neo-Kantian element in Bernstein's thought because it derived socialism from universal ethical principles which deprived it of its proletarian class basis. and he insisted upon the growing centralization of capital and increasing severity of economic crises, since without these tendencies there was the prospect of precisely the class conciliation and political coalitions which he so vehemently repudiated. 44. Characteristically, the anticritic begins with methodological issues. Bernstein criticizes Marx's method, Koski maintains, but fails to put anything in its place and continues to use it. Revisionist objections to the materialist conception of history are misplaced, since Marxism emphasizes the class struggle rather than mechanical necessity. 45. There follows a brief and unsatisfactory chapter on the theory of value. Koski's only concession to Bernstein on this question concerns the reduction of skilled to unskilled labor, on which he admits Marx could have been more explicit. But value is theoretically prior to wages, and the latter cannot legitimately be used to determine the former. Value is not a purely theoretical concept, as Bernstein supposes, but is in principle observable as the long-run tendency or center of gravity around which prices fluctuate. Koski condemns Bernstein's eclecticism and accuses him of vagueness and evasion in refusing to specify those uses in which marginal utility analysis is allegedly superior to the labor theory of value. However, Koski himself offers neither a criticism of neoclassical theory nor the detailed treatment of wage determination which he admits to be required, nor does he so much as mention the problems associated with Marx's analysis of the transformation of labor values into prices of production. The chapter concludes with a dogmatic assertion that a rejection of the labor theory of value would entail abandonment, not just of any theory of exploitation, but of the materialist conception of history in its entirety. Koski makes no attempt to justify these very sweeping statements, and his treatment of the whole issue is greatly inferior to Hilferding's attack on Bohm-Bawerk, which appeared 5 years later. 46. The chief purpose of the anticritic was to defend the graphic picture of capitalist development drawn in the Erfurt program, which ostensibly 81 formed the basis of the SPD's strategy. This occupies the remaining 4/5 of the book. First, Koski denounces the so-called breakdown theory as a figment of Bernstein's imagination. Neither Koski himself nor Marx and Engels had ever advanced a theory of inevitable economic collapse, and the very word was not part of the everyday language of social democracy. The true breakdown theory, as Koski concluded, was that of the Communist Manifesto, which referred only to the growing power, unity, and class consciousness of the proletariat and was completely inconsistent with the fatalism of which Bernstein accused the socialist movement. There was a little truth in this, but Koski had conveniently forgotten both the apocalyptic tone of some of his own earlier writing and Rosa Luxemburg's very explicit statement of the breakdown theory. 47. He was on much firmer ground in challenging Bernstein's critique of the concentration of capital. Again, the revisionist case lacked precision, Koski argued, and it was difficult to know whether Bernstein was denying the existence of any tendency towards increased concentration. All theories were necessarily abstract and unrealistic, he observed, and, if Bernstein was saying nothing more than that, then he need not arouse serious concern. In fact, the concentration of capital was progressing in all branches of the economy, sometimes very rapidly, sometimes more slowly. It was least developed in retail trade. Bernstein's was a theory of the barber's shop and the public house, which did not apply to the leading sectors of manufacturing industry. Small capitalists were in any case increasingly dependent upon large capital, and this was especially true in agriculture, where statistics on land tenure concealed growth in the effective concentration of economic power. The existence of industrial cartels was further evidence of enhanced concentration, which Bernstein surprisingly ignored. 48. There was insufficient statistical support for Bernstein's claim that the number of property owners was increasing, Koski continued, except in Britain, which, as the center of a global empire, was a very special case. As for joint stock companies, they represented a means for extending concentration. With their growing numbers of totally idle capitalists, they also demonstrated the parasitic and historically superfluous character of the capitalist mode of production. 49. Finally, Koski maintained, Bernstein's theoretical case for the increased size of the propertied classes was unconvincing. The enormous expansion of surplus value did not require an ever-increasing number of capitalist bellies to consume it. Much was absorbed by unproductive expenditure by the very rich or by the state on their behalf, including military establishments and conspicuous consumption on fashionable and ostentatious goods. Above all, the accumulation of capital constituted the most important outlet for surplus value. 50. On the question of wages, Koski made substantial concessions to 82. Bernstein, restricting physical immiseration to those areas where capitalist production had only recently established itself. Relative immiseration was growing, however, in the advanced countries, since proletarian living standards rose less rapidly than those of the capitalists, and the chronic insecurity of their position threatened the modest comforts of even the most privileged sections of the English and German working classes. 51. There was nothing here with which Bernstein could disagree. It was otherwise with his treatment of economic crises. Koski commenced with the revealing statement that crises were only a secondary issue, less important than the concentration of capital and the sharpening of social contradictions. They merely strengthened those tendencies, which would continue even in their absence. Marx and Engels had never claimed that economic crises were a necessary condition for socialism, Koski argued. Once again Bernstein was setting up a straw man. Nor did anyone deny that the 10-yearly fluctuations experienced in Marx's day had ceased. The real question was whether crises, of whatever periodicity, must necessarily recur and, if so, for what reasons. 52. Koski maintained that the anarchy of capitalist production made crises inevitable, since it gave rise to overproduction. As the rate of growth of output increased, so too did the system's requirements for customers. The working class could not constitute a sufficient market, since its share of aggregate income was decreasing. Any increase in the home market was due to the decline of subsistence production, and similar pressures permitted the expansion of external markets. But it was never enough. Every further extension of the market stimulates production, driving it to overproduction and crises. And every crisis provides the most urgent incentive for the extension of the market. This not only promotes the concentration of capital and increases the insecurity of working class existence, thus moving society closer to socialism. It also undermines capitalism in a more direct way. Once overproduction becomes chronic, in the sense that markets can no longer keep pace with production, the capitalist mode of production tends to become impossible. Koski denies the necessity of a massive, worldwide crisis, with socialism emerging phoenix-like from the ashes of capitalist production. Overproduction may set in only slowly, and there can be no question of precise knowledge of why and when. The class struggle may well do away with capitalism long before the final limit of chronic overproduction is reached, but the very existence of such a limit is of political significance, since it serves to bring the ultimate goal within sight. 53. There is nothing more on crisis theory in the Anticritic, apart from a brief discussion of credit and cartels which adds very little to Luxemburg's assessment. 54. Koski published a much longer account of his ideas in Die Neue Zeit in 1901 while reviewing a book on crises by the Russian revisionist Michael Tugan-Baranovsky. He begins by defending Marx's analysis of the falling rate of profit against Tugan-Baranovsky's assertions that the rate of profit will increase with rising labor productivity. Significantly, Koski once again treats this as an isolated technical issue with no direct bearing on the question of crises. 55. In the second part of the article he sets out his interpretation of Marx's theory of crisis, which is explicitly underconsumptionist. In the proletariat, however, there exists a class whose underconsumption is a necessary result of its social circumstances. The underconsumption is not, however, to be understood in a physical sense, a bit like undernourishment, but in social terms, as the consumption of a class which falls behind its production. 56. Underconsumption in this sense is a universal feature of class societies, Koski continues, yet there have been crises for less than a century. Hence underconsumption leads to crises only under definite historical conditions. Before the advent of industrial capitalism, exploitation was oriented almost entirely towards satisfying the luxury consumption requirements of the propertied classes, and there was no great danger of overproduction. Capitalism introduces both constraints upon consumption by the rich and continuous and rapid increases in the output of consumer goods. Therefore capitalists must seek an additional market outside their own sphere in occupations and nations not yet producing capitalistically. But even this is inadequate, Koski asserts, because such markets do not possess the remarkable elasticity of capitalist production. This is, in short, as far as we can see, the generally accepted orthodox Marxist theory of crisis, established by Marx. 57 Koski had advanced a similar argument as early as 1884. 58. Foreshadowing Rosa Luxemburg's later analysis of imperialism, which will be considered in detail in Chapter 6 below. He continued his criticism of Baranovsky by turning to the question of disproportionality between the various branches of capitalist industry, which Baranovsky regarded as the only cause of CRI3ES. The latter had invoked Marx's reproduction models to demonstrate that overproduction could be avoided so long as all branches grew at an appropriate rate. Only the anarchic, unplanned character of capitalist production, he concluded, made proportional growth unlikely and thus gave rise to crises. Koski agreed with him that disproportionality was a factor which from time to time can engender crises of its own accord or further sharpen a general crisis which was already in existence. But underconsumption was the ultimate cause of all crises. Capitalism was not a self-sustaining mechanism irrespective of human needs, as Baranovsky believed. Production is and remains production for human consumption, Koski maintained, and continuous crisis-free expansion of production with increased consumption was impossible. 5. 9. On the positive side, Baranovsky had shown the futility of 84. Attempts to invoke cartels as a means of averting crises. 60. He had also documented the global increase in unemployment, which Koski interpreted as evidence that crises had become sharper and more prolonged. Bernstein's liberal optimism of a few years ago could no longer be sustained. 61 Baranovsky's data were also consistent with Parvis's hypothesis of long cycles in economic activity, the first beginning in 1815 and ending in 1849, the second occupying the period 1849 to 87, and the third still in its upward phase. This theory explained both the relative prosperity of the 1890s and the inevitability of its demise, Koski concluded, for the previous Sturm-und-Drang periods of rapid expansion had lasted only 20 or at best 25 years. Chronic overproduction must set in, probably quite soon. Before it began there was a serious danger of war, for periods of stagnation were most propitious to the preservation of world peace. 62 Koski's discussion of crises reveals the dominance of underconsumptionist ideas in Marxist thought before 1914, together with the marginality of the falling rate of profit and the widespread suspicion of disproportionality models of crises. In analytical terms, however, his performance was not especially impressive. It was very easy to score points off Baranovsky by showing that his example of crisis-free growth with reduced consumption represented only one very special case, 63, or to hoist Bernstein by his own petard. Constructing a formal model of underconsumption and linking it to periodic crises was much more difficult, and Koski never made the effort. He did not need to, for Bernstein had even less to offer in this respect. Neither protagonist, in fact, had displayed any great aptitude for political economy. An assessment. Koskian orthodoxy rested upon a particular view of German society, which Bernstein contested with only partial success. Koski maintained that capitalism in Germany was both fully developed and increasingly crisis-prone. It was thus ripe for replacement by socialism, through the revolutionary intervention of a homogeneous and militantly class-conscious proletariat. Bernstein challenged Koskai's assertion of the growing severity of economic crises, for which indeed no convincing explanation had been supplied. He was able to show that German society was much more complicated than the polarist pure capitalism of Marx's abstract models. Small business was too firmly entrenched, the petite bourgeoisie too powerful, the working class too segmented and reformist, for the orthodox vision of imminent revolution to be at all credible. But Bernstein's hopes for the gradual achievement of social democracy 85 through peaceful parliamentary means were equally unrealistic. They presupposed a liberal bourgeoisie which was prepared to ally itself with the socialists against the state, and there was no such animal. Thus Koskai was right to argue that the various non-proletarian classes and groups constituted potentially if not yet actually a single reactionary mass in opposition to the working class, and that socialism could be won only through the independent action of the proletariat, fighting alone against all other classes. His error lay in a gross exaggeration of its revolutionary potential in contemporary Germany. The mirror image of Koskai's mistake was Bernstein's wholly unwarranted optimism concerning the prospects for a class alliance to secure democratic reforms. Both in practical organizational terms and at the intellectual level, Bernstein was the clear loser in the revisionist controversy. Attempts to amend the Erfurt program were consistently opposed by a substantial majority in the SPD. Even within the faction of the party hostile to Koskaian orthodoxy, Bernstein was more of a symbol than an important political leader. This role was occupied by Joseph Bloch, the editor of the revisionist journal Sozialistische Monarchie.fte. 64 Bernstein's replies to Koskai's analytical criticisms, published in occasional articles and in the various postscripts to the pieces collected in Zurgeschichte, were fragmentary and lacking in depth. 65 The theoretical treatise which would have been necessary if the revisionists were to mount an effective challenge to orthodox beliefs did not appear. Bernstein himself was almost certainly incapable of writing it, and the only other possible candidate, Konrad Schmidt, had settled for life as a journalist. This is not to deny that there was considerable force in their arguments, both at the more abstract level, and in terms of more concrete economic analysis. There should have been nothing shocking in the notion of revisionism as such. Indeed, the very concept of Marxism as a science of historical society, with its constantly changing human subject matter, could be interpreted as demanding continuous revision of laws and concepts. But orthodox Marxism was assuming the character of a rigid theology, immune to criticism and increasingly prone to heresy hunts. Hence Bernstein was more often denounced than refuted. Perhaps, too, the revisionists' intellectual project, a theory of history, society, politics, and economics of sufficient stature to rival that of Engels and Koskai, was simply too ambitious for it ever to have succeeded. Certainly revisionism failed to make much headway elsewhere in European social democracy. Even in Russia, where Bernstein claimed extensive support and where Lenin repeatedly accused not only the legal Marxists and economists but also the Mensheviks of opportunism, the principal issues at stake were rather different. The controversy within the Russian 86 socialist movement concerned the strategy required to ensure a successful bourgeois democratic revolution, which all non-peasant parties agreed to be the only possible form of revolution in the backward conditions of Tsarist Russia. It is true that legal Marxists such as Tagan Baranovsky and Struve used ideas similar to those of Bernstein, but this occurred as part of a process in which they came to reject all forms of Marxism. 66. In Germany, though, there is much to be said for the view that Bernstein, having lost the opening battle, went on to win the war. For all practical purposes the SPD was, as he described it, a pragmatic reformist party, largely devoid of revolutionary zeal and incapable even of carrying out a comprehensive bourgeois democratic reconstruction of the German state. Both the party and its trade union affiliates were compromised, by the very limited reformist gains which they achieved, into something very close to an acceptance of the social and political status quo. 67. Arguably the contradiction between revolutionary program and reformist activity poses an inescapable dilemma for any socialist movement which operates, however tenuously, as a legal political entity. 68. The long-term consequences are clear. Sooner or later it proved to be later theory and practice would have to be reconciled, and it would not be practice which gave way. Thus the SPD's Gorlitz program, in force between 1921 and 1925, was revisionist in spirit. 69 And many theoretical developments between 1914 and 1933, from Hilferding's concept of organized capitalism to the Frankfurt School's rejection of any automatic economic laws, have their origins in Bernstein's original polemic. Prior to 1914, however, orthodoxy reigned. If the first 15 years of the century did see considerable advances in Marxian political economy, it was largely through the disposal of unfinished business left over from Koskai's defeat of Bernstein. Aside from the theory of value, the agenda consisted of three closely related items. First, a more elaborate analysis of crises had to be provided. Second, a more systematic account was needed of the new stage in capitalist development in which the central problems were posed by cartels and credit, and in which bankers and financiers featured more prominently than the cotton manufacturers of Marx's day. The final and most urgent requirement was for an economic explanation of imperialist rivalry, of colonial expansion and of the growth of militarism, which were posing political questions which could no longer be ignored. The response of the German theoreticians to these issues forms the subject of the next two chapters. Russian writings are discussed in chapter 13.87. 5. Finance, Capital and Imperialism, Karl Koskai and Rudolf Hilferding. The final quarter of the 19th century saw a number of important changes in the world capitalist economy and in the political relations between the great powers. Whereas the late 1860s witnessed the closest ever approximation to universal free trade, the trend thereafter was towards increased protectionism, together with growing monopolization primarily through the establishment of trusts and cartels. World trade continued to grow more rapidly than industrial output, and between 1870 and 1914 there was a massive migration of people from Europe to the newly settled areas of North and South America, Australia, and South Africa. This was accompanied by the exportation of capital on a gigantic scale, increasing the overseas assets of the European countries from $6.5 billion in 1874 to $44.0 billion in 1913, and by the frantic acquisition of colonies in the scramble for Africa and elsewhere. How far this amounted to a distinct new stage of capitalist development remains controversial, for there had always been elements of monopoly in capitalist economies, and the fastest growth in both commodity and capital exports came before rather than after 1875, while the imperialism of free trade had allowed Britain to expand its formal and informal empire throughout the 19th century. At the political level, however, there is less reason to doubt that fundamental changes were taking place. The long decades of peace and relative international harmony were giving way to an era of mounting tension, set against a background of increasing economic rivalry as the economies of continental Europe followed Britain with their own industrial revolutions. The most graphic evidence of increasing friction is supplied by the accelerating remilitarization of Europe. Between 1870 and 1910 Arma 91. Men's expenditure per capita doubled in Britain, France, and Russia, and trebled in Germany. There were further substantial increases over the next 4 years. By 1914 arms accounted for 3.4% of national income in Britain, 4.6% in Germany, 4.8% in France and over 6% in Austro-Hungary and Russia. By the standards of the late 20th century these figures are small enough, but in the context of the recent past the increases were huge. If war itself lay in the future, preparations for war were evident on all sides in the quarter century after 1890. These developments posed serious problems for German social democracy. In practical political terms, the movement had to decide its position on such issues as protective tariffs, colonial expansion, and the growth of military expenditure. The stronger the SPD's electoral role, the more difficult it became to avoid taking a stand on these questions. The voting behavior of the party's representatives in the Reichstag was a matter of public record, and even abstentions were open to exploitation by its enemies. Nor could the related analytical issues be easily ignored. What was the relationship between political expansion, military belligerence, and the economic contradictions of contemporary German capitalism? Did the new imperialism herald a qualitatively different stage of capitalist production? If so, what were its implications for economic crises and the class struggle? How could the new stage be characterized, and how would it end? As with the revisionist controversy, the theoretical debate on imperialism was assumed by all who took part in it to have immediate political significance and, to a very considerable extent, they were right. In this chapter we consider the analysis of imperialism offered by Karl Koskay and Rudolf Hilferding. Later chapters discuss the contributions of Rosa Luxemburg and Otto Bauer and of the Russian Marxists, most notably Nikolai Bukharin and V.I. Lenin. 2. Bernstein and Koskay on imperialism. Marx had provided very little guidance on these matters, his published writings on imperialism being scanty, fragmented and often contradictory. In addition, his journalism was largely unavailable before 1914. 3. As we saw in Chapter I, Engels added little of substance beyond a denunciation of protectionism and a demand for the general disarmament of the leading capitalist powers, which was possible, he claimed, within the existing social framework. There is little suggestion in Marx's work, and hardly any in that of Engels, that there might be a close connection between economic crises, the concentration of capital, and the impulse to imperialism. 92. Was the new expansionism, then, nothing more than an aberration due to the political pressures of reactionary and pre-capitalist interest groups, rather than anything more fundamental? This position was consistently upheld by Edward Bernstein, once again reflecting the influence upon him of cosmopolitan British liberals such as Hobson and Brailsford. Like Hobson, Bernstein defended the right of more civilist peoples to impose progress upon lower cultures. This much he had in common with the right wing of the SPD, where jingoism was rife. 4. But Bernstein denied that colonial policy and national consciousness entailed an illiberal and aggressive chauvinism. On the contrary, for him the protectionist ideas of the Kathedersozialisten were romantic nonsense. The logic of free trade would prove irresistible, and international harmony would increase. The economic development of nations will intensify their enmity. What nonsense! As if nations were petty shopkeepers competing for a limited clientele such that a gain for one necessarily represented a loss for the others. A mere glance at the development of the commercial relations among the advanced countries demonstrates the fallacious character of these ideas. The most industrially developed countries are simultaneously competitors and customers of one another. Likewise, their trade relations expand simultaneously with their mutual competition. The era in which peoples attempted to subjugate one another is finished in Europe, and the same will more and more tend to be true in Asia. We have entered a new epoch, an epoch in which international law will prevail. 5. This essentially liberal optimism was clear, consistent, and fully in accordance with Bernstein's overall conception of capitalist development. Karl Koskay's ideas on imperialism never attained a similar coherence. Fruitful but profoundly contradictory, Koskay's writings contained the germ of every significant view expressed by anti-revisionist theorists before 1914, as well as anticipating the non-Marxist model of imperialism advanced by Joseph Schumpeter. 6. As early as 1884 Koskay argued that colonies were a prerequisite for capitalist expansion, and that Germany's lack of them was one of the main reasons why she had failed to industrialize at the same time as Britain. 7. In the 17th and 18th centuries colonial possessions had been essential both for the primitive accumulation of capital and as a source of markets. The latter function was now much the more important, Koskay maintained. Workers received in wages less than the value of their product, and capitalist consumption was insufficient to fill the gap. Hence capitalists must find a market outside the sphere of their own production which could offer the prospect of continuous growth. Their first target was the domestic peasantry, but its purchasing power was restricted by its steady impoverishment. Accordingly, as a sales market the colonies have become a condition of existence for capitalism. 8. This 93 position was later to be argued vigorously by Rosa Luxemburg. The social imperialists within the SPD were to use a similar analysis to support the expanding German Empire, either with ill-concealed nationalistic fervor or on the slightly devious argument that anything which accelerated the development of capitalism also brought socialism nearer. 9. Koskai however denied that the French seizure of Tonkin would be of any lasting benefit for French capitalism. Rather the reverse, it would encourage competition from the emerging Chinese bourgeoisie, and with it the growth of a national liberation movement of the type already apparent in India, Japan, and the Islamic world. The result would be the breakdown of the modern colonial system, which would make the continuation of the present industrial system impossible, and lead inexorably to socialism. 10. There are echoes of this essentially Luxemburgist analysis of imperialism in the class struggle, the widely read exposition of the SPD's Erfurt program which Koskai published in 1892. But his earlier triumphal conclusion is now tempered with pessimism. Territorial expansion is essential for the growth of markets, he argues. Colonial policy encourages militarism, and this turns Europe into an armed camp. There are but two ways out of this intolerable state of things, either a gigantic war that shall destroy some of the existing European states, or a union of them all in a federation. 11. This final suggestion re-emerged 15 years later as the concept of ultra-imperialism, and was to provoke the wrath of Lenin. In these early writings Koskai seems to be in no doubt that overseas expansion is a rational policy for the capitalist class as a whole. By 1897-8 his position had changed. In a long article on colonial policy old and new, Koskai distinguished labor colonies based on European settlement from exploitation colonies where plunder of the large native populations was the rule. The latter offered little but cheap imports. Only the labor colonies could provide a useful outlet for exports from the colonial power, and the outcome of the American War of Independence had demonstrated the futility of attempting to monopolize their markets. Pre-industrial classes could benefit from exploitation colonies, but industrial capitalists needed customers with purchasing power. Where merchant capital had been monopolistic and militaristic, industrial capital sought peace and order and became actively anti-colonialist. Koskai interpreted the contemporary reversion to mercantilist policies of protection and colonial plunder as a product of political reaction, carried out by classes opposed to economic development. It was the policy of bureaucrats, state pensioners, and high finance rather than of industrial capitalists. Koskai concluded that German capitalists had gained nothing from the colonization of 94 Africa, and would fare no better in China. Free trade on the British model was much more sensible. 12 Within 4 years his views had changed once again. In his pamphlet Commercial Policy and Social Democracy, first published in 1901 and reissued in a revised version 10 years later, Koskai anticipated Hilferding and Lenin by pointing to the connection between the formation of cartels, industrial capitalists' demands for protection, and the growth of militarism which threatened to spark off a world war. His focus was now on an intense struggle for markets in a situation of chronic overproduction. Unlike earlier tariff systems, he argued, the new protectionism would prove to be permanent. It was based, not on infant industry considerations, but on the need to secure higher prices on the capitalist home market than were available abroad. The revenues from tariffs were used to finance arms spending, thus increasing the demand for steel and related products and giving one important section of the German bourgeoisie a vested interest in both protectionism and militarism. Cutthroat competition overseas and competitive expansion in search of new markets leads to growing international tension. The proposed international customs unions were entirely utopian, since their members would be at different stages of development and thus unwilling to cooperate peacefully. And the existing world division of labor was under mounting pressure from newly industrializing areas whose challenge had been financed by capital exports from the original advanced countries, whose dominant position they would soon attack. Once all the world's agricultural areas had been annexed, Koskai concluded, war between the industrial countries would become inevitable. It could be averted only by the advent of socialism. 13. 3. Hilferding on finance capital. The erratic, unsystematic, and often contradictory nature of Koskai's writings on imperialism owed something to the context. In the everyday political life of the SPD, consistency was less valuable than the establishment of a firm line on the issues of the moment. It must not be forgotten, either, that these were intrinsically difficult questions on which historical precedent offered little guidance, and that Koskai did not enjoy the benefit of hindsight. Above all, he was neither trained nor especially adept as a political economist, and was unable to develop the rigorous analysis necessary for the construction of a coherent Marxist theory of imperialism. The first serious attempt to provide such a theory was made by Rudolf Hilferding. In an early article on the changing function of protective tariffs, Hilferding had gone beyond Koskai's position in commercial policy to argue that 95. In the modern system of protective tariffs, the action of the capitalist class seems no longer to be handicapped by the multiplicity of diverging individual interests. It is much more organized, united, conscious action, which uses political means with enormous power to increase its profit, introduces the final phase of capitalism. To combat the fall in the rate of profit, this law of motion of capitalism, capital does away with free competition, organizes itself, and through its organization is put in a position to increase its influence through state power, placing it immediately and directly in the service of its interest in exploitation. 14. The consequences were an increasingly aggressive colonial policy, a further intensification of the class struggle, and the strongest stimulus to overproduction. 15. This fell well short of a comprehensive analysis of imperialism, which had to await the publication of Hilferding's major work, Finance Capital. The book begins with an account of the Marxian theory of money and credit. Hilferding interprets credit as a means of keeping to a minimum the quantity of idle money which is not used for productive purposes. Bank credit has significant advantages over commercial credit in economizing on the use of money. Hence merchants lose much of their former influence and the banks become increasingly prominent as suppliers of credit to industry. There is also a change in the nature of bank credit, away from the supply of short-term finance to the provision of funds for long-term investment projects. This gives the banks a growing interest in the firm's long-run prospects, in addition to its immediate solvency. It also leads to an important shift in the distribution of aggregate surplus value. The share of interest increases at the expense of entrepreneurial profit, reflecting the growing power of the banks in the economy as a whole. 16. In fact, the typical industrial capitalist is no longer an owner-manager, Hilferding maintains, but a shareholder in a joint stock company. The rise of corporate capitalism is an inevitable consequence of the economies of large-scale production, which entail that the expansion of the firm be freed from the bonds of individual property. 17. Big business requires investments far beyond the resources of any individual or small group of partners. This capital is mobilized by the banks, who extend credit to productive enterprises in exchange for shares. Now shareholders are in effect money capitalists, not entrepreneurs, and their dividend incomes resemble interest payments rather than entrepreneurial profits. Hilferding notes that the rate of interest is invariably less than the rate of profit on productive capital, and shows how this differential offers the opportunity of huge capital gains for company promoters. He takes as an example an unincorporated 96 enterprise with a productive capital of £1 million, an average rate of profit of 15% and hence an annual profit flow of £150,000. How much would the firm be worth if floated as a company on the stock exchange? Prospective shareholders will demand a dividend yield somewhat higher than the rate of interest. With the addition of a small risk premium, the required yield becomes 7%. The capitalized value of an asset yielding £130,000 per annum at 7% is £130,000/0.07 equals £1,857,143. This is the amount that investors will be prepared to pay for the newly floated company. The difference between the value of the shares and the value of the productive capital accrues to the promoters as promoters' profit. Algebraically, P equals LOOY underscore LOOYDR, where Y is the yield of the enterprise, P is promoters' profit, D is the dividend, and R is the rate of profit. Promoters' profit is neither a swindle, nor some kind of indemnity or wage. It is an economic category sui generis. 18. The weakness in Hilferding's argument is obvious. He simply takes the difference between the rate of interest and the profit rate for granted, and offers no explanation of its origins or persistence. There is also a certain tension between the central role which promoters' profit plays in his analysis and his claim that the rate of profit tends to fall while the interest rate remains constant, which would reduce the scope for capital gains derived from the difference between them. 19. Setting these problems aside, the significance of promoters' profit is unmistakable. The bank's advantages in mobilizing capital mean that it is typically they who dominate company flotations, taking their rewards in the form of share capital and continually increasing their stake in productive industry. The growth of joint stock companies thus reinforces the existing pressures for the centralization of capital. The same process goes on within the banking sector itself, tending towards the formation of a single central bank which will ultimately control capitalist production as a whole. 20. These developments go hand in hand with the challenge to free competition, already severely weakened by the growth of fixed capital requirements in many branches of industry. The banks sponsor cartels, trusts and mergers with the object of suppressing competition and pushing up the rate of profit on their investments. These monopolistic gains are capitalized into promoters' profit, which is then used to buy up further capacity in order to strengthen the cartel. The more secure the price ring appears, the greater the incentive for the banks to increase their stake in the industry concerned. 21. There are three stages in the history of capitalism, Hilferding. 97. Concludes. At first usurer's capital predominates. Then, in the classical phase, industrial capitalists establish their independence of the money lenders. Finally there dawns the epoch of finance capital, which he defines as capital at the disposition of the banks, which is used by the industrialists. 22. In Chapter 15 of Finance Capital, Hilferding summarizes some of the most important economic and political peculiarities of this ultimate stage of capitalist development. Monopoly undermines the operation of the labor theory of value by transferring profits from competitive to capitalist industries, giving rise to a dual economy in which the rate of profit is systematically higher for big business than for smaller enterprises. Investment slows down in both sectors. In the cartelized industries, because the first concern of a cartel is to restrict production, and in the non-cartelized industries because the decline in the rate of profit discourages further capital investment. Consequently, while the volume of capital intended for accumulation increases rapidly, investment opportunities contract. This contradiction demands a solution, which it finds in the export of capital, though this is not in itself a consequence of cartelization. It is a phenomenon that is inseparable from capitalist development. But cartelization suddenly intensifies the contradiction and makes the export of capital an urgent matter. In principle there are no limits to the process of cartel formation. It is possible to conceive of one giant cartel covering the entire economy, converting prices into a mere accounting device and constituting a consciously regulated society, but in an antagonistic form. Under such conditions 0ns social polarization would reach its apogee, as property, concentrated and centralized in the hands of a few giant capitalist groups, manifests itself in direct opposition to the mass of those who possess no capital. The problem of property relations thus attains its clearest, most unequivocal, and sharpest expression at the same time as the development of finance capital itself is resolving more successfully the problem of the organization of the social economy. 23. There follows a long and involved discussion of economic crises, in which the two central themes are disproportionalities between the various sectors of the economy, and the decline in the rate of profit which results from the increase in the organic composition of capital. The exact relationship between these two causal factors, however, 98. Remains unclear. 24. As to the specific character of crises under finance capital, Hilferding makes few concessions to the revisionists. The development of credit and the concentration of banking capital does allow greater spreading of risk and weakens commodity speculation. Monetary and banking crises are therefore less severe than in the previous stages. 25. But on the central issue whether industrial crises are ameliorated by the growth of cartels, Hilferding's position is identical with that taken by Luxemburg and Koskai. Cartels hinder the price and output adjustments which are required to re-establish prosperity. They thus exacerbate disproportionalities and divert the main burden of a crisis to the non-cartelized industries instead of making crises in general less damaging. 26. This represents something of a digression from the main argument, which is resumed in the final 5 chapters of the book. Here Hilferding analyses what he describes as the economic policy of finance capital. The function of tariffs has changed, he argues, from the temporary encouragement of infant industries to providing permanent support for both monopoly pricing in the domestic market and the aggressive dumping of surplus output overseas. Similar practices in competing nations furnish a further stimulus to capital exports organized by the banks, which offer the only means of avoiding the tariff barriers established by rival nations. 27. This adds little either to Koskai's treatment of commercial policy or to Hilferding's own earlier writing on the subject. More original and in some ways the centerpiece of the entire work is chapter 22, where Hilferding traces the connections between the export of capital and the struggle for economic territory. Because of economies of scale, a large market is crucial to capitalist survival. This is why small countries like Belgium support free trade. For larger nations, one solution is the establishment of global cartels. This, however, contradicts the strong pressures towards increased competition between national cartels, each able to call upon the support of its own nation-state. International cartel arrangements thus represent a kind of truce rather than an enduring community of interest. 28. The outcome is a growing politicization of economic relations. Capital export extends the market and thus helps to smooth out crises. It also increases real wages in the advanced capitalist countries. But it is limited by the availability of wage labor in the backward areas. This can be overcome only through the violent elimination of pre-capitalist production, by the introduction of forced labor, and by immigration from regions with large labor reserves. All these measures, however, require a degree of state intervention, so that imperialist domination over the poor countries is a necessary consequence of the export of capital. So too is increasing rivalry between the advanced nations. The policy of finance capital has 3 objectives, Hilferding concludes: to establish the largest possible economic territory, to close this territory to foreign competition by a 99 wall of protective tariffs, and consequently to reserve it as an area of exploitation for the national monopolistic combinations. 29 Hence colonial ambitions induce political conflicts. A prime example, Hilferding suggests, is the disparity between the rapid growth of German capitalism and the relatively small size of its economic territory, which leads to heightened tension between Germany and England and raises the specter of a solution by force. There are, however, countervailing tendencies, most notably the large English and French investments in Germany which promote a common interest between the capitalists of the 3 countries. Everything depends upon the power relations between the respective nations. Hilferding concludes that the greater the disparities of power, the more likely it is, as a rule, that a struggle will occur. 30 He himself makes no firm predictions as to the eventual outcome, but expects there to be violent upheavals. Capitalism can pursue no policy other than imperialism. 31. The bourgeoisie has become anti-liberal and anti-cosmopolitan, endorsing the expanding power of the state and opposing Cobdenite pacifism. Militarism, oppression, racism, and oligarchic rule, this is the ideology of imperialism. 32 Finance capital, in its maturity, is the highest stage of the concentration of economic and political power in the hands of the capitalist oligarchy. It is the climax of the dictatorship of the magnates of capital. Big business, the landowners, and the petite bourgeoisie are united in support of imperialism. Only the proletariat and, much more precariously, the new middle class of salaried and professional workers are opposed to it, for only they would gain from the alternative policy of higher wages and an expanding home market. Finance capital makes the dictatorship of the capitalist lords of one country increasingly incompatible with the capitalist interests of other countries, and the internal domination of capital increasingly irreconcilable with the interests of the mass of the people, exploited by finance capital but also summoned into battle against it. In the violent clash of these hostile interests, the dictatorship of the magnates of capital will finally be transformed into the dictatorship of the proletariat. 33. Finance capital ends with these stirring words. 4 reactions to Hilferding. Within the mainstream of German social democracy, the appearance of Hilferding's book was hailed as a most significant event. For Otto Bauer, the leading theoretician of the Austrian party, finance capital was even closer in spirit to Marx's than to Engels's writings, and read like another volume of Marx's Capital. Manchester liberalism was dead, Bauer main. 100. Tained. Socialists needed to attack their new enemies, and Hilferding had provided an excellent starting point. 34. Koski too described the book as a completion of Kapitov, which vindicated the Marxian method and both supplemented and revised volumes 2 and 111. 35. In fact, Finance Capital has proved to be the most influential text in the entire history of Marxian political economy, only excepting Capital itself. It is difficult to think of any significant theme in Lenin's theory of imperialism, for example, that does not feature, usually prominently, in Finance Capital. There is the central concept of finance capital, seen as the highest stage of capitalist development, the growth of monopoly in place of free competition, the repudiation of free trade by the capitalists and their increasing reliance upon tariffs to bolster their cartels, the emphasis on capital exports and colonization, together with the mounting international tension that they generate, and finally the apocalyptic tone of Hilferding's conclusion. All these can be found, in simpler language and considerably less depth, in Lenin's Imperialism. Bukharin, too, relied heavily upon Hilferding. And virtually all subsequent Marxian analysis of the economic contradictions of capitalist society have drawn on Hilferding's work. He seems to have been the first since Marx to connect the falling rate of profit with economic crises. 36. His treatment of disproportionalities and his detailed scrutiny of Marx's reproduction models 37 stimulated both the very different theory of capitalist breakdown which Rosa Luxemburg was soon to formulate, and in conjunction with his concern for the supply of labor power as a fundamental problem for an expanding world economy, Otto Bauer's impressive critique. Thus Finance Capital changed the landscape of Marxian economics, overshadowing the previously dominant texts. Koski and Engels had offered restatements of established Marxian truths. What was novel in their work was rarely well developed. Hilferding provided not only new concepts, new analyses, and a new vocabulary, but an attempted synthesis. Nevertheless, the defects of his book are readily apparent. He achieved neither a single coherent account of economic crises nor a clear explanation of their relationship with the longer-term contradictions of advanced capitalism. He had neither a theory of economic breakdown nor a refutation, although the germ of his subsequent concept of a largely crisis-free organized capitalism can be found in Finance Capital. The book contains no unequivocal prognosis. Hilferding's treatment of capital exports is also imprecise. It is hard to judge whether he regarded the principal incentive for the export of capital to be the need to overcome foreign tariff barriers, differences in the organic composition of capital between advanced and backward areas, the restriction of domestic investment opportunities because of growing car. 101. Telesation, or the new facilities offered by more highly developed financial institutions. 38. In addition to these analytical weaknesses, there are difficulties with the historical dimension to his argument. Hilferding generalized far too easily from his own German experience. The economic power of the German banks in the period before 1914 was paralleled only in the contemporary USA, and even there not for long. There was never an equivalent phenomenon in Britain or France, where finance capital in Hilferding's specific sense did not dominate industrial production, and where the concentration of economic power was much less pronounced. This objection was raised against him almost immediately by Edward Bernstein, whose review of finance capital accused Hilferding of hypostasising concepts such as capital and bourgeoisie, which were represented as monolithic defenders of imperialism. This, Bernstein argued, was a crude oversimplification. Not only was the concept of finance capital itself wholly irrelevant to Britain, but even in Germany there were conflicts of interest and divisions of opinion which Hilferding glossed over. The large competitive sectors of German industry were proponents of free trade, along with the giant Siemens Group and many financiers. Capitalists continued to display strong anti-imperialist tendencies, Bernstein concluded. Far from being played out, Cobdenism was still the banner of capitalist progress. 39. As already noted, Karl Koskai's reaction to finance capital was sympathetic and generous. But Koskai took the opportunity of his review to present his own most recent ideas on the theory of crisis and imperialism, which revealed significant differences between his thinking and that of Hilferding. Underconsumptionism was again to the fore, although as Koskai admitted it had played little part in finance capital. 4q Koskai invoked Marx's numerical models of reproduction to show that equilibrium growth was not independent of increased consumption. Marx's numbers assume a definite rise in consumer expenditure. Specifically, they require that capitalists' consumption expand faster than that of the workers. To this extent, Koskai concedes, Malthus was right, although his remedy for deficient aggregate demand is unworkable. Capitalists in general would indeed benefit from the employment of more unproductive labor, but individual capitalists are forced by competitive pressure to live more frugally. Hence luxury consumption rises more slowly than other categories of expenditure. Much the same is true with respect to the economics of military spending. Although purchases by soldiers increase consumer demand, Koskai argues, the process is not without contradictions. Competition forces capitalists to keep wages down, although they are in desperate need of working class. 102. Purchasing power. Similarly with arms spending, so far as militarism is financed by taxes on profits, capitalists will resist it. The result is chronic underconsumption. 41. The second aspect of Koskai's argument stresses the need for proportionality between agriculture and industry, which he regards as no less important than balance between departments I, II and III of the Marxian reproduction models. Agriculture sets the limit to industrial growth in its dual capacity as supplier of raw materials and as consumer of manufactured products. Koskai maintains that it is the primary motive for massive overseas expansion. This too was contradictory. In the initial stages, new markets were opened up for European manufacturers. Subsequently, however, these markets were destroyed by rural depopulation. Most recently, the industrialization of the agricultural areas themselves has further constricted the market opportunities which they offer for the advanced capitalist nations. The more vigorously capitalism seeks out new customers, the more rapidly it tends to eliminate its own sources of purchasing power. 42. Thus Koskai's views on imperialism at this point were quite distinct from those of Hilferding, who was suspicious of underconsumptionism, said nothing about the purely economic aspects of military expenditure, and ignored the question of agriculture-industry balance. The two men did however agree in regarding finance capital as necessarily the most brutal and violent form of capitalism, 43, both domestically and in the international arena. If such phrases meant anything at all, they implied that war was inescapable unless the socialist revolution came first, and that socialism would be the inevitable consequence of a major war. As late as 1909, Koskai had regarded the latter prospect with equanimity. In 1891, Engels still thought that it would be a great misfortune for us if a war broke out, bringing a revolution with it and putting us into power prematurely. Since then the situation has changed considerably. The proletariat is so strong today that it can contemplate a war with more confidence. We can no longer speak of a premature revolution. 44. Typically, 3 years later Koskai changed his mind. He now argued that war would be a frightful disaster for the working class, but that peace and disarmament were perfectly feasible within the framework of the existing social system. If this meant that social democracy was showing the capitalists where their best interests lay, so be it. A similar lesson had been taught in the previous century, when the factory owners had discovered that they, too, gained from legal controls on the length of the working day. 4s2 developments were responsible for this volte-face. First, Koskai's 103. Genuine horror of war on humanitarian grounds had intensified as its likelihood increased. More and more he came to see it as something to be avoided at almost any cost, instead of as an inescapable, even a welcome, harbinger of socialism. 46. There was a second, less creditable reason. The SPD had lost ground for the first time in its history in the Hottentot election of 1907, when colonial issues came to the forefront and jingoism revealed the extent of its hold over sections of the German proletariat. The party's center of gravity began to shift rightwards, and by 1912 the leadership was making secret approaches to some of the bourgeois parties for an electoral alliance on a platform of peace and disarmament. 47. Koskai now turned on the party's left wing, who regarded militarism as an inevitable consequence of capitalism, which could no more be suppressed within the system than the wage-labor relation could be done away with this side of the socialist revolution. He denounced the analogy as absurd. The left was confusing products of capitalism with necessary conditions for the continued existence of capitalism. Like overwork, militarism did have economic causes. But, Koskai maintained, it could be overcome by a sufficiently powerful political campaign against it. The success of cartels demonstrated the possibilities for intercapitalist cooperation. What has been increasingly true for 2 centuries for the relationship between enterprises is now becoming true of the relationship between capitalist states. If North American railway companies could agree not to start a price war, why should not Germany and Britain sign an arms treaty? 48. With this question Koskai had lined up with Bernstein against the catastrophist section of the SPD. In the following chapter we consider the response of the left to his analysis. Notes. I.E. J. Hobsbawm, Industry and Empire, pages 114-15, M. Barrett Brown, The Economics of Imperialism, pp. 3-12, 127, 137, 171, 185-6. 2. A.J.P. Taylor, The Struggle for Mastery in Europe 1848-1918, pages XXVII Thursiv. 3. M. C. Howard and J. E. King, The Political Economy of Marx, 2nd ed., ch. 14, E. J. Hobsbawm, The Fortunes of Marx's and Engels's Writings, in Hobsbawm The History of Marxism, Volume I, Marxism in Marx's Day, pages 336-7. 4. R. Fletcher, Revisionism and Empire, Socialist Imperialism in Germany, 1897-1914. 5. E. Bernstein, Die Internationale Politik der Sozialdemokratie, Sozialistische Minutschrift 10, 1909, pages 620-1, 623, cited by M. Salvadori, Karl Koskai and the Socialist Revolution 1880-1938, pages 131-2, Zusammenbruchstheorie und Kolonialpolitik, in Bernstein, Zuergeschichte. 104. The German Contribution. 1883-1914. Und Theorie des Sozialismus, pages 218-48, The Growth of British Exports, Contemporary Review, 84, 1903, pages 775-87, German Professors and Protectionism, Contemporary Review, 86, 1904, pages 18-31. Similar views were expressed by Parvus, Die Kolonialpolitik und der Zusammenbruch. 6. R. J. Geary, Karl Koski and the Development of Marxism, unpublished PhD dissertation, University of Cambridge, 1970, ch. 5, J. H. Koski, J. A. Schumpeter and Karl Koski, Parallel Theories of Imperialism, Midwest Journal of Political Science, 5, 1961, pages 101 to 28. 7. Annan, Tongking, Die Neuzeit, 2, 1884, pages 156 to 64. 8. Ibid, p. 157. 9a. Asher, Professors as Propagandists, The Politics of the Kathedersocialisten, Journal of Central European Affairs, 23, 1963, pages 282 to 302. 10. Tongking, Die Neuzeit, 2, 1884, pages 163 to 4. 11. K. Koski, The Class Struggle, pages 101 to 4. 12. K. Koski, Die Ulteriorendinwere Kolonialpolitik, Die Neuzeit, 16, 1897 to 8, pages 769 to 81, 801 to 16. 13. K. Koski, Handelspolitik und Sozialdemokratie, pages 33 to 5, 38 to 9, 44 to -8, 93 4, 98. See also 0. Bauer, Die Nationalitätenfrage und die Sozialdemokratie, chs 27 and 28. 14. R. Hilferding, Der Funktionswechsel des Gutzeus, Die Neuzeit, 21, 1902 to 3, pages 279-80. 15. Ibid, pages 277 to 8. 16. R. Hilferding, Finance Capital, pages 94 to -5, 103 to -4. 17. Ibid, p. 123. 18. Ibid, pages 109 to 12, 114. 19. Ibid, pages 103 to -4. Hilferding does however suggest a long-run decline in the dividend yield due to a reduction in the risk premium. 20. Ibid, pages 142 to 3, 180. 21. Ibid, pages 186 to 92, 223 to -4. 22. Ibid, pages 225 to 6. 23. Ibid, pages 228 to 35. 24. Ibid, pages 239 to 66. 25. Ibid, pages 288 to 94. 26. Ibid, pages 296 to 8. 27. Ibid, pages 309 to 10. 28. Ibid, pages 311 to 14. 29. Ibid, pages 318 to 26. 30. Ibid, pages 331 to 2. 31. Ibid, p. 366. 32. Ibid, p. 333. 33. Ibid, pages 364 to -5, 370. 34. Bauer, Das Finanzkapital, Der Kampf, 3, 1909 to 10, pages 391 to 2. 35. K. Koski, Finanzkapital und Krisen, Die Neuzeit, 9, 1910 to 11, pages 764, 770 to 1, 883. 36. Finanzkapital, p. 315, cf. Bauer, Nationalitätenfrage, pages 396 to 7. 37. Finanzkapital, pages 244 to -56, 282 to -4. 105. 38a Brewer, Marxist Theories of Imperialism p. 93. 39e Bernstein, Das Finanzkapital und die Handelspolitik, Sozialistische Gemeinschaft, 12, 1911, pages 947-55. 40. Koskai, Finanzkapital, p. 874. 41. Ibid, pages 801-4. 42. Ibid, pages 839-46. 43. Ibid, p. 768. 44 K. Koskai, The Road to Power in P. Good Karl Koskai, Selected Political Writings p. 79. 45 K. Koskai, Der erste Mai und der Kampf gegen den Militarismus, Die Neuzeit, 30, 1911-12, pages 100-5. 46 G. Steenson, Karl Koskai 1854-1938, Marxism in the Classical Years pages 177-8. 47 I. Petit, Koskai et les discussions autour du problème de l'impérialisme dans le Parti social-démocrate allemand de 1907 and 1914, Revue d'Allemagne, I, 1969, pages 325-37. 48. Koskai, Der erste Mai, pages 106-9. 6. Capital Accumulation. Imperialism and War, Rosa Luxemburg and Otto Bauer. I. Rosa Luxemburg and the Accumulation of Capital. After 1907 the divisions within the SPD became more and more apparent. The right wing of the party, although always in the minority, advanced the revisionist case with increasing confidence against the left, whose belief in the inevitability of economic breakdown contributed greatly to their revolutionary political perspective. The central ground was occupied by Koskai and Hilferding. As we saw in the previous chapter, Koskai's centrism was increasingly slanted towards the right. Thus the left's attack on class collaboration and the illusion of peaceful social change was directed against Koskai himself. By far the most important intellectual leader of the party's left wing was Rosa Luxemburg. As early as 1898 she had anticipated Koskai with a scathing attack on Bernstein in which she proclaimed the inevitable economic breakdown of capitalism as a precondition for the achievement of socialism. These early polemical articles were almost completely lacking in analytical depth. Over the next 15 years Luxemburg argued, wrote for the SPD press and taught political economy at the party school in Berlin. Her treatise The Accumulation of Capital, published in 1913, was a major theoretical work comparable with Hilferding's Finanzkapital in its serious purpose and scholarly tone. But it was also a political intervention. Far from shaking Luxemburg's beliefs, events after 1900 had markedly strengthened them. Her book was written to demonstrate scientifically the futility of Koskai's dreams of international. 106. Capital Accumulation, Imperialism, War, Luxemburg and Bauer 107. Peace and Harmony, and to reassert the urgent necessity of revolutionary action by the proletariat in the face of an otherwise unavoidable world war. Luxemburg's central theme reasserts the position taken by Koskai in 1884 and 1901, capitalist growth is possible only if customers are available outside the system to realize the increasing quantity of surplus value produced within it. The compulsive quest for non-capitalist markets transforms the economies of the backward areas, overwhelming traditional pre-capitalist modes of subsistence and thereby destroying the very outlets which the advanced nations so desperately need. Thus capitalism is both fundamentally contradictory and increasingly aggressive, because of the growing intensity of the struggle for economic territory. Cobdenism is dead and buried. Socialism or the barbarism of modern warfare, this is the choice which capitalism offers to humanity. 1. If the accumulation of capital was directed against the dominant Marxist center in the SPD, however, its message was transmitted in code. Hilferding's name is missing from the index, and of the three references to Koskai only one, a broadly favorable discussion of his review of Tagan Baranovsky II, has any substance. Instead, Luxemburg criticizes Marx, and does so as openly and energetically as any revisionist. The reproduction models in Volume 2 of Capital, she maintains, have fostered the dangerous illusion that stable equilibrium growth is possible in a closed capitalist economy. Marx distinguished simple reproduction, in which all surplus value is consumed by the capitalists, from expanded reproduction, where part of the surplus value is accumulated. In simple reproduction, the entire surplus product finds a market without difficulty, and there is no problem with the realization of surplus value. Using Marx's own numerical example, Luxemburg presents a two-sector model of an economy in which Department I produces means of production and Department II produces means of consumption for workers and capitalists, in the following proportions. I, 4000 C, plus L2, plus 1000 SL. 2, 12,000 CF plus 500 V2 plus 500s 2. Equals 6,000 means of production. Equals 3,000 means of consumption. Of the output of Department I, the 4,000 C1 represent means of production which are used up within the department itself and are not exchanged with Department II. Similarly, 1,000 of the output of Department II are consumed by workers and capitalists inside that department. Only the items inside the boxes are traded. Department I buys 2,000 units from II in order to satisfy the requirements of its workers and capitalists for consumer goods. And II buys 2,000 units from I to replace the means of production which it has used up. Thus V1 plus S1 equals C2, or, in Marx's notation, I plus I equals 2. There is no deficiency in the demand for 108. Either department's output, and no reason why production should not continue at this level in later periods. 3. Now consider a second example, in which simple reproduction is impossible. 1. 4000 C1 plus L000 V1 plus L000 S1 equals 6000 means of production. 2. 1500 C2 plus 750 V2 plus 750s 2 equals 3000 means of consumption. Here Department I's demand for consumer goods exceeds II's requirements for means of production. Equilibrium between the two sectors requires output to grow, which means that capital must be accumulated. Marx assumes capitalists in Department I to devote half their surplus value to increase the quantity of constant and variable capital used in the following period, while capitalists in Department II set aside 1/5 of their surplus value in this way. He further supposes accumulation to be divided between extra constant capital and extra variable capital in such a way as to maintain the organic composition of capital in each department at its original level. Thus the additional constant capital employed in Department I is 400 and the additional variable capital equals 100, likewise, /LC2 equals 100 and Avenue 2 equals 50. Where S01 and S02 represent capitalist consumption, we can write I, 4000 C1 plus 400 /LC1 plus LTOOO V1 plus IOOIL V1 plus 500 011 equals 6000 means of /production. 2, point 1, point 50 ::0 C2 underscore plus underscore 1 equals 00 ::AC equals 21 plus 750 V2 plus 50, L.V2 plus 600 02 equals 3000 means of consumption. Again, the items in the boxes stand for exchanges between the two departments. Since 1000 V1 plus 100 AV1 plus 500 01 equals 1500 C2 plus 100 AC2 equals 1600, the demands from each sector for commodities from the other are equal, and capitalists in each department are able to realize all the surplus value which their workers have produced. Assuming the rate of exploitation to be unchanged, output in the next period is 1. 4400 C1 plus 1100 V1 plus 1100s 1 equals 6600 means of production. 2. L600 C2 plus 800 V2 plus 800s 2 equals 3200 means of consumption. Growth occurs in a similar fashion in subsequent periods. For there is no reason, Luxemburg concedes, Why a planned socialist? Capital accumulation, imperialism, war, Luxemburg and Bauer 109. Economy could not develop like this. In capitalism, however, there is a basic difficulty. Continually expanding production requires continually expanding demand. Where does this demand come from? More specifically, what is the source of demand for that part of the social product which is destined for accumulation? Clearly it cannot be provided by the personal consumption of either capitalists or the existing workforce. Nor can population growth increase working class purchasing power, since a capitalist economy is not interested in this increase for its own sake, as a starting point of growing needs. 5. The necessary demand cannot come from non-capitalist strata such as the landowners, clergymen, and state functionaries invoked as third persons by Malthus and other early underconsumptionists, for they derive their incomes either from capitalist consumption or from wages. Their expenditure simply amounts to a displacement of capitalist or proletarian consumption. 6. As for the suggestion that the capitalists, in their role as entrepreneurs rather than consumers, can act as mutual customers for each other, this is absurd. It constructs a roundabout that revolves around itself in empty space. It would be production for production's sake. 7. Finally, recourse to foreign trade really begs the question. The difficulties implicit in the analysis are simply shifted quite unresolved from one country to another. Yet if the analysis of the reproductive process actually intends not any single capitalist country but the capitalist world market, there can be no foreign trade, all countries are home. 8. Even greater difficulties arise if allowance is made for the effects of rising productivity. Luxemburg adapts the figures in another of Marx's numerical examples to include an increase in both the organic composition of capital and the rate of exploitation, while keeping the rate of profit constant. 9. For Luxemburg the real problem is not the falling rate of profit but lack of demand. She begins with another of Marx's models. 10. 5000 C1 plus L000 V1 plus 1000s 1 equals 7000 means of production. 2. L430 C2 plus 285 V2 plus 285s 2 equals 2000 means of consumption. The organic composition of capital is 5 in each department, the rate of exploitation is 100%, and the rate of profit is at a common level of 16.7%. Capitalists in Department I again accumulate half their surplus value, and those in Department II nearly 2/3. Luxemburg parts company with Marx in 110. Assuming that accumulation is divided between constant and variable capital in the ratio 6:L, as against Marx's ratio of 5:L. In the spirit of our early exposition we may write 5000 C1 plus 428.7 AC1 plus 11,000 V, plus 7L.4 AV1 plus 500 011 equals 7000 mean/of production. 2-4-0 C_2 plus _1 5 7 A C 21 plus 285 V2 plus 26.3 AV2 plus L0 LS02 equals 2000 means of consumption. Again the boxed items are the amounts traded between the two departments. I requires 1000 V1 plus 71.4 AV1 plus 500 01 equals 1571.4 from 2 to provide consumer goods for its existing labor force, for the increase in the labor force planned for the following period, and for capitalist consumption. Department 2 demands 1430 C2 plus 157.7 AC2 equals 1587.7 from I to replace the means of production used up in the current period and to allow for planned expansion of its constant capital. These two magnitudes are unequal. If this were a true picture of the accumulative process, Luxemburg concludes, the means of production would show a deficit of 16 in the second year, similarly the means of subsistence would show a surplus of 16. And the imbalance would grow in each subsequent period. Neither workers, nor capitalists, nor Malthusian third parties can provide the purchasing power necessary to realize surplus value, Luxemburg argues. Only one category of consumers can do this, those outside the capitalist mode of production altogether. Hence the realization of the surplus value for the purposes of accumulation is an impossible task for a society which consists solely of workers and capitalists. There is a deep and fundamental antagonism between the capacity to consume and the capacity to produce in a capitalist society, a conflict resulting from the very accumulation of capital which periodically bursts out in crises and spurs capital onto a continual extension of the market. Only through a recognition of this contradiction is a theory of imperialism possible. Marx's analysis fails to expose the problem of realization. It gives the impression that the accumulation of capital can continue without limit, thereby removing the most important objective argument in support of socialist theory. Socialist political action and the ideological import of the proletarian class struggle cease to reflect economic events, and socialism no longer appears an historical necessity. 13. The code is easily deciphered. In criticizing Marx, Luxemburg is really attacking not just the revisionists but also Koski and the orthodox Marxist center of the SPD. In reality, she continues, capitalism proceeds by assimilating the very conditions which alone can ensure its own existence, for it first attacks and destroys the natural economy of pre-capitalist areas, introducing commodity production in its place. Valuable natural resources are seized. Capital accumulation, imperialism, war, Luxemburg and Bauer ill. Labor power is liberated and coerced into service, agriculture begins to be wrenched loose from industry and trade. All this is achieved by force, since if capital were here to rely on the process of internal disintegration, it might take centuries. Why Luxemburg illustrates her argument with graphic accounts of the British conquest of India and the operation of French colonialism in Algeria and of the Opium Wars in China. The second stage is capitalism's struggle against peasant economy or simple commodity production, in which industry and agriculture are finally torn apart and capitalist production relations are introduced. Although often presented as a peaceful, gradual development caused by the economic superiority of mass production methods, in reality the process of separating agriculture and industry is determined by factors such as oppressive taxation, war, or squandering and monopolization of the nation's land, and thus belongs to the spheres of political power and criminal law no less than with economics. 16. In Chapter 29, the North American settlers and the Boer republics of South Africa provide Luxemburg with telling examples. Nothing can prevent the triumph of capitalism over simple commodity production. But herein lies the key to its eventual downfall. Capital cannot accumulate without the aid of non-capitalist organizations, nor, on the other hand, can it tolerate their continued existence side by side with itself. Only the continuous and progressive disintegration of non-capitalist organizations makes accumulation of capital possible. As soon as capitalism has won a complete victory everywhere, however, accumulation must stop, since no non-capitalist customers are available to realize surplus value. This is the reason for the contradictory behavior of capitalism in the final stage of its historical career, imperialism. 17. Luxemburg's conception of imperialism is a distinctive one. It does not depend upon formal colonization, and has little in common with Hilferding's emphasis on the growth of monopoly or the increasing dominance of the banks. The imperialist phase of capitalist accumulation, which implies universal competition, comprises the industrialization and capitalist emancipation of the hinterland where capital formerly realized its surplus value. Characteristic of this phase are lending abroad, railroad constructions, revolutions, and wars. Luxemburg points to the massive export of capital after 1900 to Russia, Turkey, Persia, India, Japan, China, and North Africa. Imperialist penetration leads first to the ruin of the local peasant economy and to increasing dependence of the nominally independent state upon European capital. Then irresistible pressures arise for independent capitalist development in these hitherto backward areas. This, too, occurs amid a background of violence. The achievement of capitalist autonomy in the hinterland and backward colonies is attained amidst wars and revolutions. Revolution is an 112. Essential for the process of capitalist emancipation. The backward communities must shed their obsolete political organizations, relics of natural and simple commodity economy, and create a modern state machinery adapted to the purposes of capitalist production. The revolutions in Turkey, Russia, and China fall under this heading. They represent above all a bid for economic independence. 18. This leads Luxemburg to a second definition of imperialism, as the political expression of the accumulation of capital in its competitive struggle for what remains still open of the non-capitalist environment, grows in lawlessness and violence, both in aggression against the non-capitalist world and in ever more serious conflicts among the competing capitalist countries. One manifestation of this is the almost universal abandonment of free trade, which proves to have been just a passing phase in the history of capitalist accumulation. 19. A second is militarism, the theme with which she concludes the book. Militarism is a feature of every stage of capitalism. Military power was used to subjugate pre-capitalist regions and remains a weapon in the competitive struggle between capitalist countries for areas of non-capitalist civilization. Most important, from the purely economic point of view, it is a preeminent means for the realization of surplus value, it is in itself a province of accumulation. 20. Luxemburg returns to the reproduction models to consider the impact of the state as a consumer. 21. She concludes that taxes extorted from the workers afford capitalism a new opportunity for accumulation when they are used for armament manufacture. 22. Though it must be said that her reasoning here is not at all easy to follow. 2. A critique of Luxemburg. Even writers sympathetic to Rosa Luxemburg's revolutionary leftism have been highly critical of her economic analysis. Almost no one has been convinced by her attempt to demonstrate that accumulation is impossible in a closed capitalist system. Over and over again it has been urged against her that capitalists can, do and must constitute each other's customers, and that demand for that part of the social product which is destined for accumulation comes from capitalists intent upon increasing their employment of constant and variable capital. Her objection to this line of argument emerges most clearly from her critique of Tagan-Baranovsky, which she directs also against Bulgakov and Lenin. Accumulation on the basis of growing capitalist demand alone, without the exploitation of non-capitalist markets, would imply that human consumption becomes increasingly unimportant, and production more and more an end in itself. 23. Luxemburg finds such an idea to be absurd. But she herself is mistaken in Capital Accumulation, Imperialism, War, Luxemburg and Bauer 113. Imputing to the capitalist system as a whole the goal of expanding human consumption. By its very nature the system is anarchic and hence devoid of purpose, so that any teleology is inappropriate. 24. At the level of the individual capitalist she is equally wrong. The capitalist is motivated by profit, not by concern for the growth of consumption, and if endlessly increasing the production of machines which produce machines for the production of machines appears to be profitable, there is no reason why it should ever cease. It is of course important not to confuse the possibility of limitless equilibrium growth with the likelihood that it will occur. The crucial question here concerns the determinants of investment, which Luxemburg fails to specify. 25. Hilferding's analysis of monopoly as a factor inhibiting expenditure might have supplied the necessary foundation for such a theory, but monopoly plays no part in her thought. In short, Luxemburg confuses the requirements of an individual capital with the needs of the capitalist system as a whole. There are also three further serious inconsistencies. First, her vigorous attack on disproportionality theories of economic crises because they entail acceptance of Say's law founders on the fact that her own explanation is similarly flawed. 26. In her numerical example of accumulation with rising productivity, the overproduction of consumer goods corresponds to an equal deficit in the supply of means of production. In aggregate, supply and demand are identical. Second, it is difficult to reconcile Luxemburg's treatment of military expenditure with her dismissal of Malthusian third persons. If capitalism gains from imposing taxes on workers when the proceeds are used to finance armaments, why should not the same be true of expenditure on state sinecures or the established church? There may well be good ideological and political grounds for capitalists' preference for military spending over other forms of state activity/aid, but Luxemburg does not explain what they are. The third and most important of the inconsistencies in Luxemburg's discussion of imperialism concerns the effect of exports to pre-capitalist markets which, if they are offset by an equivalent amount of imports, have no direct impact on the level of demand. Only an export surplus provides a net increase in demand, and this necessarily involves the export of capital to the pre-capitalist world. Luxemburg appears not to recognize this difficulty. In her analysis, the problem of inadequate demand is present throughout the history of capitalism, but capital export becomes significant only in the final, imperialist stage, and even then it plays a much less dominant role than in the models of Hilferding and Lenin. 29. The accumulation of capital contains even less by way of an explanation of the export of capital than is found in Hilferding's finance capital. Luxemburg's case can be salvaged by the introduction of indirect effects of commodity exports, which may 114. Induce additional domestic investment spending even if the trade balance is neutral. 30. This, however, is not her argument and highlights once more the unsatisfied need for a theory of investment. There are problems, too, with Luxemburg's treatment of the assimilation of the backward areas into the world capitalist economy. It was not invariably the case, as she maintains, that imperialist penetration sounded the immediate death knell of pre-capitalist forms. These modes of production often proved capable of generating a surplus product and trading it with the capitalist nations. Thus in many backward areas slavery and various forms of feudalism were incorporated rather than destroyed. 31. Objections can also be raised against Luxemburg's account of the industrialization of the hinterland. She completely ignored the possibility that imperialism might block, retard and distort economic development in the Third World. Her vision of autonomous capitalist development on a wide scale was an illusion, and her aggressive and independent national bourgeoisie's a chimera. Capitalist development has more often involved relations of dependence, the principal agents of assimilation being transnational companies with their roots in the advanced countries, which sustain their control through asset ownership, technological monopoly, and debt. Why these issues will be considered in more detail in Volume 2 of this book. There are also a series of difficulties in Luxemburg's argument to which Bukharin pointed in Imperialism and the Accumulation of Capita/33 written in 1924 as a direct rebuttal of her theory, and possibly intended as an attack upon the left opposition in the Soviet Union. On her analysis, Bukharin maintains, the non-capitalist periphery is not actually exploited by capitalism, it functions only to realize surplus value produced elsewhere. 34. Furthermore, he continues, Luxemburg fails to explain why capitalism strives for colonies overseas while its home territory still retains large pockets of pre-capitalist economic forms. 35. In addition, Bukharin points out that Luxemburg's belief in the imminence of capitalist collapse is inconsistent with the logic of her position, for the overwhelming majority of the world's population still belongs to the category of third persons. 36. Whatever the merits of her logic, Luxemburg was extremely forthright in her conclusions. She stressed the role of force and state power throughout the lifespan of capitalism, asserted the economic necessity both of militarism and of increasing tension between the advanced countries, and repudiated the possibility of stable equilibrium growth in a closed capitalist system. Politically, the accumulation of capital was an intense and deliberate provocation of the majority in the SPD, both the revisionist right and the Marxist center, which held out some hope for crisis-free economic progress and the avoidance of war. As Luxemburg recounts in the Anticritic, the book had a lively and overwhelmingly hostile reception in the party press. Surprisingly, it drew no response from Capital Accumulation, Imperialism, War, Luxemburg and Bauer. 115. Hilferding, who seems to have lost all interest in economic controversy. Koskai's own reaction was delayed and indirect. In the meantime, he entrusted the reviewing of the book for Die Neue Zeit to the young Austrian theoretician, Otto Bauer. Bauer's article proved important not merely as a critique of Luxemburg, but also as a contribution to Marxian crisis theory in its own right. 3. Otto Bauer's model of accumulation. Biography of Otto Bauer. Bauer was born in Vienna in 1881 into a wealthy Jewish family with manufacturing interests in Bohemia. He studied law and economics at the University of Vienna, where he associated with the Austro-Marxists Karl Renner, Rudolf Hilferding, and Max Adler. Bauer published an early, and very influential, text on the nationality question. From 1907 to 1914 he was secretary of the Austrian Social Democratic Party. Captured on the Eastern Front early in the First World War, Bauer spent 3 years as a prisoner of war in Russia. In 1918–19 he was foreign minister of the new Austrian Republic, and for the next 15 years he was the effective leader and principal theoretician of the SPO. Forced into exile in Czechoslovakia by the Dollfuss coup in 1934, Bauer abandoned the centrist position of the Austro-Marxists for a more revolutionary stance. He fled again in May 1938, and died there 3 months later. Bauer begins by considering the consequences of population growth, and studying the changes which must occur if full employment is to be maintained. This allows him to contrast the process of economic growth in a socialist economy, where a central planning authority can make the necessary adjustments, with that under capitalism, where there is no such conscious social regulation of production. He assumes that the population grows at a rate of 5% each year while the employment of constant capital rises at an annual rate of 0%. This both incorporates Marx's fundamental thesis of an increasing organic composition and allows Bauer to respond to Luxemburg's challenge that the analysis of reproduction must take account of technical change. For the time being, Bauer holds the rate of exploitation constant, so that real wages increase in line with the 116. Productivity growth associated with the increased organic composition of capital. Despite the implicit promise, this assumption is not relaxed later in the article. 37. If the economy begins with 200,000 units of constant capital and 100,000 units of variable capital, and the rate of exploitation is 100%, the course of economic growth in the aggregate is as follows. 38. Constant variable surplus total capital value. Year 1 200,000 100,000 100,000 400,000. Year 2 220,000 105,000 105,000 430,000. Year 3 242,000 110 250 110 250 462 500. Year 4 266,200 115 762 115 762 497 524. Here the organic composition of capital increases from 2.00 in the first year to 2.30 in the fourth, and the rate of profit declines from 0.333 to 0.303. The rate of growth of net output is constant at 5% each year. This is entailed by Bauer's assumption that variable capital grows at 5% per year, and that the rate of exploitation does not change, so that surplus value has the same growth rate as variable capital. Gross output increases at an increasing rate, 7.50% between the first and second years, 7.57% between the third and fourth. Most significantly, the capitalist saving propensity, which Bauer terms the rate of accumulation, also increases steadily. In year 1, for example, 25,000 out of a total surplus value of 100,000 is set aside for accumulation, which permits the employment in year 2 of 20,000 extra units of constant capital and 5,000 in additional variable capital. Hence the capitalists save and accumulate 25% of their incomes. By the third year this has risen to approximately 27% and will continue to increase so long as constant capital grows faster than variable capital and surplus value. Next, Bauer turns to the relations between the sectors. This can be expressed, in the first year, as 39(1), 120,000 C1 plus 50,000 V1 plus 50,000 S1 equals 220,000 means of production. 2. 80,000 C2 plus 50,000 V2 plus 50,000 S2 equals 180,000 means of consumption. If capitalists accumulated 1/4 of their surplus value and invested it entirely within their own department, we could write: capital accumulation, imperialism, war, Luxembourg and Bauer 117. 120,000 C1 plus 10,000 AC1 plus J50,000 V1 plus 2500 AV1 plus 37,500 01 I equals 220,000. 2. J80,000 C2 plus 10,000 A plus 50,000 V2 plus 2500 AV2 plus 37,500 02 equals 180,000. A comparison of the boxed items reveals that Department I's demand for consumer goods from 2 is exactly equal to I's demand for means of production from I. But this would not establish equilibrium between the two departments, as the following situation would emerge in the second year. 130,000 C1 plus 52,500 V1 plus 52,500 1 equals 235,000 means of production. 2. 90,000 C2 plus 52,500 V2 plus 52,500 2 equals 195,000 means of consumption. The output of means of production would be 7,000 less than that required by Bauer's assumption of a 0% increase in constant capital, while the production of consumer goods would be greater than necessary by the same amount. Too much capital would have been accumulated in Department 2, and insufficient in Department I. The solution, Bauer shows, is for capitalists in Department 2 to invest some of their accumulated surplus value in Department I, increasing output there and reducing the output of consumer goods accordingly. Of the I0000AC2, 5,334 are to be invested in Department 2 and the remaining 4,666 in Department I. Similarly, 1,333 of the 2,500 AV2 should be employed in Department 2, the other 1,167 being moved to Department 1. 40. The capitalists in Department 2 do this either by themselves establishing factories for the production of means of production, or by transferring part of their accumulated surplus value, through the mediation of the banks, for use of capitalists in the means of production industries, or through buying shares in companies which produce means of production. 41. All the surplus value of the capitalists of Department I is of course employed within their own department. Thus in year 2, 1, 134,666 C1 plus 53,667 V1 plus 53,667 1 equals 242,000 means of production. 2. 85,334 C2 plus 51,333 V2 plus 51,333 2 equals 188,000 means of consumption. And Department I's capitalists own 4666 C1 plus 1167 V1 plus 1167 1 equals 7,000 units of means of production. The same line of reasoning gives the position in year 3. 118. 1. 151,048 CT plus 57,576 VT plus 57,576 ST equals 266,200 means of production. 2. 9952 C2 plus 52,674 V2 plus 52,674 2 equals 196,300 means of consumption. And year 4. I. 169124 CT plus 61738 VT plus 61738 ST equals 292,600 means of production. 2. 96876 C2 plus 54024 V2 plus 54024 S2 equals 204,924 means of consumption. 42. Compared with the first year, the organic composition of capital has grown by 14.2% in Department I and the rate of profit has fallen by 9.18%. In Department II the organic composition is 11.9% higher, and the rate of profit is 7.01% lower. Bauer concludes that not only in the first year but also in every subsequent year the entire value of the product of both departments is sold without any disturbance, and the total surplus value is realized. Comrade Luxemburg's hypothesis that the accumulated part of surplus value could not be realized is thus false. 43. It may be true, he continues, that not all surplus value produced in the first year is realized in that year. If capitalists buy the new machines which they need to expand production in year 2 only at the beginning of the second year, then that part of year L's surplus value represented by Act plus AC2 will only be realized in year 2, but it will eventually be realized. If the commodities in which Act plus AC2 is embodied are sold outside the capitalist world, which Luxemburg thinks to be necessary, accumulation will be impaired, since the required means of production will no longer be available. The withdrawal of this part of the surplus product from the capitalist market would not, as Rosa Luxemburg believes, make accumulation possible. On the contrary, it would make any accumulation impossible. 44. Having disposed of Luxemburg, Bauer turns to consider the cyclical nature of growth under capitalism. For this it is necessary for him to relax his original assumption of equality between the supply and demand for labor power. If the accumulation of variable capital goes on more slowly than the growth rate of the labor force, unemployment will result. In these conditions of underaccumulation, real wages fall and the rate of exploitation increases. With a given capitalist's savings propensity, this increases the rate of accumulation. Eventually a point is reached at which variable capital grows faster than the working population. The ensuing overaccumulation, however, is also a transient phenomenon. As the reserve army of the unemployed diminishes, real wages rise again and the rate of exploitation falls, until not only the rate of profit but also the absolute amount of capital accumulation, imperialism, war, Luxemburg and Bauer. 119. Surplus value that is produced begins to decline. What Marx described as absolute overproduction precipitates a major economic crisis in which accumulation is severely curtailed, unemployment rises, real wages decline and profitability is once more restored. The periodic alternation of prosperity, crisis, and depression is the empirical expression of the fact that the mechanism of the capitalist mode of production automatically generates overaccumulation and underaccumulation, with the accumulation of capital adjusting again and again to the growth of population. 45. Once the international implications are considered, domestic population growth ceases to be the key factor. Overaccumulation can occur continuously in some areas because of underaccumulation elsewhere. Each year countries with continuous overaccumulation invest a large and growing part of their accumulated surplus value overseas. Examples: France and England. Countries with continuous underaccumulation attract capital from abroad and send labor overseas. Examples: the agrarian countries of Eastern Europe. The expansion of productive capital within a country itself is always restricted by the available workforce. 46. This highlights the kernel of truth in Luxemburg's false theory of imperialism. Although accumulation in a closed capitalist system is possible, it is also limited. Imperialism serves to widen these limits, not merely by expanding the catchment area from which labor power may be recruited but also by making available raw materials, stimulating the development of industries with above-average organic compositions and, during economic crises, providing markets or the huge masses of commodities which would otherwise be unsaleable. 47. Bauer denies that his analysis constitutes an apology for capitalism. For while the apologists for capital want to demonstrate the unbounded nature of accumulation capacity to consume rises automatically with production, we uncover the limit to accumulation. While the apologists wish to prove the impossibility of general crises, we show that the laws of accumulation can only operate through general crises and the consequent unemployment, wage reductions, increasing mass suffering, and growing bitterness and indignation among the mass of the workers. Thus capitalism will indeed bring about its own downfall, if not in the way that Luxemburg supposes. If its expansion is possible, it arouses indignation among the working masses through an arms race, through increasingly oppressive taxation, and through catastrophic wars. If its expansion is prevented, the limit to 120. Accumulation is narrowed and crises become more frequent, longer, more devastating. Capitalism will not founder on the mechanical impossibility of realizing surplus value. It will succumb to the indignation to which it drives the masses. Capitalism will break down, not when the last peasant and the last petit bourgeois on the entire earth are converted into wage laborers, so that no extra market is open to capitalism. It will be brought down much sooner, by the growing indignation of the working class, constantly increased, schooled, united, and organized by the mechanism of the capitalist production process itself. 48. For Luxemburg's anti-critic. Bauer's growth model was easily the most sophisticated piece of macrodynamic analysis attempted by any Marxian economist before 1914, and its close affinities with the modern Harald-Domar theory are only now being fully appreciated. The purpose of this part of his article was to refute Luxemburg's breakdown theory and to show that stable equilibrium growth was indeed possible in a closed capitalist economy. While his criticism of the accumulation of capital was an effective one, this was an easy target, and Bauer's own model fails to withstand a more detailed scrutiny. As early as 1929, Henrik Grossman demonstrated that the growth path set out in Bauer's numerical example could not be sustained indefinitely, and this has been confirmed by modern mathematical analysis. After a further 31 periods, the economy simply runs out of surplus value to finance the specified rate of accumulation. This is an inevitable consequence of Bauer's assumption that constant capital grows twice as fast as variable capital, and that the rate of exploitation is unchanged. Algebraically, S1 and S2 rise too slowly to provide the ever-increasing AC1 and AC2 which the model demands, and the process of accumulation cannot continue. 49. Technically speaking, Bauer's model is overdetermined. Stable growth is possible only if at least one of the constraints which he imposes is lifted. An obvious option is to allow the rate of exploitation to rise, thereby increasing the rate of growth of the surplus value available for accumulation. Even then, however, there may be insufficient flexibility to guarantee the possibility of stable growth, the surest route to which is a constant organic composition of capital. 50. Despite his intentions, then, Bauer's model is one of capitalist economic breakdown, bound up with the tendency for the rate of profit to fall in the course of technical change. This conclusion, however, does not totally discredit his theory of crisis, which can be assessed on its own merits. The notion of alternating periods of under and over accumulation is intuitively appealing and has proved attractive to many later Marxian economists, not least because it offers an capital accumulation, imperialism, war, Luxemburg and Bauer 121. Explanation of cyclical fluctuations which avoids the many difficulties inherent in disproportionality, underconsumption and falling rate of profit theories. 51. But it does have one major weakness, in that it does not generate fluctuations in the rate of capacity utilization. Depressions are always periods of heavy excess capacity, since aggregate demand is inadequate to realize all the surplus value that could be produced if the economy's full productive potential were to be achieved. For this reason Marx was right to insist that crises were bound up with realization problems. At the very beginning of his article, Bauer does refer to the contradiction between the continually increasing productive capacity of capitalist society and the narrow limits which constrain its capacity to consume. 5.2 But this Koskian allusion is not followed up. Bauer's account of economic crises is thus seriously incomplete. Very few of these criticisms were made by Rosa Luxemburg in her distinctly ill-tempered Anti-Critic, and most of her objections to Bauer are very wide of the mark. She complains that demographic change is not the real basis of capital accumulation, that accumulation can proceed with a static population, and that accumulation determines the rate of population growth and not vice versa. 53 Luxemburg dismisses Bauer's treatment of disproportions between the two departments as involving sheer swindles, and denies that the capitalists in Department 2 could conceivably purchase the 4,666 units of means of production which are needed to maintain equilibrium growth. 54 This is quite simply wrong, and Luxemburg would have been better employed in asking how the possibility of balanced growth could be transformed into reality, or inquiring into the sources of the finance required by capitalists holding stocks of commodities produced in one year and not purchased until the next. She is on firmer ground in suggesting that the rate of exploitation in Bauer's model should be rising rather than constant, but even here she spoils her case by insisting that with an unchanged rate of exploitation all the technological progress is for the benefit of the workers alone. 55. There is certainly nothing in Luxemburg's critique of Bauer to justify her assertion that this pedantically puzzled-out system of hair-raising nonsense is not a common error, such as can occur in the quest for scientific knowledge, a disgrace to present official Marxism and a scandal for social democracy. 56 It must be remembered that the Anti-Critic was written in the prison cell to which Luxemburg's opposition to the World War had brought her. Its main purpose was political rather than academic, and its principal target was Karl Koskai, not Otto Bauer. Thus she concluded that Bauer's article represented the theoretical formula of a quite distinct tactical tendency, that of the so-called Marxist center, who argued that imperialism was not a historical necessity but the wicked invention of a small group of people who profit from it. Although opposed to the war, the 122 Koskians refused to accept that the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism was the only road to peace, believing instead in the possibility of convincing the capitalists that the ending of imperialism was in their own interest. The final confrontation between proletariat and capital to settle their world historical contradiction is converted into the utopia of a historical compromise between proletariat and bourgeoisie to moderate the imperialist contradictions between capitalist states. 57 It was because she thought Bauer took this position that Luxemburg was so hostile to his political economy. V. Koskai's second thoughts on imperialism. Whatever the merits of this criticism when applied to Bauer, it is not an unfair summary of the line taken by Koskai in his writings in 1914-15 which, together with Luxemburg's Anti-Critic, are among the last significant German texts on the theory of imperialism. 58 In the first article, written some 7 weeks before the outbreak of the First World War, Koskai begins by objecting to the prevalent tendency for imperialism to be treated as coextensive with the whole of contemporary capitalism. This, he argues, reduces to a mere tautology the claim that capitalism is unable to survive without imperialism. In fact, imperialism is a product of highly developed capitalism. It arises from the pressure of every industrial capitalist nation to conquer and annex a bigger and bigger agricultural area. 59. The relations between agriculture and industry are fundamental to an understanding of imperialism, Koskai maintains. There are two conditions for stable growth, the familiar Marxian requirement of balance between the manufacturing departments I and II, and balance between agriculture and industry. Disproportionality between these latter two sectors becomes increasingly probable as the capitalist economy develops, since the purchasing power of agricultural producers fails to keep pace with industrial production. The resulting crises take the dual form of overproduction of manufactures and underproduction of agricultural commodities, reflected in rising prices for food and raw materials. Thus for Koskai, imperialism emerges as a special form of the struggle for agrarian territory. The liberal dreams of world harmony had come to an end, and free trade had been abandoned, because industrial areas were always able to dominate agricultural regions. Since industrialization is a condition for the attainment or preservation of national independence, the USA and the nations of Western Europe had imposed tariffs against British manufactures. Britain's essentially defensive reaction to their challenge ushered in the age of imperialism. Huge capital exports were used to build. Capital accumulation, imperialism, war, Luxembourg and Bauer 123. Railway networks in the agrarian territories, state power was invoked to defend these investments, and in the stronger capital importing states indigenous industrialization began, strengthening the resolve of the older capitalist powers to preserve political control over their territory wherever possible. Thus far there was little to choose between Koskai's discussion of imperialism and Hilferding's. Even Luxembourg's analysis could be accommodated, if pre-capitalist were to be substituted for agricultural areas. It is only in the final section of the article that Koskai breaks with Luxembourg. 60. Here he denies that imperialism is necessarily the final stage of capitalism. Continued access to raw materials and outlets for capital are indispensable to the survival of the capitalist system. But militarism and war are not necessarily in the interest of the ruling class as a whole, which is separate from that of the arms producers. Every far-sighted capitalist must today call out to his comrades, capitalists of all countries, unite. They are threatened by colonial liberation movements as well as by the resistance of the domestic working class to the fiscal burden which imperialism imposes upon them, while capital accumulation is endangered by the heavy taxation levied upon profits. Thus imperialism is digging its own grave. From the purely economic standpoint, it is thus not excluded that capitalism will experience yet another new phase, the overcoming of cartel politics in foreign policy, a phase of ultra-imperialism, which we must of course fight as energetically as imperialism, but which threatens us in other directions, not in those of armaments and the jeopardizing of world peace. Koskai admits that a war is possible. So, too, is a holy alliance of the imperialists, if only at the end of a global conflict. The longer any world war lasts, the more likely is such an alliance to result from it. 61. It is easy with hindsight to pour scorn on Koskai's assertion that war might be avoided. At the time he wrote, however, there were grounds for believing international tensions to be easing. The existing pattern of alliances between the great powers appeared increasingly fragile, and some modern historians are inclined to deny the inevitability of an armed conflict between them. 62. Several months into the war, Koskai returned to the subject to attack the revisionists Lensch and Kuhnau, who had stolen Luxembourg's clothes by maintaining that, precisely because imperialism was a necessary stage of capitalist development, it was futile and reactionary for social democracy to oppose it. Koskai argued that this was a misunderstanding of Hilferding's finance capital, in which imperialism had been conceived as a type of policy rather than a separate stage. It followed that there might be alternative policies, and it was conceivable. 124. That the present warlike policy would be replaced by a new one which would permit the common exploitation of the world by internationally united finance capital. Such an ultra-imperialist policy would weaken the tendency towards the moral bankruptcy of the system, and herald an era of new hope and expectation within capitalism. Everything depended on the outcome of the war. 63. Part 2. The Russian contribution to 1917. 7. The inheritance of Russian Marxism. From the outset of its theoretical development, Germanic Marxism was joined by a second stream which originated further east, in Russia. However, Marx's legacy to Russian Marxists was by no means the same as that to the German socialists. Although the works to which they had access were essentially the same, the contents were more ambiguous in the Russian context because of the underdevelopment of Russian capitalism and the character of Tsarist absolutism. Furthermore, Marx expressed specific views on Russia which were often not well founded and, moreover, had little relation to his overall theory of historical development. For these reasons it is desirable to outline the inheritance of Russian Marxism in some depth. In addition, since Russian Marxism proved far more sensitive to its domestic environment, greater attention needs to be given to the nature of the Tsarist Empire. To the nature of Russian absolutism. What was to prove the most durable of European absolutisms was still robust in the middle of the 19th century. The centralist bureaucracy of the Tsarist state dominated society to an extent never even approximated by its Western European counterparts during earlier centuries. The state itself was the major landed proprietor and the owner of a high proportion of the non-agricultural economy. At its disposal were armed forces commensurate with the extensiveness of its territory, together with a comprehensive apparatus of internal repression. The autonomy of the Church was non-existent, that of educational institutions negligible. Its ideology was uncomplicated and expressed in the slogan autocracy. 129. 130. Orthodoxy and nationality. The pedigree was clear, unqualified as it was by any reforms parallel to those inaugurated in Germany and Austro-Hungary. The representative assemblies, universal male suffrage and civil rights which characterized Imperial Germany by the 1870s were totally absent from the Russian Empire, and remained so even in the 20th century. Tsarism had withstood both the bourgeois revolutionary upsurges and the Napoleonic expansion from which they originated. Indeed, it had counterattacked, assisting not only in the ultimate defeat of Napoleon, but also striking surgically into the West in order to suppress revolution and bolster reaction. 3. The class character of this Leviathan is a complex matter. Modern historians tend to emphasize the independence of the state and the priority of its interests. This view is also implied in Marx's designation of Russia as semi-Asiatic. For before the revolution Russian Marxists, too, were prone to take such a standpoint. However, Marxian theory implies an intricate perspective on the relationship between class and state. If reality is contradictory, yet not obviously so, the requirements for prosecuting a class interest are unlikely to be agreed upon unanimously. Any class state must thus attain some degree of autonomy. 5. In addition, while much of the historical evolution of Russian absolutism lends itself to a view which stresses the state's sovereignty over all social classes, the situation in the mid-19th century is more complex. Viewing the history of the autocracy from this latter date does suggest that the record can be differently interpreted, as the formation of a feudal monarchy under exceptionally onerous conditions which required an especially high degree of autonomy for the state. By the mid-19th century the dominant economic class was a hereditary aristocracy, whose ownership of land was secure. Of the roughly 100,000 noble landowners, nearly 50,000 had estates of less than 270 acres. But the other half of the noble proprietors owned 97% of the 100 million acres of noble lands, and these still covered more than 50% of all privately held land in European Russia. More striking still, a bare 10% of the agrarian nobility with properties over 2,700 acres owned 75% of all land in estates. There were even 155 super magnates whose estate holdings averaged 270,000 acres and comprised 33% of all noble-owned land. 6. Significantly, the apparatus of the state and the structure of the nobility coincided. Under Nicholas I, a feudal hierarchy of ranks was created within the noble class corresponding to the stepped echelons of the state bureaucracy. Vice versa, all those occupying determinate positions in the service of the state were 131. Given corresponding noble rank, which above certain levels became hereditary. Aristocratic titles and privileges continued to be related by the political system to different administrative functions, down to 1917. 7. Thus while the Tsar might rule in his name alone, he did so not only through a bureaucratized nobility, but also through a noble landed class of which he himself was the predominant member. The agrarian changes which were inaugurated at this time clearly reflected these facts. The abolition of serfdom during the 1860s was undertaken on terms which demonstrated the disproportionate weight of the noble interest. The reality of feudal relations remained significant. Peasant land holdings were reduced below those operative under serfdom, and compensation forced from the ex-serfs for appropriated noble lands was blatantly excessive. 8 subsequent amendments to the structure of privilege in the early 20th century showed the same pattern. Concessions were made to the forces of popular revolution, but with minimal damage to the economic interests of the nobles or the political power of their state. The relative purity of form which characterized this feudal absolutism meant that the economy which underpinned it was also extremely backward. National income per capita in 1861 was less than half that of Germany, France, and Italy, less than 1/4 of that of the UK, and less than 1/6 of that of the USA. 9 Infant mortality and illiteracy rates were easily the highest in Europe. 10 A peasantry using a primitive technology and isolated in separate villages by underdeveloped communications accounted for well over 70% of a total population which numbered 74 million. 11. Prior to the 1860s their condition of serfdom often approximated slavery as closely as it did the status of European villains in the Middle Ages. Tied as they were to the person of the lord, rather than to the land, a small minority were utilized in large-scale mining, construction, and industrial activities, and not just in a feudalist agriculture. 12. The nature of exploitation could thus take on an ancient rather than a medieval quality. Even after the abolition of serfdom, which began in 1861, the peasants achieved a very restricted freedom. Most were legally tied to the land, remained exploited by the nobility at the local level, and were subject to the harsh fiscal exactions of the central state. 13. The urban population, no more than low percent of the total in the 1850s, contained a proletariat of only embryonic form and even more minute proportions. 14. Cities were essentially administrative, military, and mercantile centers, thinly spread and without much large-scale industry. That industry which did exist largely represented the state's intervention to supply its own needs, which were predominantly military. Private capital, especially private domestic capital, was thus not a major force in mid-132. 19th century Russia. This in part explains why the bourgeois revolutionary waves of 1789, 1830 and 1848 had no significant repercussions in Tsarist territory. The only stratum showing signs of contemporary Western influence was the intelligentsia. Consisting principally of elements drawn from the gentry, officialdom, the professions, and students, it was increasingly radical in temperament and opinion. 15. Nevertheless, the force it could muster from its own ranks was puny. The twin historical forces that had produced this society were those which, in a later epoch, broke it apart: external military pressure, and peasant resistance and rebellion at home. Both worked initially to enhance the role of the central state in securing the interests of the nobility. The political fealty sought by the one was exchanged for patrimonial serfdom demanded by the other. 16. This process began in the 15th century under the relatively small Muscovite state of Ivan III and, while subject to the fluctuating fortunes characteristic of all ascendant absolutisms, was secured on a larger scale in the early 18th century under Peter the Great. 17. Independent noble power was curtailed, its bureaucratic role enhanced by the development of a service aristocracy, and its economic exploitation of the peasantry confirmed. Peasant mobility was restricted, serfdom enforced, and rebellion suppressed. The autonomy of the towns was crushed and a geographically expanding empire provided with the instruments of a more concentrated central power. Elements of economic modernity, however, were not absent. In the context in which the Tsarist state achieved its preeminence, they could not be dispensed with. They were part and parcel of the very solidification of power in the face of a more vibrant West. In particular, under Peter the Great, industrial production was directly encouraged through importation of means of production and skilled labor. 18. But it was an intensified exploitation through essentially feudal mechanisms that provided the resources to finance it, and forced labor was widely employed in the new industrial establishments. Backwardness and development therefore coexisted, and the state's attempts to accelerate the latter were to prove recurrent, being repeated, in the late 19th century, on an even grander scale. The contradictions thus intensified were to provide the structural condition which ultimately split the system apart. After Peter had secured the foundations of Russian absolutism, both the modification of its framework and its geographical expansion were continued by his successors. In particular, there was some relaxation of the restrictions placed upon the nobility. The coming decades were to make the peasant more than ever a serf, but the same period was to bring an emancipation of the nobility, a process finally completed by the Imperial Manifesto of 1762, which declared that, except in the presence of some public emergency, the nobles were free to serve the state or not, as they 133 might choose. 19. A feudal structure of noble privilege without corresponding responsibility was thus secured within a political absolutism. With the expansion of capitalist industrialization in the West, however, the system came under increasing strain. Its fragility was exposed most notably in the Crimean defeat of 1856, after which the autocracy engaged in modernization on a more extended scale. The two most notable changes were the abolition of serfdom during the 1860s and the fostering of rapid industrialization, particularly from the 1880s. The former provided enhanced flexibility for an accelerated advance of the form previously inaugurated. 20. Transfer of labour from village to town was facilitated, while competition between state and nobility for shares in the agricultural surplus was diminished. The state now faced reduced constraints on its ability to pump out resources from the country to finance its ambitious plans for industry. By 1914, Russia was the fifth largest industrial power, its growth in the previous 3 decades surpassing anything experienced elsewhere. 21. A highly developed industrial capitalism was thus constructed within the Ancien regime. Coupled with it was its ultimate gravedigger, a small but highly concentrated urban proletariat linked in a multitude of relations with a peasantry whose augmented exploitation had been the principal means through which the process had been accomplished. 3. Marx's and Engels's views on Russia. This was not, however, the Russian reality which Marx and Engels confronted from the 1840s. For the most part, they faced the simpler regime described earlier. Moreover, their primary interest prior to the 1870s was less the internal condition of the empire than its external impact. In their view, the sinister design behind Tsarist foreign policy was nothing less than world domination. 22. But they were especially concerned with Europe. The armed intervention in Hungary during 1848 clearly revealed the counter-revolutionary stance of the autocracy. Russia is decidedly a conquering nation, and was so for a century until the great movement of 1789 called into potent activity an antagonist of formidable nature. We mean the European Revolution, the explosive force of democratic ideas and the man's native thirst for freedom. Since that epoch there have in reality been but two powers on the continent of Europe: Russia and absolutism, the revolution and democracy. 23. Nor was it the cause of revolution alone that was in danger, its material basis was simultaneously threatened. Marx and Engels saw Russian expansion. 134. Zionism as a force constraining European economic development. Of particular importance from this viewpoint was the prospect of Russian control of Constantinople and the Balkans, together with the actual domination of Poland. The former threatened to retard the incorporation of the periphery into a European-based economy and thereby hinder the direct expansion of capitalism from its original homeland, as well as indirectly inhibiting it within its original territories. 24. The latter put at risk the independence of European states and, more specifically, the prospects for a successful revolution in the West. 25. Much of this analysis was superficial. No coherent explanation was provided as to the forces underlying the alleged aim of global supremacy. European statesmen were frequently declassed, described as cowards, Tsarist agents, or fellow travelers rather than the representatives of class interests. 26. Moreover, neither Marx nor Engels provided a rationale for their belief that the weight of Russian power was great enough to hold back, let alone reverse, the dialectics of historical advancement. Quite apart from its inconsistency with the inevitability of modernism confidently proclaimed in the Communist Manifesto and Capital, this view was in tension with conceiving Russian internal history as a static barbarism. 27. Even Stalin, never noted for sensitivity in matters of theory, was moved to criticize the absence of a materialist analysis. 28. The more considered work of Marx and Engels on those aspects of the internal structure of Asiatic societies which they considered relevant to Russia was also inadequate. Indeed, their very notion of an Asiatic mode of production can now be seen as involving inconsistencies, and its empirical application was frequently inaccurate. 29. This is not so obvious in the case of Russia, because of their frequent qualification of the term by a prefix. However, the designation of the Tsarist Empire as semi-Asiatic is merely a further muddying of the waters. Here we have a concept designating a weighted average where only one of the elements from which it is formed is itemized, and the weights assigned are left unspecified. In addition, Marx's explanations of the Asiatic qualities of Russia are sometimes idealist. 30. The view that it had experienced no internal history prior to the late 1850s borders on the absurd. 31. And for Engels to regard the Tsarist government as incapable of doing anything rational in its internal policy is fundamentally to underestimate the range of its adaptability. 32. Nevertheless, in linking Russia to the Asiatic mode, Marx and Engels thereby emphasized its non-European features, and this was to influence Russian Marxism deeply. In the course of his theoretical career, Plekhanov increasingly stressed the non-Western aspects of Russian history, and opposed Lenin's theory of the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry on the grounds that its realization would fail to eradicate the Asiatic features of the agrarian order. Lenin himself proved unable coherently to formulate a 135 theory of the class nature of the Russian state, alternating between descriptions that emphasized first its Asiatic, then its feudal and finally its bourgeois attributes. 33. For their part, the Mensheviks became obsessed with duplicating in Russia the path they believed had been followed by the political history of Western Europe. 34. Trotsky's original formulation of his theory of permanent revolution rested upon the belief that in Russia classes had been disproportionately formed by the state. 35. And under Stalin's dictatorship, the very notion of an Asiatic social formation was repudiated as part of a broader ideological defense of socialism in one country. Its apparent similarity with Soviet reality was altogether too close for comfort. 36. Russian Marxists were also influenced, again in different ways, by Marx's writings on the German Revolution of 1848. Here, because of the economic backwardness of the German states, Marx had begun by recognizing the appropriateness of the bourgeoisie's leadership, but he quickly became critical of its conservatism. As a result, Marx turned toward a position which stressed the importance of the proletariat and peasantry acting to radicalize the revolution. It is not clear what type of revolution he expected to materialize from the success of such a strategy. 37. In the event, it did not bear fruit, and Marx subsequently concentrated attention upon proletarian revolution in the context of advanced capitalism. Nevertheless, he did draw certain general lessons from the 1848 experience, which were reflected in the insistence of German Marxism that the proletarian party retain its independence under all circumstances. Given the persistence of the autocracy, and the relative underdevelopment of the Tsarist social formation, it was not unreasonable for Russian Marxists to go beyond this and attribute a greater significance to Marx's remarks on the 1848 revolution. Thus Plekhanov emphasized not only that the Social Democratic Party must preserve its independence, but also that it should take on a leadership role in the bourgeois democratic revolution. After 1905, Lenin added to this the view that peasant support was indispensable, and the proletariat would inevitably come into conflict with the bourgeois class during the bourgeois revolution itself. Most significantly of all, Trotsky argued that Marx's views on the 1848 revolution implicitly represented a new paradigm of revolutionary change, and that in Russian conditions proletarian hegemony with peasant support meant that the bourgeois revolution would immediately move into the socialist phase. The shortcomings in Marx's and Engels's own treatment of Russia were in part a result of their preoccupation with other matters. But even when Marx eventually began to probe more deeply into the empire's socio-economic structure, his conclusions retained extraordinary features. He took seriously the possibility of a non-capitalist development based on the peasantry, which could culminate in socialism without the agency of a 136. Revolutionary proletariat. Here he was greatly influenced by Russian populism, a movement of manifold themes which dominated the thought of the intelligentsia throughout the latter half of the 19th century. In fact, only Stalin's collectivization in the 1930s was to end its sway on Russian intellectuals. Populism was also the medium through which Marxism initially had its influence within Russia, and at the center of this influence was Marx's economics. For Russian populism, Russian chauvinism hinged upon the specifics of its society. Conservatives emphasized and celebrated the non-Western nature of the empire, while progressive thinkers outside Russia were appalled and frightened by the lack of civilization. The Slavophilic ideologists took a mirror image stance on the superiority of their home ground. In this they paralleled aristocratic attitudes which surfaced in the West, but their intellectual defense also sired as a byproduct the first Russian populists, from whom emerged a novel doctrine of socialism whose leaders subsequently repudiated chauvinism and associated themselves with the Second International. The key in this development was an interpretation of the significance of the peasants' land commune. The Obshchina resembled primitive communism in some respects. Its central quality was the holding of land by the community and its periodic redivision among households in an egalitarian manner designed to ensure the means of subsistence to all. The strip system of rotation agriculture allowed an individualist labor process but required regulation by the village commune. This was reinforced by the peasants' joint responsibility for meeting seigneurial dues and state taxes, so that the commune held and exercised an authority which constrained peasant individualism. Prior to the abolition of serfdom in the 1860s, the peasant economy itself, and its interrelation with that of landlords and the state, was overwhelmingly natural. That is, monetary exchange was almost non-existent. 38 Although commodity production received a marked impetus from the terms of the emancipation, the basic communal organization was retained. By the terms of the settlement, serfs were freed from personal bondage but were tied to the land, and to their communes. No longer subject to explicit seigneurial obligations, they faced increased taxation which, levied now in terms of money, forced them into market relations. Thus a basis was laid for the development of commercialism, commodity production, and agrarian capitalism in the peasant economy. The extent to which the commune began to crumble as a result, and the degree to which peasants became socially differentiated, were to become issues of debate among Russian socialists in the final years of the 19th century. Indeed, they still provoke controversy today. However, it is 137. Certainly true that the commune, together with its long-serving practices, did not disappear with serfdom, and non-capitalist relations continued to predominate. In part because of this, Russian agriculture remained exceedingly backward, and traditional residues exercised a strong force on the peasant mind. This provided the economic backbone to a Slavophile defense of the ancien regime in Russia. The commune was perceived as precluding the development of the corrosive and degenerative individualism seen in the West, thus inhibiting liberalism, proletarian, and socialism. Instead, or so it was thought, the commune tied the peasantry into the old order, at the apex of which was the Tsarist autocracy and Orthodox Church. As a united state, the Russian Empire could further extend its frontiers, and so liberate Slavs in southern Europe as well as counter Western expansionism. For the populists, the very same commune provided the hope for a new socialist society. In their scheme, too, communal relations inhibited the development of Western individualism, providing the foundation for a flowering of modern socialism. Russia could thus miss out the capitalist stage in its development, and with a suitable change in the political structure move directly onto a collectivist path. Progress could be linear. Old Russia could form the basis of the new precisely because of the socially backward nature of the agrarian system. The dialectics of capitalist development were neither necessary nor desirable. Of course, populists recognized that the commune was not an optimal institution. Patriarchal relations, near universal ignorance, and economic underdevelopment were too manifest for such a view to prevail among an intelligentsia that was deeply humanitarian in ethos and widely educated in Western thought. But it was believed that these unsavory elements would wither as economic advance and enlightenment progressed along a socialist path of development. It was into this framework that Marx's economics was fitted. Prior to the 1880s, it functioned primarily as a warning as to what would occur if capitalist relations succeeded in becoming dominant in Russia, whose vast populace would be forced to experience all the horrors accompanying its laws of motion. The eloquence with which they were depicted in Capital, and the analysis tying them to the very nature of capitalism, had a profound impact upon virtually all populist thinkers. 39. In doing so, it reacted back on Marx himself. Instead of attempting to coax his Russian readers toward the perspective he had labored to formulate for 30 years, he moved in the direction of adopting theirs. V. The late Marx. Marx's initial encounter with populist themes, in the writings of Herzen, provoked a negative response. This reflected not so much the content as the 138 Slavophilic ethos which he detected in their exposition. Neither Marx nor Engels concealed their contempt for what they believed to be only a reformulated, although possibly more benign, form of Russian chauvinism. 40 However, the dropping of Slavophilic themes by later populists, coupled with a range of other influences, was to shift Marx's perspective during the 1870s. In what Edmund Wilson described as the last vital flicker of his fertile mind, he reconstructed his position to one which allowed the possibility for which Russian populists strove. 41. In doing so, it is maintained by neopopulists of the 20th century, he laid the foundation for a late Marx, with a claim to attention alongside both the young Marx, whose themes were greatly to influence Western Marxism after the First World War, and the mature Marx whose ideas formed the intellectual nucleus of the Second International. 42. The impact of several intellectual and political currents were no doubt carrying Marx towards such considerations during the 1870s. In this period the Russian revolutionary movement was the most active in Europe. 43 Marx was both immensely moved by the courage of its activists and, no doubt, flattered by his own eminence in their eyes. 44 That he had a deep and abiding hatred of the Russian autocracy is unquestionable. The wish to lend support to those struggling against it must have weighed heavily with one who considered himself the intellectual head of historical progress. 45 He was also deeply impressed with the economics of Chernyshevsky, who had emphasized that the uneven development between Russia and the West made it possible for the former to duplicate the achievements of the latter without the horrendous costs. 46. The anthropology of Morgan had modified his views as to the worth of primitive communal forms, as had, perhaps, his extensive researches into Russian society. 47. The late Marx, however, produced no texts comparable with the economic and philosophic manuscripts, let alone with Capital. There are merely cryptic remarks appended to earlier work, letters sent to Russians who had inquired about Marx's views on their concerns, and drafts of letters which were in fact never sent. By no stretch of the modern imagination can all this be construed as a system. At most there is only the skeletal form of a position whose themes are never well specified, nor related properly to those of earlier analysis. Marx's populist leanings first emerged during 1877 in a reply to a hostile review of Capital by the populist Mikhailovsky. In order to be able to judge the economic development of contemporary Russia from a knowledge of its causes, I learned Russian, and then for many years studied the official and other publications concerning this subject. I arrived at this conclusion, If Russia continues to move, and the path followed up to 1861, it will lose the finest occasion that history has. 139. Ever offered a people not to undergo all the sudden turns of fortune of the capitalist system? 48. Marx continues by limiting the applicability of the chapter on primitive accumulation in capital, Volume I to Western Europe, repudiating any claim that it constituted a historico-philosophical theory of a universal progress, fatally imposed on all peoples, regardless of historical circumstances. Its applicability to Russia is only this. If Russia attempts to become a capitalist nation, and in recent years it has made great efforts in this direction, it will not succeed without having first transformed a good part of its peasants into proletarians, and afterwards, once it has crossed the threshold of the capitalist system, it will have to submit to the implacable laws of such a system. 49. In 1881 his reply to Vera Zasulich's request for information on your ideas on the possible destiny of our village community reaffirmed this position. 5 degrees. While Marx asserted that this community is the strategic point of social regeneration in Russia, he added that before it can function as such, it is necessary to eliminate first the pernicious influences which attack it from all sides, and then to assure it of normal conditions for spontaneous development. 51. This response had evidently given Marx cause for much reflection. No less than 4 rough drafts of his letter have subsequently come to light. 52. And it is these that flesh out key elements of the argument. Marx recognizes that the village commune combined collectivism and individualism in a matrix of production relations. Land was communally owned, but the labor process was individual and movable property subject to private exchange. Depending upon which element became predominant, 2 different developments were possible. Continuation along the current path set in motion by Tsarist modernization would ultimately lead to the eradication of the former, and generate capitalist relations. But this process is not inevitable. If it were halted by a populist revolution, it would be possible to build instead upon communalism, allowing the positive achievements of capitalism in the West to be incorporated into a socialist reorganization of the commune. In these rough drafts of the Zasulich letter, Marx makes no reference to the belief that the realization of the populist path depended upon proletarian revolution in the advanced West. The preface to the 1882 edition of the Communist Manifesto, however, does add this qualification. 53. This may reflect the influence of Engels, whose name appears as joint author of the preface, and who actually drafted it. 5. For certainly Engels's writings upon the themes of the late Marx stress to a far greater degree than those of Marx himself the indispensability of Western political leadership for the realization. 140. Of populist ideas. 55. There is also evidence to suggest that Engels never took the prospect very seriously, even before Marx's death. 5-6. After 1883 his position hardened even further. Engels' skepticism was reflected in the views of Russian Marxists in the 20th century. While they sometimes recognized that Russia might conceivably avoid the maturation of capitalism, they usually specified the need for international revolution if this were to occur. 57. The development of a coherent doctrine of socialism in one country was a product of the 1920s, and one occasioned by the failure of the European Revolution after 1917. Any assessment of the significance of the late Marx involves confronting the inconsistencies with his prior writings and considering the influences which operated upon Marx during the late 70s. 58. That his views are not in accordance with the bulk of what he had previously written is palpably obvious. Marx had clearly abandoned the universally applicable natural laws of industrialization set out in Capital. 59. The constant theme from his very earliest works, to the effect that the proletariat alone provided the agency of communism, 60 was now joined by a socialism realizable through an alliance of intellectuals and peasants. Marx's many previous aspersions on the idiocy of rural life, the cultural barbarism of peasants, and their political unreliability were now apparently of limited applicability. 61. Western imperialism, whose impact upon India Marx had both condemned for its brutality and heralded for its progressive consequences, could from the 1880s be seen in less categorical terms. 62 At all events, the populist project was impossible. Any attempt to implement socialism on the basis of the Objkina would have had to be authoritarian. The distance between the leaders and the masses, together with the underdeveloped labor productivity, meant that there could be no democratically organized transition to socialism. Even with appropriate Bakuninist sentiments widely distributed among the peasantry, the need for a disruption of the commune's traditional relations in order fully to socialize production would require that power be removed from those socialized. What would then save the ruling elite from experiencing the vicissitudes of class formation? In the year of Marx's death, Plekhanov was to make precisely these points against the populists, 63 guided by the Marxism of Marx's prime. The late Marx certainly provides no grounds for refuting them. 6. Conclusion. Thus Marx left a more complex legacy to his Russian followers than to their German comrades. His conception of Asiatic society was of limited theoretical interest to German Marxists. To their Russian counterparts, however, it suggested that their position was very different from that of 141. Europe. This highlighted in dramatic terms the fact that the development of Russian capitalism would have peculiar features, and that the appropriate revolutionary strategy might require specific forms of struggle, such as those outlined by Marx in his remarks on the German Revolution of 1848. Even the centerpiece of Marx's mature work, The Laws of Motion of the Capitalist Mode of Production, was of disputed relevance. The Russians did not have to wait for a revisionist controversy to engulf their ranks. It was there from the start, and with apparent support from Marx himself. This background helps to explain the controversies that were to characterize Russian Marxism. The ambivalence of Marx's work in the Russian context interacted with the specific attributes of the Tsarist regime to generate centrifugal forces on a sharper scale than ever emerged in Germany. While the late 1890s saw controversy which was intellectually similar to that in the SPD, from 1903 there was a new kind of fissure. At this point the Russian party split into Bolshevik and Menshevik factions. The rupture was occasioned by a dispute over the appropriate form of organization, but it subsequently came to encompass issues of economic theory. Nor were the two wings of Russian Marxism without their own disputes. So far as political economy was concerned, the most important was associated with Trotsky's theory of uneven and combined development. Prior to 1917, Trotsky and his associates accepted the Menshevik view of party structure, but their radicalism aligned them more closely with Lenin and Bukharin, the chief theorists of Bolshevism. After 1914 and the disintegration of the Second International, differences within Russian Marxism became even more marked and there was a realignment of groups. In 1917 Trotsky and Lenin joined forces, but the October Revolution was opposed by the bulk of the Mensheviks, and some Bolsheviks, as adventurism inconsistent with the tenets of orthodox Marxism. At the same time, Marx's depiction of Russia as the bastion of European reaction elevated a Russian revolution to primary international importance. In consequence, reformism became a weaker force, while the heritage of revolutionary intransigence, which Marx himself had embodied and which within the ranks of German-speaking theorists Rosa Luxemburg alone kept alive, became a far stronger current. The advance in economic theory which emerged clearly reflected this priority of revolutionary practice. Far less attention was given to the theory of value and capitalist crises, and much more to understanding the precise nature of Russian economic development, in order to formulate an effective revolutionary strategy. 8. The political economy of Plekhanov. About 1880, as the late Marx was emerging, the young Plekhanov was moving in an exactly contrary direction. He broke with his populist past, embraced a Marxism which incorporated central themes of the mature Marx, and began the process by which his ideas subsequently attained dominance in Russian revolutionary circles. The fact that he knew Marx's own views on Russia to diverge from his own, 1. And that he received scant encouragement from Engels or other leaders of Marxism for many years after Marx's death. 2. Speaks for his intellectual confidence. Plekhanov's theoretical abilities are attested by the fact that the general parameters of his system dominated Russian Marxism for over 3 decades. Menshevism was based firmly upon his Marxism, and none of its theorists ever approached him in intellectual stature. 3. The brief flowering of legal Marxism in the 1890s was no less indebted to him. 4. Even after Plekhanov's break with Bolshevism in 1905 over the arithmetic of revolution, Lenin still considered himself an adherent of his algebra. Nor did the success of the October Revolution, the theoretical principles of which were clearly contrary to those of Plekhanov, qualify Lenin's admiration for his philosophical work. 5. In the Soviet Union his texts have been accorded a prominent place among the intellectual foundations officially held to legitimize it. 6. Plekhanov's system of Marxian theory was born in a polemic with revolutionary populism, and throughout his life he was continually embroiled in theoretical controversies. The program itself, however, manifests a remarkable constancy. Plekhanov conceded virtually nothing to those with whom he debated. Russian capitalism was held to be developing along Western lines, and progress towards socialism required that Marxists first concentrate upon bringing about a bourgeois democracy. 146. 147. Biography of G. V. Plekhanov. Georgy Ventinovich Plekhanov was born in 1856 at Gudilovka, a village in the central Russian province of Tambov. His parents belonged to the lower landed gentry and his father was of Tartar extraction. Plekhanov entered the revolutionary movement as a populist, but adopted a Marxist position in the 1880s, and as an émigré in Geneva formed the Emancipation of Labor Group in 1883. This was the most important intellectual center of Russian Marxism for the next 20 years. Plekhanov's writings, more than those of any other single person, established the viability of Marxism in Russia, and subsequently the theoretical perspective of Menshevism. Within international Marxism his reputation was second only to that of Koskai. After the 1905 revolution, and especially after the outbreak of war in 1914, his prestige declined among Russian Marxists because of his political moderation and aggressive nationalism. He opposed, but did not forcibly resist, the Bolshevik seizure of power, and died in Finland in May 1918. Take revolution. Although his views changed on particular matters and they were considerably widened as his diverse interests led him into new areas of study, the principles on which they were based remained firm. 7. These propositions were those that have become associated with the Marxism of the Second International. Indeed, by the mid-1890s Plekhanov was regarded, and regarded himself, as one of its leading theorists, both a pillar of orthodoxy and the creator of a Marxism made relevant to backward Russia. 2. Plekhanov's system, the orthodoxy of the Second International and Russian Marxism. Plekhanov coined the term dialectical materialism to define the essence of Marxism. 8. And among the intellectuals of the Second International he was its most erudite exponent. His interest in, and knowledge of, philosophical thought was probably second to none, it certainly surpassed that of Koskai. Hence Plekhanov's defense of orthodoxy hinged on philosophical issues. Although his response to Bernstein and Schmidt in the revisionist controversy did refer to economic matters, these were 148 of secondary concern to him compared with the defense of the materialist foundations against Kantian epistemology. No doubt his vigorous exposure of his adversaries' philosophical ignorance aided in their defeat, but he contributed nothing original to the debate on issues of political economy. Plekhanov also combined an implacable hostility to theoretical reconstruction with a call for Bernstein's expulsion from the SPD, a condemnation of Koskai's tolerance of the revisionists, and a tendency to question the German theoretician's own competence in Marxism. 9. This was not exceptional. A parallel hardness manifested itself in Plekhanov's stance during many other doctrinal controversies. These characteristics of Plekhanov's work have led to its being described as an especially rigid form of Marxism that depended heavily upon the later works of Engels, 10. And as a dogmatism that allowed frictionless incorporation into Stalinist ideology. It is indisputable that Plekhanov followed Engels very closely and failed to appreciate the difficulties inherent in his treatment of Hegel and the extension of dialectics to nature. He also wrongly believed that dialectical materialism represented a logically connected comprehensive worldview, and that criticism of it necessarily reflected either ignorance or reactionary designs. However, it remains true that Plekhanov took intellectual inquiry to be of the highest value, correctly perceived the hollowness of various forms of eclecticism, and diagnosed the reformist substance of important deviations from orthodoxy. More importantly, his system is not susceptible to charges that he articulated a mechanical materialism and embraced a historical fatalism, or that he devalued human agency and propounded a political quietism. He was condemned on such grounds by his populist critics, and he did not fudge his response. The substance of his refutation is crucial to the understanding of Russian Marxism as a whole, including its political economy. For Plekhanov there was no question that laws of social development exist, and that historical materialism provides the concepts whereby their study can be made exact. 11 previous systems of thought, notably Hegelian idealism and the French historians of the Restoration period, had made crucial intellectual advances. But only with Marxism, Plekhanov maintained, were the contradictions of these systems overcome, their truths preserved, their errors abandoned and the ultimate foundation of social life made clear. The materialism of Marx thus represented the culmination of intellectual development. Analysis by contemporary scientists, many of whom were ignorant of Marxism, was, in Plekhanov's view, continually confirming this. Plekhanov makes this especially clear in the development of the monist view of history, published in 1895 at the height of the controversy with populism. 12. However, despite his emphasis upon the scientific quality of Marxism, he does not discuss the importance of classical political economy. 149. In its maturation. This reflects more than Plekhanov's personal interest in philosophical thought. It indicates a general quality of Russian Marxism, and one which marks it off as a relatively autonomous stream from those of Central Europe. Technical economic analysis never became a significant component before the revolution in 1917. Why the underdeveloped nature of the Russian economy made the value categories of limited relevance, and the dominant concern of Russian theorists prior to the First World War was to understand the implications of the ascendancy of capitalism, rather than to analyze the causes of its breakdown. Indeed, the very debate with populism made Marxists in Russia before 1914 hostile to any argument which implied that capitalism had anything but a glorious economic future. Nor was Plekhanov a historical unilinearist. Not every society was destined to travel the same path of development stages. 14. In fact, he came to the same general conclusion on the different passages from primitive communism that Marx had outlined in the Grundrisse. 15. Plekhanov of course would have been unaware of this, as the Grundrisse was not published until 21 years after his death. 16. Furthermore, he sought to provide an analytical base for such multilinearity, which proved to be considerably clearer than Marx's own cryptic remarks. Plekhanov stressed three considerations. First was the importance of geographical or natural conditions in determining economic development. It was this perspective that allowed him to account for the semi-Asiatic, pre-capitalist, condition of Russia which, he believed, crucially differentiated its history from that of Western Europe. Second was the relative autonomy of the different subsystems into which any complex society may be divided, economic, political, cultural, and so forth. On this basis Plekhanov attributed a crucial role to human consciousness and political organization in influencing the course of historical development. Third, he argued that international interactions had dramatic effects, especially on backward societies. It was through external influence that Russia was propelled upon a capitalist development and the laws of motion depicted in Capital became applicable. The importance of geography for social development had been known since Montesquieu. But Plekhanov's own version of geographical determination is unique, since it was integrated into the theory of historical materialism summarized by Marx in the Critique of Political Economy. 11. For Plekhanov, human development is divided into two broad types, the Darwinian and the historical. The former pertains to the origination of the species and the latter begins precisely where the investigation of Darwin ends. 18. In Plekhanov's view, it is the natural environment in which different groups of Homo sapiens emerge which governs the form of the productive forces which are initially developed. Since, according to the materialist conception of history, these forces represent the central factors governing. 150. The whole social formation, 19 different geographical conditions are crucial in generating different forms of society. 20. If there is any development of the productive forces, and there may not be according to Plekhanov, in conditions of isolation. 21. Humanity's increasing mastery over nature reduces the determining importance of non-social elements. But the constraining influence of natural conditions is never entirely absent, only increasingly overlaid by social determinations. This allowed Plekhanov to move beyond Engels's last resort formulae, 22, according to which there is interaction between different elements of a social formation, and the economic factor is regarded as only the ultimate determining force in history. The problem here is that it becomes difficult to talk in causal terms if every element can affect all others. Thus, if the development of the productive forces is influenced by superstructural components, how is it possible to say that the former determines the latter? Plekhanov's emphasis upon the importance of geography cuts through this circle. He was able to accept the interaction of all social subsystems, 23, whilst adhering to a monist materialism with substantive content. And, as he never tired of emphasizing, while a developed science cannot ignore complexity, neither can it rest content with any dualism, or limit itself to tracing out the interactions of different factors upon each other. 24. It must seek the causal foundation of organic wholes. 25. Believing that he had so anchored historical materialism, Plekhanov nevertheless maintained that determination by natural conditions or productive forces took the form of mediation by relatively autonomous substructures of social relations. It is only in the most primitive of societies that the economy directly governs the superstructure. In the more differentiated societies, its effects are mediated by systems of class relations, structures of politic, power and legal systems. 26. To support such claims, Plekhanov probed in depth what he considered to be the least obvious domain of materialist determination, that of artistic creation. Why, as determination is complex, so too are the laws of social development. But, precisely because of this, human consciousness and political agency have room for maneuver. Although Plekhanov never specifies the limits, he stresses that consciousness of the laws of development provided most fully by Marxism can, when politically organized, significantly affect their operation. 28. For him, this is how social democracy becomes relevant to the pre-capitalist conditions found in backward societies. Its role is to bring about that form of capitalist development most conducive to the rapid realization of socialism. Thus the analysis of what forms of capitalist development are actually taking place, and what types are possible, and with what consequences, is raised to preeminent importance in political economy. It was on these issues that Lenin, Trotsky, and Bukharin, in their different ways, ultimately parted from Plekhanov. Inevitably they also 151. Broke with him at the level of political strategy or tactics. All these theorists emphasized the international context of Russian capitalism. But this also figured in Plekhanov's system. Without the more advanced economic conditions prevalent in the West, he argued, Russian capitalism might never have arisen. More generally, he recognized that the trajectory of any society can be deeply affected by contact with others, especially if they are at different stages of development. Nor did Plekhanov rest content with describing the obvious ways in which this is true, but sought also to identify the laws which govern such interactions. 29. It was on this understanding that he took his stand against Bolshevism in I9-I7, and argued that Menshevism alone provided a secure basis for progressive advance. Inherent in this was a Marxist critique of the political economy which underlay the creation of the Soviet state. Both Lenin's and, more especially, Trotsky's strategy for securing the socialist revolution in Russia required that proletarian revolution spread to the more advanced West. Only then, they argued, would there be an adequate material base for socialist construction in Russia itself. The conclusions of Plekhanov's own analysis, however, questioned precisely this logic of his erstwhile followers. He had been forced to consider a similar scenario in his polemic with the populists. They too had sometimes argued that the more advanced economic conditions prevalent in Europe allowed Russia to bypass the maturation of domestic capitalism and proceed directly to socialism. Plekhanov did not deny out of hand that historical shortcuts were possible. Indeed, as we have seen above, and will confirm in sections 3 and 4, his own strategy of revolution rested precisely on the belief that they were both feasible and desirable. But he considered that they were only possible on a grand scale via an accelerated development in the appropriate relational structures. They could not be achieved solely through technological borrowing, transfers of resources, or international support. Why historical materialism involved a sociological theory of determination, and Plekhanov took its terms seriously. In the case of socialist revolution, this meant that there was no substitute for a large and matured proletariat. Thus a fully grown capitalism in Russia could in no way be dispensed with as an essential precondition for socialism. Were the revolutionary leaders to proceed on a contrary assumption, they would necessarily undermine their own professed aims, no matter how favorable the external circumstances. 32 On the other hand, it is evident that Plekhanov's own scheme failed in a very dramatic fashion. After the First World War, Bolshevism triumphed in Russia, while reformism and revisionism increasingly dominated the labor movements of the West. Wherein lay Plekhanov's own errors? The very 152. Nature of his system makes the answer to this question problematical. Difficulties arise from the seriousness with which Plekhanov took dialectics. The very fecundity with which reality was endowed conceals the limitations of his analysis. Thus, for example, in the light of events during 1917–18, it might reasonably be assumed that Plekhanov's mistake arose from misspecifying the impact of capitalism on the Russian peasantry, an error whose origin perhaps lies in the inability of Marxist categories to capture properly the nature of a rural producing class. Or it might be supposed that, even in the era of democratic revolutions, the nature of backward capitalism made the bourgeoisie counter-revolutionary, while Plekhanov's strategy required them to be a radical force. Probing such issues is crucial to the evaluation of Plekhanov's Marxism, but their definitive resolution is made especially difficult because he himself was not unaware of them. 3. Plekhanov's account of the development of capitalism in Russia. Plekhanov recognized that capitalism does not emerge in the same manner in every country, even though, when fully developed, its laws of motion do operate in a broadly similar fashion irrespective of location. 33. The Russian case is historically unique. According to Plekhanov, it involves the transformation of a semi-Asiatic empire into a formation approximating that of Western European countries. Far from complete even by the second decade of the 20th century, he saw its origin in the reforms initiated by Peter the Great over 200 years earlier in response to international pressure. 34. 1T was indeed its geographical proximity to the West, Plekhanov believed, that saved Russia from Oriental stagnation. Otherwise its history would have followed that of China. 35. The westernization of Russia was thus initiated by a revolution from above, with the state taking the lead. 36. It was, however, a protracted process in Plekhanov's view. Not until the Alexandrian reforms of the 1860s, again in response to international events, was a firm foundation for capitalist social relations inaugurated. 37. These changes therefore receive the bulk of Plekhanov's attention. In explaining their significance he appeals to what he regards as a general economic law of transition, the logic of a commodity economy. 38. Like Marx in the Grundriss, 39. Plekhanov draws a sharp distinction between natural economy and money economy. He identifies the former with stagnation and the latter with growth, involved in which is the development of capitalist social relations. Petty producers engaged in market transactions are progressively differentiated, through a process akin to natural selection. 40. The vast bulk are ground down and ultimately proletarianist, while a minority evolve toward eventually becoming a capitalist bourgeoisie. Plekhanov recognizes that the legal relations in 153, which this process occurs can retard or accelerate it, and are thus by no means irrelevant. However, he argues that any constraint placed by law can only be partial, it cannot definitively hold the development back. Indeed, juridical rules must ultimately adjust in accordance with the propositions of historical materialism, whereby superstructures are brought into conformity with the economic base. Hence there was a basis for bourgeois democratic revolution in Russia. The ending of serfdom in the 1860s is seen by Plekhanov as a watershed in the process of differentiation. 41. The relations of personal domination ceased to have legal force, and the peasants became petty producers on their own account. Moreover, their redemption payments which were monetized forced them to become commodity producers. The emancipation thus set in motion, or dramatically accelerated, the differentiation mechanism inherent in the nature of a commodity economy. The ultimate capitalization of agriculture was assured according to Plekhanov. The commune on which the populists fixed their socialist program was inevitably disintegrating. On this count alone, hopes for a peasant-based socialism were utopian. Such is Plekhanov's account of the development of capitalism in Russia. Any evaluation needs to bear in mind two facts. First, his analysis accords with Marx's own characterization of Russia as semi-Asiatic, and is consistent with the importance that Marx gave to commodity relations in the genesis of capitalism. Second, some of the empirical evidence on the commercialization of agriculture and differentiation of the peasantry substantiates Plekhanov's conclusion. 42. Thus his argument both rests upon the political economy of Marx and corresponds with actual developments. Nevertheless, it is open to criticism in a number of respects. The very allegiance to Marx's own Asiatic classification of Russia is a weakness. It is not that Plekhanov blindly follows Marx, his conclusion rests upon the study of Russian historical sources unavailable to either Marx or Engels, and his view of Russian society as incorporating important Asiatic qualities tended to strengthen with time. 43. However, nothing compensates for the fact that semi-Asiaticism was one of the least secure of Marx's concepts. The weaknesses are reflected in Plekhanov, indeed, they are more pronounced. Statements emphasizing the Oriental qualities of Russian absolutism coexist with others indicating that feudal attributes are dominant. 44. The geography of the Russian Empire, and the type of agriculture it facilitated, are used by Plekhanov to explain Asiatic features. 45. But no comparison with other regimes of Eastern Europe is made to confirm these causal assertions. White Tsarism could positively respond to threats from the West, while Chinese absolutism failed to do so, is left a mystery in Plekhanov's writings. And its very responses, which according to Plekhanov are part and parcel of the process of Westernization, also in his account intensify the Asiatic attributes, particularly the role 154 of the state. 46. Plekhanov never resolved this paradox. His normally astute dialectical sensibilities seem to have departed from him, and it was left to Trotsky to reassert a more fertile Marxian perspective. Economic development would not simply be uneven, it would be integrally combined with non-Occidental structures, so that the outcome would necessarily be different from that in Western Europe. Plekhanov also follows Marx in emphasizing the central importance of commodity relations in the genesis of capitalism. Again, he does not do so unthinkingly. The considerations to which Marx appeals in his final discussions of Russia, to qualify his populist conclusions, rest on the same effects engendered by the reforms of the 1860s upon which Plekhanov focuses. However, Plekhanov could not have known this with certainty, as Marx's writings were not fully available until well into the 20th century. More importantly, This facet of Plekhanov's analysis is much stronger than his comments upon Russia's semi-Asiatic nature. Commodity production is clearly a necessary condition for the development of capitalism. Nonetheless, the question remains whether it is sufficient. Marx's emphasis on the importance of exchange relations in the origin of capitalism is at its purest in the Communist Manifesto. 47. The Grundriss, Capital, and texts of the late Marx show that he never abandoned it. 48. He did, however, bring in qualifications. In particular, Marx pointed to the ambivalent nature of merchant and money capital. While these forms could both extend commodity circulation and accelerate the ruin of petty producers, they did not tend to revolutionize the mode of production. 49. Engels had also pointed to the serfdom in Eastern Europe as capable of integration in the world market. 50. And Marx had similarly commented upon slavery in the New World. Why thus there were qualifications made to any general law connecting market production and the capitalist mode. Plekhanov ignores these qualifications, despite the fact that their substance is reinforced by the serf labor factories of pre-emancipation Russia, and that Tsarist agricultural policy prior to 1906 sometimes tended to strengthen the commune rather than hastening its demise. 5.2 In his actual discussions of the development of Russian capitalism, it is, nevertheless, hard to fault him for doing so. By the late 19th century it was clear that Tsarism required capitalist industry, and that it would not be able continually to develop it without enhanced commercialization of agricultural relations. Furthermore, since the reforms of the 1860s dramatically changed the situation of peasant producers, Marx's really revolutionary path. 53. To the development of capitalism could be expected to have been opened up. But, of course, Plekhanov's life work had as its objective the creation of a political force which would overthrow the autocracy. Why then did he believe that the revolution would further the process of 155. Capitalist development that was, on his own analysis, propelled by Tsarism? A full answer to this question must await a consideration of his political theory in the next section, but there are problems in his economic analysis of the development of Russian capitalism which shed light on this issue. Plekhanov displayed a pervasive distrust of the peasantry. He had deep misgivings as to the progressivity of any radical agrarian revolution. That a revolution was required to eradicate feudal remnants and facilitate capitalism in the countryside was not doubted. 5.4 The problem, in Plekhanov's view, was that its realization from below would in all probability set back capitalist development in other ways, while raising the peasantry to a position of enhanced political significance which might hinder the further Europeanization of Russia. 55 These fears were only too well founded, although their realization took a form Plekhanov did not imagine. During the revolutionary years of 1917–18, the Russian peasantry not only markedly revised the distribution of property that had previously differentiated it, but endowed the commune with a new life which was to persist until collectivization in the late 1920s. 56. In this sense the peasant revolution was deeply regressive. That Plekhanov did not consider the possibility of a communal restoration, however, should not weigh as a heavy indictment. Even Lenin, whose studies of the peasantry had been far more extensive, had no inkling of such a possibility until the very eve of its realization. It was one of the great contradictions of 1917 which even the keenest dialecticians failed to anticipate. But the emphasis which Plekhanov placed upon the connection of commodity production and capitalism did nothing to highlight the prospect, directed as it was against the populists' belief in the continued viability of traditional peasant economic organization. There is a further dimension to this issue which reflects less unambiguously on Plekhanov. He appears to have hoped that the urban revolution would dominate the rural to a point whereby the alteration of agricultural relations would minimize any constraint upon capitalist development. Nevertheless, he totally failed to appreciate the economically specific nature of agricultural production, with its very limited economies of scale. 57. Eminent bourgeois economists of the 19th century perceived the essential point. 58. Whereas Marx did not. 59. The survival of small-scale agriculture was however stressed by the revisionists in Germany, 60 and while Lenin resisted the revisionists no less than Plekhanov, his work shows that he learned from them too. Plekhanov failed to do so. Coupled with this attribute of agricultural technologies is the remarkable tenacity of an independent peasantry, which by its very nature can sustain its own survival and hinder the capitalization of production. In industry, the extension of the market leads artisans to become commodity producers, and their urban cultural environments break down traditional resistances to 156. This process, the capitalization of commodity-producing relations, can work smoothly, albeit brutally. It is different with peasants, whose own production may constitute their consumption to a qualitatively unique degree, and for whom the idiocy of rural life provides a much lower incentive to specialize. Unless they are under pressure from monetized debts or taxes, the peasants can resist market penetration and hold back capitalist development. Plekhanov's treatment of the development of Russian agriculture under Tsarism implicitly incorporates the substance of this second point. His concentration upon the fiscal changes during the 1860s is fully in accord with it. Nevertheless, he seems not to have understood the matter generally, despite the importance he assigned to French history, where the revolutionary settlement gave it an alternative concrete form. 61 His worries that an agrarian revolution from below might hold back capitalist development lay elsewhere. 62 Furthermore, they led him to oppose Lenin's scheme of the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry, which was designed simultaneously to tap the power of peasant revolution against the autocracy, yet circumvent the persistence of the peasantry in its aftermath. Plekhanov's own scenario was less well designed to do either. In addition, his opposition to Lenin's peasant program exhibited another failing. His analysis of the development of agricultural capitalism concentrated upon the small producer. The transformation of the landlord's estates received much less attention, it being assumed that the denaturalization and defeudalization of the former would influence the latter, bringing about their capitalization on an extended scale. This ignores the inability of the owners to adjust their operations productively and the partial decline of estate farming experienced after the ending of serfdom. 63. Lenin by contrast took cognizance of this fact, and it reinforced the logic of his revolutionary strategy. Thus, despite Plekhanov's adherence to Marx's political economy and the evidence which accords with his theoretical treatment of the development of Russian capitalism under Tsarism, there were important defects in his work. To appreciate the full extent of these limitations, we must turn to the political theory which he sought to mount upon his economic base. An examination of Plekhanov's politics reveals further deficiencies in his economics. 4. The structure of revolutions. At various points in his writings, Plekhanov distinguished between the algebra of revolution and the arithmetic, 64 meaning by this something akin to the distinction between strategy and tactics. Indeed, he sometimes 157 defined Marxism as this algebra, and he believed that the strategy he developed for Russian revolutionaries rested upon that of Marx in the circumstances of the 1848 revolution in Germany. 65 He was none the less aware that algebra is abstract compared with arithmetic, so that there might be major differences even between those who adhered to the same revolutionary perspective. It was by means of such a viewpoint that Bolsheviks and Mensheviks could for a long time consider themselves members of the same party even when torn apart by distinct tactics. The algebra which Plekhanov placed before Russian revolutionaries was recognized to be complex. 66 The ultimate goal, shared by all international socialists, was socialist revolution on a world scale. Since this would take the form of a series of national, or territorial, revolutions, 67 it involved a Russian socialist revolution. However, Plekhanov argued that the historical position of Russia required, as a necessary preliminary, a Russian bourgeois democratic revolution. 68 This was dictated by the underdevelopment of Russian capitalism, whose backwardness was exacerbated by the unfavorable autocratic environment. For its most rapid development, the political, legal and cultural superstructure of absolutism must be overthrown. Although in Plekhanov's view such a revolution would usher in the rule of the bourgeoisie as a class, he justified it as necessary for the eventual success of socialism. The accelerated development of capitalism would ensure the development of the productive forces, while the bourgeois democratic revolution would establish conditions favorable to the development of the working class as a socialist revolutionary force. 69. It would increase both quantitatively and qualitatively. Exploitation would be regulated in the interests of cultural development, and democratic freedoms would allow organizational maturation. There were, therefore, immediate as well as long-term benefits for the proletariat in supporting bourgeois revolution. But Plekhanov did not believe it desirable for the working class to play second fiddle to the bourgeoisie in the democratic revolution. While the latter had an objective interest in revolution against Tsarism, it would also be concerned to limit it to the realization of its own class requirements. European historical experience confirmed this. Here, when bourgeois revolutions had mobilized the urban masses against the ancien regimes, the workers' immediate gains had been sparse, and the revolutions had been curtailed in ways dysfunctional to the socialist future. 70. Especially in his early works, Plekhanov was determined that the forthcoming Russian Revolution would not repeat this. Consequently, the proletariat needed an independent political organization to protect its own interests and to drive the bourgeoisie on, further than it would otherwise proceed. 71. He envisaged an alliance of bourgeoisie and proletariat against the autocracy, but one in 158. Which a strike together resulted from marching separately, and with the working class in the lead. 72. As such the proletariat took on the role of a national class. 73. While Plekhanov was sure that the socialist revolution was not feasible as an immediate goal, 74. He was also convinced that a bourgeois revolution of the type he sought would not be easy. His contempt for the political conservatism of the Russian bourgeoisie increased over time. 75. Both were well founded in experience, as the events of 1905 and 1917 showed. The defect of Plekhanov's position was not an ill-judged optimism concerning bourgeois radicalism, but rather that he limited his perception to the level of political behavior. The linchpin in his strategy was that, despite all the reluctance and hesitations of the bourgeois class, there was an objective, economically rooted, conflict of interest between it and the autocracy. 76. But Plekhanov never probed this in depth. In his economic analysis he had concentrated on the development of Russian capitalism in agriculture. He did not carry out an analogous inquiry into the dynamics of industry, yet it was the urban bourgeoisie to whom he assigned a revolutionary role. He looked at the Russian bourgeoisie in terms of Marx's general categories of class conflict, and the behavior of their European counterparts. He did not theorize from the historically specific conditions of Russian industrialization, and on this basis deduce the politics of the bourgeoisie. Had he done so, it would have been evident that the bourgeoisie occupied a structural position that cast doubt upon its ability to play the part allotted to it. Urban industry's weight in the economy was relatively small, the commanding heights were extremely capital-intensive, significantly aided by the state's military demands and subsidies, and facilitated by the large injections of foreign capital which were made possible by Tsarism's harsh fiscal policies. 77. Furthermore, it was not obvious that there was a fundamental conflict between industry and the autocracy, that is, one that could not be resolved by a series of compromises in an evolutionary fashion. Certainly, industrial capital would have preferred a just arbitrary regime, enhanced access to government and socio-economic reforms. But the issues which provoked bourgeois discontent in 1789 and 1848 were in large part absent. 78. The bourgeoisie's dissatisfaction with the autocracy was more akin to that of a junior family member, anxious to exert greater influence, but within the context in which it had hitherto grown. 79. It was indeed precisely this conclusion which Lenin reached in the light of the 1905 revolution. The bourgeoisie, he believed, favored a Prussian form of modernization, whereby the Ancien regime was reconstructed from above, not one involving the overthrow of Tsarism. Trotsky, too, drew similar conclusions, but was more optimistic that such an evolutionary path would fail. Lenin, by contrast, took the prospect much more seriously. Plekhanov's failure to provide an economic analysis of industrial capita. 159. Lism was compounded by a significant omission in his treatment of agriculture, a point already touched upon in the preceding section. He did not recognize the economic basis which underpinned the rural owner's interest in constraining the development of a free rural labor market, in ensuring that a significant section of the peasantry remain fastened to inadequate land holdings, and that non-peasant agriculture be disproportionately favored in government fiscal policies. Thus even commercially oriented landlords remain tied to an autocratic form of government. Just as the bourgeoisie could not duplicate the action of the French middle class at the end of the 18th century, so landed property could not follow the path taken by leaders of agricultural capitalism in mid-17th century England. The economic basis of previous bourgeois revolutions was lacking in Russia, yet Plekhanov's strategy was geared to the belief in their political emulation. Consequently, Lenin's view that a Prussian solution to Russia's modernization was structurally grounded was absolutely correct. Paradoxically, its political manifestation had been partially documented by Plekhanov himself. He had shown how the process of reconstruction from above had been undertaken from the early 18th to the late 19th centuries. What Lenin saw, and what Plekhanov failed to see, was that the outcome of the 1905 revolution was a new episode in this history. The bourgeoisie's conservatism deeply disturbed Lenin, leading him to conclude that a radical democratic revolution would require an alliance of the proletariat and peasantry against the bourgeoisie. Moreover, such an alliance would not necessarily succeed. There was an alternative evolutionary scenario currently working itself out which could complete Russia's transition to modernity in a Prussian manner. Of necessity, this strengthened Lenin's Bolshevism at the level of party organization, a position which did find a basis in P1 Ekhanov's treatment of conscious human agency within historical materialism. 80 Lenin's strategy also filled another gap in Plekhanov's economics, though he himself was not aware of this until 1917 when it contributed to another fundamental change in his revolutionary strategy, and brought him closer to Trotsky. Plekhanov had set two broad goals for bourgeois revolution. It was to provide more favorable conditions both for the development of capitalism economically and for the flowering of the working class as a socialist force. He realized that they were in partial conflict, since the bourgeoisie would seek to limit the revolution to the first goal, while the working class would aim at measures implementing both. However, prior to 1905 at least, Plekhanov did not believe that this posed an insuperable problem. The conflict between the bourgeoisie and proletariat within the democratic revolution was of a secondary order. It concerned politics, not economics. Thoroughgoing reforms beneficial to the working class in its future role as a socialist force were not regarded as incompatible with the maintenance of the bourgeois economic order. Plekhanov was surely correct in this belief, but what he failed to consider in any depth was the process by which reforms economically compatible with capitalism would be implemented politically, and the implications this had for economics. Proletarian hegemony, as Plekhanov envisaged it, logically involved two aspects: its exercise by the proletariat, and its acceptance by the bourgeoisie. Its success was not simply a matter of the former. Were the bourgeoisie to resist the proletariat, the possibility of a second civil war inside the first would arise. The proletariat would be forced to move against the bourgeoisie as well as against the autocracy. And proletarian success would have important economic implications, since material life would have to be reorganized on non-bourgeois principles. Thus a working class seeking to carry out the first stage of Plekhanov's two-stage scheme of revolution would be forced to go beyond it. In this light, Plekhanov's views on why the proletariat would limit itself to bourgeois revolution are beside the point. 81 The issue is not, as critics usually phrase it, that a working class will necessarily press for socialist measures. it is that the measures Plekhanov understood to be bourgeois engender a political conflict whose resolution brings about a change in the economic order. Trotsky was the first to recognize this problem in Plekhanov's Marxism, and it formed the basis of his revolution in permanence, whereby the bourgeois revolution would become telescoped into the socialist revolution. With this the algebra of revolution dramatically changed. Conclusion. What of course did not change were Plekhanov's arguments as to why a socialist revolution would lack the material foundations capable of securing it. Without extensive accumulation of capital, a large matured working class and a shrunken peasantry, both scarcity and counter-revolution would ultimately destroy it. For Plekhanov there was no possibility that the advantages of backwardness or international revolution could overcome these elementary truths of orthodox Marxism. 82 The logic of Plekhanov's position of limiting the revolution to a bourgeois phase therefore propelled him onto a course whose objective meaning was the road Lenin designated as Prussian. Though he stuck to the terms of his original formulation, Plekhanov's actual position during and after 1905 receded from it. The hegemonic role of the working class was watered down, deference to the demands of the bourgeoisie became more pronounced, and the defense of the Tsarist Empire. 161. In an imperialist war was finally claimed to be the appropriate stance of Marxism. 83. The tortuous path of Plekhanov's retrenchment is tragic. Its source, in the last resort, was his inability accurately to diagnose the backward nature of Russian capitalism. The fact that he did correctly maintain the ultimate folly of an alternative algebra of revolution cannot detract from this failure. The contradictions in Plekhanov's system underlay the divisions that were to emerge in the Russian revolutionary movement during the 20th century. Lenin, Trotsky, and Bukharin were each to develop different programs that are intelligible products of its weakest links. Practice also played its part, since the revisions were partially the result of attempts to apply Plekhanov's Marxism, and more especially their failures to do so. But while matters of political strategy were paramount, each came to rest upon an economic theory of capitalist development. Before this could occur, however, Marxism itself had to triumph intellectually, and populist socialism had to be defeated. Here, too, the political economy of Russian capitalism was central. It is to the main features of the debate, and especially the advances in Marxist economics which it engendered, that the next chapter is devoted. 9. Populism and Orthodox. Marxism in the 1890s. 1. Plekhanov developed his Marxism primarily in opposition to populist intellectuals. The underdeveloped nature of the Russian labor movement in the 1880s meant that his immediate aim became that of converting revolutionaries of the intelligentsia to his position, rather than seeking to influence the proletariat directly. 1. Plekhanov's attack on populism, however, was part of a broader Marxist critique. The first round had been fired by Engels in 1873-2 and debates with populism in Russia were to end only with Stalin's collectivization in the late 1920s. The high point of the controversy came between 1894 and 1899, when there was a significant increase in the number of critical publications. This was also the period which saw the intellectual breakthrough of Marxist social democracy. In particular, the economic theory on which populist philosophy rested was undermined by a battery of sophisticated counter-arguments. While populism survived principally in the Socialist Revolutionary Party, it did so only by transforming its stand in ways which made major concessions to the Marxian critics. 3. There was a material base to this victory of ideas. The intensified polemics of the 1890s were prompted by the famine which gripped rural Russia at the beginning of the decade, and revealed that the peasant economy was in a deep crisis. 4. The Marxist position was further buttressed during subsequent years by the very rapid industrial growth and the unmistakable emergence of an urban proletariat as a political force. 5. Capitalism was clearly gaining ground, and the radicalism of the working class appeared in sharp contrast to the passivity of the peasantry. The principles of Plekhanov's Marxism, therefore, received concrete vindication. The ranks of social democracy swelled as those of populism diminished. 165. 166. The fact that the victory proved incomplete, that populism lived on in altered form, also reflected weaknesses in Plekhanov's system. However inarticulately, the non-Marxist socialists recognized that the nature of backward capitalism was not wholly as Plekhanov pictured it. There were significant barriers to a full-blown development of capitalism in Russia, and the peasantry was inadequately analyzed in Marxian theory. As capitalism has spread east during the 20th century, and Marxism has become associated with anti-colonial movements in which peasants have played a central role, populism has exacted revenge. Its characteristic themes have re-emerged in new contexts and significantly influenced Marxism itself. In this sense, the intellectual inferiority of the late Marx discussed in Chapter 7 has not proved to be a terminal weakness. During the second half of the present century, it has proved to be closer to Marxism as a world political movement than the mature Marx, which provided the basis of Russian orthodoxy prior to 1914. 2. The populist theory of Russian capitalism. Populism incorporated a variety of ideas and represented a unity only insofar as they all embodied a hostility to capitalist development, and a disposition to base progress upon the traditional institutions of Russian economic life. There was considerable diversity of opinion as to what exactly constituted progress, how it was best achieved, the extent to which capitalism posed a threat, and the health and adaptability of non-capitalist institutions. 6. But in the last 2 decades of the 19th century there was increasing coherence in populist theory. It was generally held that Russian capitalist development was blocked, so that comprehensive emulation of Europe was not only undesirable but also impossible. If Russia was to survive as a sovereign power, economic evolution had therefore to be predominantly non-capitalist. The alternative was a subordination to Western nations, perhaps even formal colonization. The principal theorists involved were Vasily Vorontsov and N.F. Danielson. 7. Each used elements of Marxian economic theory, and especially Danielson, who translated Capital into Russian and corresponded with Marx and Engels over a period of nearly 3 decades. 8. In fact, he regarded himself as a Marxist and was widely thought of as such. What he and Vorontsov did, however, was to integrate themes of Marxian economics with those of populism, as support for the latter. 9. This was an enduring feature of populist writers, as we have seen in Chapter 7, and although there was a tendency to become increasingly critical of Marx and Engels as their arguments met social democratic opposition, most populists remained well disposed toward the founders. They often viewed Russian 167. Marxist orthodoxy as illegitimate as well as erroneous, much to the chagrin of Plekhanov. Although Vorontsov and Danielson differed in significant ways, their arguments as to the impossibility of a full-scale development of Russian capitalism can be taken together. Both rested upon the same basic theory: capitalist economic relations necessarily generated underconsumption. In its pure form, capitalism would thus stagnate. Only factors extraneous to capitalist social relations could offset this and allow growth. Surplus value could not be completely realized within a fully capitalized economy. Workers' consumption demand was insufficient because the rate of exploitation was positive, and the shortfall could not be made good by capitalists because surplus value was in part used for accumulation, or saved. To ensure full realization of surplus value, a capitalist economy needed a specific type of market system, one in which there were external sources of consumption demand. 10. This was a general theory of capitalism, and not an analysis of the specific deficiencies of its Russian variant. But the populist economists applied it to Russia by denying that capitalism there could tap sufficient sources of external consumption demand. Its late start meant that foreign markets were already monopolized by the more developed economies. Russian capitalism, it was held, was only maintained in its present degenerate form by the artificial stimulus of Tsarist fiscal policy. Ultimately, the state's resources would prove insufficient even to maintain this parasitic status quo. Unless the strategy of attempting to follow Western Europe were abandoned, sustained and comprehensive economic development would prove impossible. Russia had to follow her own special path of progress distinct from that of the West. The populist economists did differ as to the actual consequences of the capitalist development that Russia had experienced. Vorontsov emphasized the capability of peasant popular production to resist encroachment and maintain its integrity. In sharp contrast, Danielson pointed to the destructive impact of capitalism on the peasant economy. In his view, it brought ruin rather than transformation. Rural producers were impoverished but not converted into wage laborers. He further argued that the technical progress internal to the capitalist sector raised the organic composition of capital, so reducing the demand for labor power and increasing the concentration of wealth. Therefore, any development was introverted and did not convert the non-capitalist economy into a new mode of production. Danielson's argument in particular can be interpreted as a special case of the political economy of capital, which is the way in which he understood it himself. It is one which stresses the underconsumptionist strands in Marx's own exposition, and strips the contradictions off progress. 168. Civ content against it, the orthodox Marxists emphasized and developed those elements of Marxian political economy which the populists neglected. Plekhanov led the way and articulated all the principal arguments that would be utilized against populism. 12 In itself this was a singular achievement, and more especially so since Plekhanov wrote prior to the appearance of volumes 2 and 3 of Capital, whose contents proved to be crucially important for the arguments of orthodoxy. However, in the great debate of the 1890s, Plekhanov left to others the task of extending and embellishing this earlier economic critique, concentrating his own polemic against the philosophical and sociological elements of populist theory. The economic arguments of Marxist orthodoxy were stated in different ways by many authors of varying abilities. Most also felt the need to run through the whole course of refutational material, at great length. In consequence there was much duplication and a large element of overkill. It is, however, possible to single out two participants who towered above the rest. Tugan Baranovsky and Lenin expressed the orthodox critique with a consistent discipline and thoroughness which others achieved only sporadically. Tugan Baranovsky focused his theoretical attention upon proving the possibility of realization through the extended reproduction of means of production. Lenin emphasized that realization of surplus value was inherent in the extensive growth of capitalist relations. Tugan Baranovsky's empirical analysis complemented his theory since it was the development of the Russian factory which dominated his frame of reference. The empirical work of Lenin also dovetailed with his theoretical perspective. He documented the changing relations in the rural economy with a hitherto unequal degree of systematization. The chief arguments of Tugan Baranovsky and Lenin were thus complementary. Neither author denied the essential points made by the other, and frequently gave their own account of them. But it was in specialized areas that they each made their major contributions, and in the next 4 sections we shall concentrate upon these. This departs from the practice of many other authors who emphasize the importance of P. B. Struve in the critique of populism during the 1890s. 13. Struve was undoubtedly significant as a catalyst of the Great Debate, and in organizing the literary forces of social democracy. However, in political economy, he was definitely second-rate compared with both Tugan Baranovsky and Lenin. His chief economic argument against populism made a major concession to that of his opponents. 14. 3. Tugan Baranovsky on extended reproduction. It is to the credit of Tugan Baranovsky that he was the first to see the significance of Marx's reproduction models, which made their appearance with the publication of Volume 2 of Capital in 1885. 15. They were in his view. 169. The single greatest achievement of economic theory to date, in that they provided a rigorous framework by which the multiple interconnections of different sectors in a capitalist economy became analytically tractable. Tugan used them in 1894 to formulate a theory of cyclical growth, criticize alternative theories, and organize his empirical analysis of fluctuations in the British economy. 16. In the process he spelt out a critique of all theories of underconsumption, including that of the populists. In their stead he placed emphasis upon the concept of proportionality and its converse, Disproportionality, as central to understanding the functioning of capitalist economies. Biography of M. Itigan Baranovsky. Mikhail Itigan Baranovsky was born in 1865 at Solyonoye in the Ukraine. By birth he was half Ukrainian and half Tatar, as well as possibly of aristocratic lineage. Holding degrees in natural science, law, and economics, he came to prominence in social democratic circles in the 1890s during the controversy with the populists over capitalist development. While working within a Marxist framework of analysis, he also adopted a critical attitude to Marxism as early as 1890. His revisionism became more pronounced in the early part of the 20th century after he had left the social democratic movement. From the mid-1890s onwards he held a number of university posts, at St. Petersburg and elsewhere. In the last decade of his life he became deeply committed to the cooperative movement. Being also a Ukrainian nationalist, he moved to Kiev in 1917 and served as finance minister in the Provisional Ukrainian government. He died in January 1919. Marx had dealt with reproduction mainly through numerical examples. Itigan followed him in this approach, but integrated three additional elements that Marx had treated independently. 17. First, he frequently added a new department. 3. Second, and more important, Itigan introduced a rise in the organic composition of capital into the analysis. Third, and of crucial significance, he emphasized that capitalist production is production for profit. It is not production aimed at the satisfaction of human needs, the fulfillment of consumption requirements, or the generation of economic growth. If these occurred, they 170 were derivative, not primary. No Marxist, of course, would disagree on this latter point, but Itigan Baranovsky believed that they had failed to appreciate its implications. It was because of this that underconsumptionism had been given a degree of credence in Marxism itself. Once economic analysis was properly structured, he argued, no significant element of underconsumption theory could remain intact. The contradictions of a capitalist economy could be traced solely to factors generating disproportions between the departments of production. 18. In part this followed Marx's own conclusion in his analysis of reproduction, where he had indicated that, so long as department productions were in the requisite proportions, the realization of surplus value was unproblematical. The demand generated by Department I for consumer goods realized the surplus value of Department II. Analogously, the demand for constant capital in Department II allowed the realization of surplus generated in Department I. 19. Coupled with an increasing organic composition of capital, this meant that capitalist development could be viewed as essentially the production of means of production through the further production of means of production. Absurd as this conclusion seemed from the viewpoint of human values, and Itigan Baranovsky readily admitted this element of absurdity to degree it necessarily followed from a correct understanding of production under capitalist relations. It also implied that the realization of surplus value was increasingly independent of consumption requirements. Itigan Baranovsky pushed this conclusion to its logical extreme by imagining an automated economy in which the production of ever more machines is used to produce even more machines. 21. Similarly, the process of reaching this endpoint will involve the realization of surplus value with declining consumption, possibly with the immiseration of the mass of the population. Consumption demand, therefore, has no privileged role in the operation of capitalism. In relation to Vorontsov's and Danielson's extreme form of underconsumptionism, Itigan Baranovsky's argument represented a telling refutation. However, the more reasonable forms of underconsumptionism which many Marxists embraced were not undermined. His model implied only that there was no inevitable and continuous insufficiency of domestic consumer demand, as the populists claimed. Temporary shortfalls resulting in cyclical ruptures of accumulation still remained possible. Indeed, he admitted that certain types of disproportionality, which would generate a crisis, might be described as underconsumption. It is true, nevertheless, that he did not emphasize this point. He described the root problem in the malfunctioning of a capitalist economy as the lack of institutions which would ensure proportionality. Tugan-Baranovsky stressed the general phenomenon of disproportionality, rather than the possibility of disproportionate consumption, and he came 171. To be associated with hostility to all forms of underconsumptionism. 22. Furthermore, he maintained that even if one were to regard deficient consumption as a correct description of the cause of crises, underconsumption would not entail stagnation. As Tugan-Baranovsky attempted to show in his theory of cycles, there were forces operating in a capitalist economy that would ensure an upswing. 23. Russian capitalism was therefore not blocked, there was no bar to Russia following the same path of development previously taken in the West. 24. Tugan-Baranovsky's argument was abstract, but this was appropriate because it was designed to undermine a similarly abstract argument from the populists. Nevertheless, he did not always realize the limits which were placed upon his conclusions. In particular, Marx's reproduction models were organized in terms of the value categories prior to transformation. Thus prices of production and rates of profit were not explicitly depicted. In following Marx here, Tugan-Baranovsky failed to show that the price-profit structure of a capitalist economy could in principle lead capitalists to engender the growth paths he depicted. Today it is possible to do so, 25, but he did not take his argument sufficiently far. More significantly, given the context in which he wrote, Tugan-Baranovsky's models failed to depict properly the growth patterns actually followed by capitalist economies. For example, he admitted that foreign trade had played a significant part in British capitalist expansion. But he explained this by specific circumstances, not theoretically. 26 At the height of colonial expansion, this was an extreme and dramatic stand to take. Marxism would not long remain content to cast imperialism in a role of accidental importance, and Tugan-Baranovsky's work would then be attacked on this ground. Why, so far as specifically Russian capitalism was concerned, Tugan-Baranovsky's argument also left much unsaid. The reproduction models presumed an established capitalist economy. Part of the populists' case, however, was that capitalism in Russia was blocked by the much larger non-capitalist sector. Lenin perceived this limitation too late, and his own argument concerning realization took a very different tack. Like Tugan-Baranovsky, however, he stated his case in extreme form in order to deprive populism of every vestige of legitimacy. For Lenin on realization through extended commodity production. Lenin attempted to follow Marx, and certainly emulated Plekhanov, far more closely than did Tugan-Baranovsky. His principal theoretical argument against the populist economists was an elaboration of the logic of commodity economy on which Plekhanov had earlier staked his claims. In this sense he was much less original than Tugan. 172. Baranovsky. But the force of his argument was certainly no weaker, for it bore a closer relation to the actual circumstances of the Russian economy, and more easily allowed a statistical confirmation. Biography of V.I. Lenin. V.I. Lenin was born in 1870 at Simbirsk in the Volga region, the son of middle-class parents. Graduating in law from the University of St. Petersburg in 1891, he entered social democratic politics 2 years later. Rising quickly to prominence, he participated actively in the ideological defeat of populism and sought to organize an effective Marxist party, continuing to do so even after his arrest and internal exile in 1895. He left Russia in 1900, and in 1903 his Bolshevik faction began the process of forming a separate party. Initially splitting from the main body of Russian Marxists over organizational questions, Lenin subsequently developed a distinct theoretical position on a broad range of issues. He is unique among Marxists in being both an important theorist and the principal organizer of a major party. Lenin is also noted for bringing party organization within the scope of Marxist theory. As leader of the Bolsheviks from the very beginning, he became chairman of the Council of People's Commissars after the October Revolution, a post he held until his death in January 1924. Lenin's perspective was dominated by a typology of broad development stages starting with natural economy, progressing through commodity production, and culminating in socialism. The separation of town from country, the emergence of distinct industries, specialization of economic activity and the division of labor, were identified with the growth of commodity production, the higher stages of which were those of capitalist commodity production. In each stage production was more efficient than in the previous one, and competition was the driving force in the replacement of one stage by another. 29 For Lenin, the central mistake of Vorontsov and Danielson was that they failed to recognize the stadial nature of capitalism. To identify it as they did with large-scale machine industry, concentrated in urban centers, and employing only wage labor, was to fix upon the highest stage and ignore the multitude of preliminary types coexisting with the more advanced. The correct perspective, Lenin argued, required recognition of the many forms that capitalist relations could take. Moreover, he continued, once firmly established, commodity production could not be blocked. Certainly it would not be contained by limited markets, for the process ensured their development pari passu with economic progress. Here Lenin turned Danielson's argument against its author. While it was true that the impact of commodification and capitalization brought immiseration, this itself necessarily involved an extension of the market. Deprived of means of production of their own, the expropriated producers were forced to become purchasers of consumption goods, and hence sellers of labor power. The market was expanded at the same time as the bulk of participants were impoverished. 30 Lenin did not make light of the misery associated with the development of capitalism. Nor was his treatment simplistic. He did not fail to explain that the earlier forms could sometimes inhibit the more advanced types of capitalism. It was even possible for the higher stages partially to rejuvenate otherwise anachronistic types of economic organization. He fully recognized that not all industries followed the same pattern of evolution, and that remnants of natural economy which rested on legal sanction could retard progress. 31. In consequence, it is difficult to accuse Lenin of an insensitivity to the complexity of the development process as he imagined it. On the other hand, Lenin used his formula in an extreme fashion. Although Plekhanov's perspective had been essentially the same, he was more circumspect in its application. Thus, while Plekhanov had seen capitalism as the outcome of a process of commodification, Lenin tended to identify the two. 32 He considered the degree of the development of the home market to be the degree of development of capitalism in the country, so that the question of how a home market is being formed for Russian capitalism reduces itself to the following: how and in what direction are the diverse aspects of the Russian national economy developing? 33 Lenin was criticized in 1900 by P. N. Skvortsov, in a review of the development of capitalism in Russia, 34 for this conflation. 35 It is a central weakness to which we return in section 7 of this chapter. In the attempt to validate his theoretical treatment, Lenin proceeded by critically examining statistical material on the Russian economy. Tugan Baranovsky also engaged in extensive empirical analysis to support his own argument against the populists. Given their different perspectives, it was inevitable that they concentrated on distinct aspects of the problem. Tugan Baranovsky focused principally upon industry, and especially upon the growth of factories, while Lenin was far more concerned with the transformation of the rural economy. The following two sections take up the researches of each author in turn. V. The Russian factory in the 19th century. Tugan Baranovsky's theoretical argument, outlined in section 3, was not meant to represent a mere possibility. He believed that actual capitalist 174 development involved an ever larger department I relative to department 2, that capitalist economies had a tendency to bring about proportionality, and that their economic malfunctioning arose from the lack of institutions by which this might be accomplished smoothly. It was, however, an argument that did not easily lend itself to comprehensive validation, especially in the relatively backward conditions of the Russian economy. Furthermore, he realized that the historical evolution of industry was far more intricate than his theoretical scheme might suggest. Consequently, although his empirical work on the Russian economy was clearly informed by his theoretical perspective, it ranged far more widely. The Russian Factory in the 19th Century, first published in 1898, 36 traced the whole expansion of industry from the time of Peter the Great, and on its own account alone constituted an impressive refutation of much of what populist economists held as central to their case. But its contents went beyond the debates of the 1890s. The book remains one of the best analyses of industrialization carried out in the framework of historical materialism. 37 Baranovsky's principal concern was to undermine the charge that the role of the Russian state in developing factory production gave industry an artificial character. He forcefully argued that the modernization inaugurated under Peter was a necessity for survival. 38 As we have seen in Chapter 8, Plekhanov took the same view, but Baranovsky endowed it with far more content and explained its economic features in greater detail. In particular, he stressed that there was no alternative to the capitalist features which were partially embodied at this stage. New types of production had to be undertaken in large-scale factories so as to economize on the use of imported skills. 39 Merchant capitalists alone had the resources and capability to organize the new facilities. 40 The state's direct intervention was also required to provide forced labor, as the domestic market for free labor was virtually non-existent. 41 With time the dialectics of progress became evident, Baranovsky explained, as measures once conducive to the growth of industry became barriers to further advance. Bonded labor, which had initially facilitated development, subsequently became a hindrance. 42 Wage labor was increasingly substituted, and pressures intensified for a general reform of serfdom. 43 Nevertheless, he admitted, the impact of emancipation in the 1860s set back some sectors of large-scale industry. Those still heavily dependent upon serf labor had the ground cut from under them, and their reorganization, which ultimately proved more efficient, was painful and protracted. 44 Nor did the growth of large-scale industry at once replace the existing small-scale crafts, according to Baranovsky. In many cases there was a contrary effect. Production, which had at first been confined to factories, because it required the skills of imported labor, was transferred to small producers and generated a renaissance of traditional industrial activity. 45 In addition, as factory production developed, it brought in its 175 wake increased activity for suppliers, who were sometimes organized in a customary fashion. But this was only possible because much of the older industry had been long dominated by merchant capital. 46 Subsequently, Baranovsky pointed out, mechanization undermined familial production, although even then there was no straightforward replacement of small-scale by large-scale production, as the Erfurt program suggested. 47 Baranovsky also recognized that late starters differed significantly from the British model, which had tended to be the benchmark for populist economists. Their industrialization was less spontaneous, state activity played a dominant role, non-capitalist institutions were fused with capitalist relations, overt coercion complemented market discipline, and technological borrowing played a significant part. 48 Also, elements of Western ideology became linked with traditional beliefs. Liberalism was remolded by very specific types of class interest. 49 Even so, he emphasized, the development of industrial capitalism in Russia meant that the whole economy became increasingly integrated into the world market. 5. Consequently, the special path which the populists favored became more and more irrelevant. The path actually taken had merged Russia into the general economic history of Europe. 5.1 Westernization was in progress despite the fact that it had been accomplished by historically specific means, and with the aim of maintaining Russian sovereignty. Baranovsky thus became the first socialist to recognize that late starters differed significantly from the British model, which Marx himself, like the populists, had elevated to a canonical status. Moreover, It was precisely the uneven and combined development to which Tagan-Baranovsky pointed that provided the materialist basis for Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution, in which it was argued that the proletarian revolution might occur first in the backward society of Russia rather than in the advanced centers of Western Europe. Unlike Plekhanov and Lenin, who focused upon the development of agrarian capitalism, Trotsky followed Tagan-Baranovsky in concentrating upon urban industry. But he differed from him by examining the modernity of Russian industrialization in terms of its effects upon the social structure. The form of Russia's industrialization, Trotsky argued, dramatically expanded the size of the Russian proletariat while minimizing the formation of a domestic bourgeoisie and petite bourgeoisie concentrated in the cities. In any conflict with the state, it would be the proletariat which would prove to be the dominant force, so too would its class interest. Furthermore, the Tsarist method of encouraging industrial development exacerbated the agrarian problem, which allowed the urban revolution to tap peasant support. As has now been widely recognized, Trotsky's theory more correctly located the class dynamics of the revolutions in 1917 than any of its competitors. 176. Tagan-Baranovsky himself did not probe into these political issues, which Trotsky derived from the same economic perspective that characterized the Russian factory. Instead, his argument was directed against the populists, and he was concerned to emphasize that Russia's unique pattern of modernization would bring its future history into conformity with that of Western Europe. Tagan-Baranovsky believed that, through Russian integration into the world market, the special path which the populists favored had become impossible to achieve. In this he was correct, but after the intellectual defeat of populism, the revolutionary implications of the different special path which he himself had outlined provided the foundation for an important strand of Bolshevik politics in 1917. 6. The development of capitalism in Russian agriculture. Many of the points Tagan made were reinforced by independent documentation in the work of Lenin. However, they were woven into a very different perspective by Tagan. During the course of the 20th century, the future Bolshevik leader moved closer to it, and away from that which governed his own analysis in the 1890s. Lenin also gave it a twist that resulted in political action wholly at variance with the stance of Tagan himself. But all this lay ahead. During the high point of the controversy with populism, Lenin remained firmly tied to his own theoretical vista, and to its empirical confirmation. His concern lay principally with the peasant economy. Lenin's central aim was to confirm empirically that the inequality in popular production and the differentiation of rural producers, both of which were unmistakable, were symptomatic of polarization into a bourgeois and a proletarian class. The statistical information available in the late 1890s far exceeded that to which Plekhanov had access 15 years earlier, and Lenin carefully used it to construct a massive onslaught upon populist economics. Why the very nature of his theory, outlined in section V of this chapter, provided ample opportunities to accomplish his task. It indicated that there were multiple indices of capitalist development. As a process, rather than an end state, capitalism could be seen as a pervasive force. Lenin took full advantage of this to argue that the documented specialization, commercialization, inequality in land holdings, concentration in the ownership of means of production, and not just the use of wage labor, all pointed to the development of capitalism. 5.3 He did not claim that rural petty producers actually constituted a bourgeoisie and proletariat in the classical sense, only that there was overwhelming evidence that they were becoming such. To do so, he focused on the variation in circumstances between peasant households, rather than individuals. The rural proletariat was predominantly 177. Composed of poor peasant families, whose inadequate access to means of production forced some of their members into the labor market. At the other extreme, rich peasant families could not provide their own labor requirements internally, and had to hire wage workers. 5.4 The mechanism of primitive accumulation, therefore, was envisaged as very different from that which Marx had illustrated in Volume I of Capital. 55 Lenin did not emphasize this. 56 And acknowledged that there remained a large rump of middle peasant households which neither hired out their members, nor hired others. He nevertheless maintained that the competitive edge provided by the larger resources available to the richer peasants would progressively embourgeoisify and proletarianize. Popular production was, therefore, increasingly capitalist production, albeit at a low stage of development. 57 It was precisely this composition of the countryside that accounted for the prevalence of populist sentiments. According to Lenin, populism correctly understood, was nothing more than a petty bourgeois ideology. 58 It reflected the marginalist condition of the bulk of peasant households, and further economic progress would see it wane. Nevertheless, it was dangerous, for it hindered the development of proletarian consciousness, and populist-inspired reforms might succeed in retarding higher forms of capitalism. However, Lenin did not consider populism to be entirely reactionary. He recognized that its anti-capitalism was allied to a hostility to feudalism. Serfdom, of course, had long ceased in Russia, but the imperfect form of the emancipation allowed the survival of many feudal remnants. In consequence, there was a real need for an anti-feudal agrarian revolution. Constraints on the ability of peasants to alienate and acquire both land and labor power, the persistence of labor rents, and the lack of civil liberties, all inhibited economic advance. 59 Insofar as populism adopted a critical perspective on these issues, it was an objectively progressive force. Lenin's attitude to his opponents was thus more complex than that of many other Marxists, including Plekhanov. While he agreed that populist ideas were false, he also realized that they might be of use to social democrats. This consideration was, indeed, destined to play a much greater role in his thought. But before it could do so, he had drastically to revise his theory of Russian capitalist development. We consider this change in Chapter 2 below. 7 Some problems with the Marxists' arguments. Populist economic theory was undermined during the 1890s, and its philosophy and sociology suffered under parallel attacks from Marxian critics. This is not surprising. Orthodox Marxism was a far superior system. 178. Of thought, while the main thrust of economic development was on its side. Nevertheless, it is possible to identify serious limitations in its arguments. Some of these deficiencies are in fact inherent in Marxism generally, and have been repeatedly in evidence throughout its intellectual history. The questions of realization and the home market were ones of supply and demand, of whether demand was sufficient to absorb supply. But neither Marx, nor his Russian followers, used these categories precisely. What Marx had said was contradictory. He adhered both to a notion of demand which precluded any possibility of its being inadequate, and formulated an alternative concept of demand that could make deficiencies permanent. 60 The Russian Marxists made no progress. Beyond this, Lenin seemed totally unaware that there was a problem and met difficulties by quoting the obscurities of capital. Tugan-Baranovsky recognized the need for a theory of demand, but his own analysis did not rise even to the level of Marx. 61 Their arguments, therefore, lacked a solid foundation. Today they can be reconstructed and made logically robust, whereas the arguments of their adversaries are more problematic. However, this does not set aside the criticism that the Marxists' arguments were not conclusive in their debate with the populists. Indeed, given the actual historical circumstances of Tsarist industrialization, it is possible partially to accept the spirit of the populists' analysis, if not its letter. The growth of industrial capitalism in Russia during the 1890s was in fact contradictory. The resources for expansion were not wholly furnished from internally generated surplus value, as Tugan-Baranovsky's abstract scheme of reproduction depicted. They were provided in part by squeezing peasant agriculture, and by maintaining the institution of the commune to facilitate it. This acted to hold back productivity growth on the land, thus restraining the possibility of increasing the future exploitation of the country to continue the process. The exact magnitude of this problem still remains unclear. 63 But there certainly was a problem which Marxists did not adequately recognize. In this sense there was an element of artificiality at the core of Tsarist industrial policy, and populist economists highlighted the peculiarity more sharply than did the Marxists. Further support for at least the intuition of the populists is provided by recent research on the Russian peasantry, and on rural petty producers more generally. In Chapter 8 it was pointed out that Plekhanov's treatment of the development of capitalism suffered from two deficiencies: it failed to note the relative absence of economies of scale in agriculture, and it overlooked the means available to a peasantry to maintain its position. The Russian Marxists repeated these errors in the 1890s. Indeed, Lenin's mistakes were more serious than those of Plekhanov, since he identified capitalist development with the development of the market. Furthermore, and again following Plekhanov, the Marxists did not seriously consider the 179 constraint which the specific organization of Russian agriculture placed upon economic progress and the differentiation of the peasantry. The commune was not simply a waning feudal remnant whose economic rationale was totally destroyed by commercialization, as Lenin maintained. 64 It played an essential technical role. The open field system of crop rotation required a management agency over and above individual peasant households, and there were great economic difficulties placed in the way of peasants separating their holdings, even apart from the legal constraints which were maintained until 1907. 65 The commune was, therefore, rooted in the contemporary reality of peasant agriculture, not simply in its past. Moreover, while peasant economic activities did produce inequalities in income and wealth, these inequalities were limited in magnitude and did not always give rise to class differences between peasants. An element of differentiation was related to the life cycle of peasant families and their redistributional procedures, coupled with those of the commune. 66 Nor did the development of commodity production always run counter to these practices, it could facilitate their operation rather than hinder them. 67 Thus both Lenin's theoretical perspective and his reconstruction of empirical data misspecified at least part of the observed inequalities in the village. 68 The peasantry was more homogeneous than he realized, and to view it as a petty bourgeois stratum was inadequate because to do so reflected an unduly limited view of the economic and political actions it could take. Lenin was especially wrong when he compared Russian peasants with those described by Marx in the 18th Brumaire. 69 Concrete vindication of this emerged during 1917–18, when communal institutions were not only not weakened by the agrarian revolution but were the means by which it was accomplished, and were strengthened by its outcome. 70 The peasantry proved itself to be neither a bourgeois force, nor a proletarian force, nor an amalgam of such forces. It fitted neatly into none of the existing Marxist categories. None of this implies that populist economics was essentially sound. It clearly was not. But it does mean that the criticism of populism and the affirmation of Marxism were not identical tasks, as the Marxists tended to believe. And it is Lenin's analysis which is most subject to censure. In due course he realized the inadequacy of his work, though he never did explain the exact nature of his error in the I-890s. One possible reason for his change, however, was manifest as the decade drew to a close. While he was attempting to document the formation of classes within the peasantry, Russian Marxism itself was undergoing a process of differentiation. In particular, there arose a version of revisionism parallel to that which occurred in Germany. The attempt to thwart its influence highlighted a subtle modification in Lenin's position on agricultural economics, and probably contributed to a major change in his tactics in the early years of the 20th century. This is not, of course, the sole 180 significance of Russian revisionism. As a critique of Marxian economics it merits attention in its own right, not least because it embodied genuine analytic insight. It thus forms the subject of the next chapter. 10. The three forms of Russian Marxism in the 1890s. During the course of Marxism's rise to prominence in the 1890s, two distinct groups of Marxists evolved away from orthodoxy, the legal Marxists and the economists. Orthodoxy was defined by adherence to the tenets of Plekhanov's system, and the repudiation of any allegation that Marx's and Engels's work might be in need of correction or amendment, rather than merely being applied to new circumstances. Its principal proponents were Plekhanov himself and Lenin. The legal Marxists included P.B. Struve, M. Tagan-Baranovsky and S.N. Bulgakov. Tagan-Baranovsky was by far the most important economic theorist. Their position prior to 1900 was to accept the political program which Plekhanov had formulated, while adopting a critical perspective on the foundations of Marxian theory itself. At the turn of the 20th century, Struve, Bulgakov and other legal Marxists of lesser importance increasingly drifted away not only from Marxism, but also from materialism and socialism, embracing instead liberalism, idealism, and moderation. 1. Economism was another form of revisionism, but one that was very different from legal Marxism, both in its origin and in what it sought to revise. Whereas the legal Marxists were intellectuals with little connection with the developing workers' movement, the economists were intimately involved with it. In addition, while the legal Marxists concentrated on revising theory, rather than practice, the economists' position was almost the exact reverse. They were essentially unconcerned with theoretical issues and sought to increase social democratic involvement in economic campaigns. They considered that organizing strikes, aiding the formation of unions and gaining legal concessions from the state were of paramount importance. These activities were not simply means to a political objective, but also substitutes for leading a bourgeois democratic revolution. To justify their position, however, they did sometimes appeal to German revisionism, and Bernstein claimed them as his supporters. 2. 184. 185. Economism reflected a tension in Marxism between its ultimate goal, socialism, and the means designated to achieve it, the labor movement. And the economists were distinguished by a willingness to be limited by the labor movement, to follow rather than actively lead. Theoretically, they are of no interest to political economy. They were, however, very significant in the evolution of Russian social democracy. Their conflict with orthodoxy was the process by which Leninism, as it is conventionally understood in terms of a theory relating class to party, emerged. Lenin's most famous work, What is to be Done, was written in response to the challenge posed by economism_L. For our purposes, Russian revisionism is limited to legal Marxism, which has a theoretical significance in its own right. Not only could Struve claim to have originated fundamental aspects of international revisionism, but some of the criticism of the legal Marxists went deeper than that of the Germans. Politically, however, the revisionist controversy in Russia was a muted affair. During the 1890s, legal Marxists and orthodoxy both viewed populism as the common foe, and for this reason tended to close ranks. Furthermore, all legal Marxists at the time accepted the need for a bourgeois democratic revolution and were unwilling to embrace economism, which was seen by the orthodox as the real threat between 1898 and 1903. By 1901, the legal Marxists had moved out of the ranks of social democracy altogether, and this further reduced Plekhanov's and Lenin's willingness to engage them systematically. Orthodoxy did not, of course, adopt a policy of total silence toward the Russian revisionists, but its responses were certainly sporadic and sometimes restrained. It was only after 1900 that a more adequate critique from the ranks of revolutionary Marxism was forthcoming. The revision of Marxism proposed by legal Marxists was comprehensive. It covered dialectics, the materialist conception of history, the laws of motion of a capitalist economy, and the theory of value. Although the last two areas are of most concern to political economy, the first two involve elements that are crucial to the subsequent evolution of Lenin's ideas. They will, therefore, be considered in the next section, before we deal with value and crisis theory. Also, as in the populist controversy, there was considerable duplication of effort. In what follows we deal only with the highlights, as developed by the best theorists. 2. Dialectics and historical materialism. Struve's critical notes on the question of the economic development of Russia, 5 published in 1894, was primarily a Marxist attack upon populism and, indeed, sparked the great debate of the 1890s discussed in Chapter 9. Even here, though, there were revisionist themes, and they were to 186. Strengthen with time. 6. Three aspects are important to Marxian political economy. First, Struve argued that epochal changes could be evolutionary, antagonistic forces might mutually adjust so that, instead of contradictions intensifying, they could become blunted. 7. Second, in criticizing the populists, Struve painted capitalist progress in a bloodless form. While Danielson saw only the negative side, he strenuously emphasized the positive. This was reflected in the famous closing sentence of Critical Notes, "Let us admit our lack of culture and enroll in the school of capitalism," which gave substance to the populist charge that at least some Marxists were indeed apologists for the bourgeois order. 8. Third, in explaining the parlous state of the peasant economy, Struve utilized elements of non-Marxian theory and was especially attracted to Malthusianism. Overpopulation, he argued, was a central force responsible for the famine conditions of the early 1890s. 9. Plekhanov had little difficulty in parrying the general claims for evolutionary social change. No Marxist had ever argued that all progress was brought through revolution, and the Marxian conception of dialectical laws was abstract, making possible many concrete manifestations. Moreover, Struve's own exposition of historical materialism was deeply flawed. He saw contradictions in terms of an antagonism between economic relations and the prevailing legal system, but, as Plekhanov rightly emphasized, this was by no means the core of the doctrine. 10. Thus the leader of orthodoxy made no more concessions to Struve's revisionism than he did to that of Bernstein, nor, overtly, did Lenin, but his own subsequent development of Marxism did incorporate significant concessions to the substance of Struve's critique. Why after 1905 there was a major shift in Lenin's thought towards accepting the validity of Struve's notion of blunted contradictions and non-revolutionary development. Russian history was now interpreted by Lenin as a reconstruction from above in which Tsarism and the dominant landed class sought accommodation with those elements of the bourgeois order necessary to their own survival. The events of 1905 brought the bourgeoisie itself into the process. It achieved junior status in the ruling coalition and became thoroughly conservative in the face of popular radicalism. Thus Lenin came to believe that it was quite possible for the bourgeois transformation in Russia to be completed in an evolutionary, Prussian, form. In fact, during the early years of the 20th century, there was a real agreement between Struve and Lenin on this matter. 13. Their differences lay not so much at the analytic level as in politics. While Struve moved increasingly to the right and welcomed reform, Lenin shifted to the left in order to counter it. How far Lenin was actually indebted to Struve for his views is, however, far less clear. For most of the 1890s they were relatively close at the personal level and Lenin had a high regard for Struve's intellectual abilities. 187. Which, 14. Despite his abusive attacks upon him after 1900, he may never have lost. Lenin, however, yielded nothing to Struve in the latter's treatment of capitalist economic development, which he characterized as objectivism rather than materialism. 15. And described as significantly underestimating the costs of capitalist advance. On this Engels himself was in full agreement. 16. More specifically, Lenin believed that the contradictions of capitalism are operative from its very inception. 17. This was fully consistent with his tendency to view capitalism as a process, although in this case it meant he was closer to the view of Danielson than Struve. And Lenin probably bent the stick too far in the other direction. He underestimated the actual importance of population growth as a force generating a deterioration in the peasant's condition. 18. Furthermore, it is possible to argue, despite Marx's own hostility to Malthus, 19. That excessive population growth is an inherent effect of feudal economic relations. 20. 3. Underconsumption and managed capitalism. As with Struve's critical notes, Tugan-Baranovsky's theory of proportionality was aimed at populism. However, there were underconsumptionist strands in Capital as well, and Tugan-Baranovsky did not exempt Marx from the implications which he believed followed from his theory. Marx, like the populist economists, was accused of Sismondianism/1, the notion that effective demand must always be deficient in a capitalist economy because the workers are too poor to buy back their entire net product. This was especially likely to produce a critical rejoinder from the orthodox, because social democratic theorists themselves often relied heavily upon underconsumptionism in explaining crises. The orthodox response was not impressive. Plekhanov and Lenin alleged that Tikhon-Baranovsky had drawn extreme and unwarranted conclusions from an essentially valid argument against populism. There was substance in this allegation, but it was asserted, not argued, and rested on nothing more substantial than quotations from Marx. 22 True, Lenin did go beyond this by pointing out that underconsumptionism could be interpreted as a form of disproportionality, involving an imbalance between departments I and II, and was thus in principle consistent with Tikhon-Baranovsky's crisis theory. 23 However, Lenin's point was not well developed, as he offered no convincing reasons why this particular form of disproportionality was more likely than any other. Koskay, and later Bukharin, added nothing to this. 24 Nor did Hilferding. In fact, his work showed signs of being influenced by Tikhon-Baranovsky. 25 Rosa Luxem. 188. Berg went a little deeper when she accused Tikhon-Baranovsky of undertaking a mere arithmetical exercise, having failed to explain what motivated capitalists to invest endlessly. 26 But the basis of her criticism was her own theory of accumulation and, therefore, as we have seen in Chapter 6, lacked coherence. 27 This is not surprising. Chapter 9 indicates that the Marxists themselves lacked precisely what was needed to treat the problem of underconsumption, a coherent theory of effective demand. In its absence came misrepresentation of Tikhon-Baranovsky's position. He was accused of being a harmonist and pointing toward the possibility of managed capitalism. 28 Neither charge is easily justified by an appeal to the texts of Tikhon-Baranovsky. He had in fact argued that by the very nature of capitalism as a decentralist, anarchic system, it could not eradicate disproportionalities, which operated to generate persistent crises in a cyclical fashion. 29 But he did not attempt to substantiate this conclusion with a detailed analysis of the complexity of the disproportionalities in question or of the limitations placed upon the economic functions of the capitalist state. Furthermore, Tikhon-Baranovsky did explicitly repudiate all breakdown theories. 30 He did not believe that crises of disproportionality had a tendency to become more severe, and he did attack other theories of breakdown, in particular Marx's theory of the falling rate of profit. 4 The falling rate of profit and immiseration of the proletariat. The proportionality theory implicitly included a critique of Marx's theory of profit. If capitalism might become fully automated, yet continually accumulate, profit could not possibly originate solely in exploited labor. But Tikhon-Baranovsky made nothing of this, and his actual critique was focused on the law of the falling rate of profit. Here, he was one of the first to allege that Marx's theory contained a serious logical error. 31 A rising organic composition of capital, he argued, reflected growing labor productivity and hence a reduction in the amount of necessary labor performed by the working class. If real wages did not rise, this entailed an increase in the rate of exploitation large enough to give a rising rate of profit. Why he assumes that technical progress involves the substitution of constant capital for direct labor. The value of the constant capital is equal to or less than that of the labor power it replaces, and Tikhon-Baranovsky argued that the amount produced under the new technical conditions cannot on these assumptions decline, or there would be no economic sense in replacing hand production by machine labor. 33 He concluded that the rate of profit either remains constant or rises. 189. There are deficiencies in Tikhon-Baranovsky's treatment, but his overall argument is sound. Marx had not ignored the counteracting tendency of a rising rate of surplus value, as Tikhon-Baranovsky rather implied, but he had clearly not regarded it as undermining the entire structure of his own theory. 34 This may have been the basis for Lenin's remark that Tikhon-Baranovsky simply introduces at random an alteration, so as to refute Marx, the whole procedure being monstrously stupid and absurd. 35 Also, Tugan-Baranovsky's criticism did not recognize the complexity of Marx's argument, which dealt with the matter in the context of a multi-commodity economy, where an innovation raises both the organic composition and the rate of surplus value, so that at the initial prices it appears profitable. Only when capitalists fully adopt the new technology does the new set of prices imply a reduced profit rate. The logical structure of Tugan-Baranovsky's argument is confined to a world in which there is a single produced commodity, whose process of production includes itself and labor power. 36 Hence there are no relative prices that can change, and Tugan-Baranovsky was unable to confront Marx's analysis. Nevertheless, to invalidate a supposed general law only one counterexample is required, and Tugan-Baranovsky provided such a special case refutation. His insight was a powerful one. It was fully vindicated by later generations of Marxists in the form of the celebrated Ocasio theorem, which states that cost-reducing innovations do indeed raise the rate of profit, so long as real wages are unchanged. 37 Tugan-Baranovsky's argument, however, made little impact on orthodox Marxists. Not until the publication of Henrik Grossman's The Law of Accumulation and Breakdown of the Capitalist System in 1929 did the law of the falling rate of profit play a significant role in Marxist crisis theory. 38. But it is to Tugan-Baranovsky's credit that he was a pioneer in suggesting this line of development to be a blind alley. His argument was also relevant in the further evolution of Marxism, for it underpinned his belief that capitalism had no breakdown tendencies. It was from this position that he argued that socialism required a non-economic basis, and in doing this he anticipated the later development of Western Marxism. Tugan-Baranovsky and the other legal Marxists were on equally firm ground in arguing that the maturation of capitalism involved a rise in real wages. Like Bernstein and the German revisionists, they believed that immiseration was confined to the early stages of capitalist development. Once capitalism was firmly established as the dominant mode, there was a tendency for wages to increase. 39. Of course history was on their side. Real wages have indeed risen in the long run of capitalist development. But this 190 is no substitute for an analytical explanation, which they failed to provide. Orthodox Marxism did no better. Plekhanov and Lenin interpreted Marx as arguing that immiseration would be relative, not necessarily absolute, and sought to show that the statistics from advanced capitalist societies were consistent with this. 40. This was broadly consistent with the tenor of Marx's many comments upon immiseration, which regard it as a matter of relative shares and, of course, it does not conflict with the substance of what the revisionists claimed. 41. The problem is that, given Marx's theory of an ever-increasing reserve army of unemployed, and his own views on the limited capabilities of unions, 42 no theoretical justification was provided as to why impoverishment may not be more severe. Neither orthodox nor revisionist writers provided a satisfactory theory of wages. V. The theory of value and distribution. The Russian revisionists were severely critical of the labor theory of value. Both Tugan-Baranovsky and Bulgakov had seen a serious flaw in the transformation procedure of Volume 3, where Marx had effectively treated the rate of profit as an exogenous, rather than an endogenous, variable. As Bulgakov put it, even if total prices in the economy coincide with total value, it does not mean that value is determined by labor and profit by surplus value. If it is not proved that in each individual instance profit consists of surplus value, then it is odd to define the average rate of profit by dividing total surplus value by total capital. This is a complete petitio principii, although it is the spiritual center of the theory. 43. Tugan-Baranovsky identified what he believed to be an inner contradiction in Marx's concept of value. According to Marx, value is objectified labor. But, as Marx expressly recognizes, price does not equal labor value. And labor cannot objectify itself in anything, if not in price. Hence value is not objectified labor. The consequence is that Marx lives in a fantasy world, which bears no relation to the real world. Real phenomena like the price of land are described as imaginary, while entirely imaginary concepts like the exchange value, which plays no part in exchange relations, are proclaimed as the key to the highest economic wisdom. 44. However, there were problems with their own analysis of value. Tugan-Baranovsky's theory was a subtle and complicated one which drew upon a variety of Marxist and non-Marxist sources. He distinguished three variants of the labor theory of value, of which he rejected only the absolute version defining labor as the substance of value. Tugan-Baranovsky endorsed both the idealistic variant of Aquinas and Proudhon, in which 191 embodied labor served as an ethical norm and the basis of just prices, and the relative labor theory associated with Ricardo, which made labor one of the two determinants of value. Echoing both neoclassical analysis of the disutility of labor and the humanistic economics of Ruskin and Hobson, he defined labor as the basis of absolute cost, since human beings are the only subject of economic activity. Capitalists recognized only pecuniary or relative costs, Tugan-Baranovsky argued, and thus ignored the distinction between man as an end in himself and man as a means to other ends. The inevitable consequence of this was commodity fetishism, a state of consciousness in which human properties are attributed to inanimate objects. 45. Tugan-Baranovsky believed that to construct a satisfactory theory of value, the objectivism of the labor theory had to be supplemented with subjectivist utility theory. Since real economic life had both a subjective and an objective aspect, value theory must also be two-dimensional. Economic action involved both the goal of utility maximization and changes to the external world. Ricardo at least had recognized this, Tugan-Baranovsky argued, and had assumed maximizing behavior without being able to formulate the law of diminishing marginal utility. This same law, however, completes the Ricardian theory of value rather than contradicting it, in exactly the same way as utility theories of value required the objective element provided by labor cost. Tugan-Baranovsky concluded that equilibrium required equality between the ratio of their marginal utilities and the ratio of their labor costs. Labor was not the substance of value, as Marx had maintained, but the most important determinant of the average price of the majority of commodities. 46. A similar synthesis was proposed by the German conservative W. M. Alpfert and by Alfred Marshall, doyen of English liberal economics, as well as by Leif Johansson and Michio Morishima in recent years. 47. For Tugan-Baranovsky it proved to be a path full of pitfalls, and Bukharin showed little clemency in exposing them. Neoclassical value theory rested upon a liberal conception of the relation between society and the individual at odds with that of Marxism, Bukharin argued. Its concepts could not simply be appended to those of Marx without undermining the coherence of the whole. 48. The point was reinforced by some neoclassical critics, who argued that utility theory was sufficient unto itself, it needed no additional theory of costs provided by objectivism. Utility considerations underlay the supply side as much as that of demand. 49. Furthermore, Austrian neoclassicism, the principal influence upon Tugan-Baranovsky, was precisely that form of subjectivist theory which came most into conflict with his theory of accumulation. Austrian theory traced the value of capital equipment to the contribution it made to the production of consumption goods. Accumulation was thereby made depend. 192. Dent upon consumption demand and, as Bukharin pointed out, this contradicted Tugan-Baranovsky's own position in the analysis of reproduction. 50. In addition, Bukharin might have noted if he had not been equally confused on the issue that the neoclassical conception of demand precluded the type of demand deficiencies that underlay Tugan-Baranovsky's theory of cyclical crises. 5.1 There were further deficiencies in Tugan-Baranovsky's attempted reconciliation of utility theory with labor cost. Although he recognized that different capital intensities will mean that ratios of labor values cannot equal ratios of equilibrium prices, he did not incorporate this into his equations relating labor values to marginal utilities. Furthermore, he rejected Marx's own notion of value but provided no convincing justification for retaining concepts which stemmed from it. Instead he embraced an ill-defined eclecticism which confused the real issues, dividing the objective from the subjective approaches in the formulation of economic theory. 52 On questions of distribution, Baranovsky was closer to Marxism than to neoclassicism. He rejected Marx's theory of surplus value on the grounds derived from his critique of the falling rate of profit, that profit was affected by the amount of constant capital employed rather than by variable capital alone. 5. 3. However, Baranovsky retained the concept of surplus labor which, as he rightly noted, is a simple fact, too obvious to need a proof. 54. And logically independent of any theory of value. He considered the problem of distribution to be that of explaining the amount of, and beneficiaries from, the surplus labor performed by the working class. Baranovsky was a severe critic of the neoclassical productivity and abstinence theories of profit. Like Marx, he treated rent and profit as categories specific to class society and not as the inevitable consequences of the productivity of land and capital. Unlike Marx, Baranovsky's theory of exploitation was explicitly ethical in nature. The appropriation of surplus labor by non-producers was immoral because it violated the fundamental socialist principle of human equality. Here Baranovsky revealed the influence of both Kantian philosophy and pre-Marxian or utopian socialism, which he regarded as being in some respects even more scientific than that of Marx himself. 5. Baranovsky's theory of distribution in the narrower sense was not well developed. He called for a synthesis of the Marxian and productivity analyses, both of which contained an element of truth, and embraced a bargaining power theory of wages in which capitalist power was expected generally to triumph. 56. All this, as with his theory of value, was unsatisfactorily eclectic, and his insistence on the independence of value and distribution theory is difficult to reconcile with his emphasis upon the fact that a capitalist economy is a highly integrated system, where a change in one sector necessarily has wide repercussions. 57. However, today it is 193. Possible to see that he was, perhaps, trying to formulate the perspective made rigorous by Sraffa, in which the determination of distributional magnitudes is logically prior to that of commodity prices. 5.8. 6. Agricultural economics. If Russian revisionism could claim genuine originality in many branches of economic thought, it was heavily dependent upon the Germans on agricultural questions. This was a far more serious matter for Russian orthodoxy. The underdeveloped nature of Tsarist capitalism and the importance of populism elevated it to the front rank. Naturally, given his prominence in the field, Lenin was the principal protagonist in countering its claims, but he did so, like the revisionist critics, by relying heavily upon German sources, particularly on Koskai's Die Agrarfrage. 59. The German revisionists maintained that Marx's belief in the economic superiority of large-scale agriculture was incorrect, that peasants were in consequence able to survive the development of capitalism and that, therefore, the SPD must make concessions to ensure their political support. 60. Koskai successfully resisted programmatic change, and sought in Die Agrarfrage to counter the revisionists theoretically. However, he did so by modifying the cruder position hitherto taken by orthodox Marxism, and admitted that agricultural development was significantly different from that of industry. He recognized that proletarianization in agriculture was often impure, and that workers retained dwarf holdings which tied them to the land. Peasants could also resist the encroachment of capitalist agriculture through overwork and underconsumption. Lenin used Die Agrarfrage against Bulgakov's revisionist treatment of agricultural economics, which was itself little more than a statement of the arguments developed by German revisionists. 61. In doing so, Lenin's position moved even further away from Marx's own treatment of primitive accumulation. His view that peasant households, not individuals, became differentiated was reinforced. And to it was added the recognition that underconsumption and overwork were mechanisms that allowed peasants to resist proletarianization. However, he used these considerations to reinforce Russian Marxism, by arguing that they were general, that agriculture in Russia was very little different from that of Europe. Koskai's arguments against the revisionists were thus employed by Lenin to hammer home the attack on populism. Moreover, unlike Koskai, who contented himself with a theoretical response, Lenin later modified Bolshevik agrarian policy, so as to minimize the effect of those peculiarities in agricultural production to which the revisionists had drawn attention. 194. 7. The significance of Russian revisionism. The importance of the legal Marxist variant of Russian revisionism has been seriously underestimated. The most common mistake has been to identify it as a mere offshoot of its better-known German counterpart. Although no satisfactory account exists of the intellectual relationship between the two schools of revisionism, it is clear that the Russian was no clone of the German. The language barrier was one-sided, since the Russians all read German while the Germans seem to have known no Russian. One might thus expect any transfer of ideas to have been from west to east. Yet both Struve's and Tagan-Baranovsky's revisionism was firmly established as early as 1890, when Bernstein was still a loyal orthodox Marxist. 62. In all likelihood, the two streams of heterodoxy developed independently but along very similar lines, responding both to contemporary capitalist reality and to the challenge posed to Marxism by new streams of thought, including neoclassical liberal economics. Once Tagan-Baranovsky's works became accessible, with the publication of translations after 1900, German theorists took him very seriously indeed. Among the revisionists, Bernstein praised his introduction of ethical issues as breathing life into the cool historicism of Marxian materialism and placing Kant rather than Hegel at the center of his socialism, while criticizing him for rejecting the theory of surplus value out of hand. 63. For the orthodox, Karl Koskai subjected Tagan-Baranovsky's major works to a detailed and lengthy criticism, regarding him as a theoretician superior to any German revisionist, if equally mistaken. 64. The SPD's theoretical journal, Die Neue Zeit, and other socialist journals published serious critical pieces in similar vein, for example, from Konrad Schmidt, Otto Bauer, Anton Pannekoek, and Louis Boutin. 65. Koskai's evaluation was essentially correct but did not go nearly far enough. The criticism of orthodoxy made by the Russian revisionists frequently went much deeper than that of the Germans, and only in the latter half of the 20th century have Marxists themselves acknowledged many of the analytical problems which they brought to light. Moreover, it can be argued that the Russian revisionists significantly influenced Russian orthodoxy from the start. Thus, as we have indicated in section 2 of this chapter, central elements of Struve's critique of dialectics and historical materialism find a place in Lenin's political economy after 1905, and at the same time Lenin seems to have modified the Bolshevik agrarian program in the light of Bulgakov's critique of agricultural economics. Tagan-Baranovsky's work was even more important. His theory of disproportionality provided the strongest Marxian refutation of the populists' theory of stagnation, and a generation later analytically secured the arguments of those Soviet economists who favored rapid industrialization through curtailing the growth of consumption, rather than through consumption. 195. Led growth. Not without reason did Bukharin accuse Trotsky, Preobrazhensky, and then Stalin of applied Taganism. Tagan-Baranovsky's economic analysis also became crucial for understanding the dynamics of the revolutionary process. His treatment of Russian history emphasized precisely those attributes which Trotsky made central to his theory of permanent revolution, and it was this theory which proved to be the most prescient forecast of the events of 1917. Very little of all this has been recognized. Russian revisionists have, at best, been considered significant critics of Marxian theory, and not an influence upon its own development. The reasons for this appear to be twofold. First, as we have pointed out in section I of this chapter, the revisionist controversy within Russian Marxism was a muted affair because populism was viewed as the common foe. Second, the legal Marxists' departure from social democracy meant that revolutionary Marxists could not admit to any influence by the revisionists. To do so would have provided ammunition for their opponents within the orthodox wing of Marxism itself. Thus Lenin's discussion of Russian modernization after 1905 in terms of the Prussian model of bourgeois transformation is virtually identical to that of Struve. But by this time Struve was persona non grata in radical socialist circles, and it was natural that Lenin felt no desire to provide Menshevik critics with additional grounds for questioning the political economy of Bolshevism. Because of this, it is impossible textually to substantiate the influence of the Russian revisionists upon the orthodox Marxists. However, even if it were the case that this influence was non-existent, it would remain true that crucially important elements in the theories of the leading Marxists were anticipated by the Russian revisionists. Precisely because the legal Marxists broke with Russian orthodoxy, and their ideas were given no explicit recognition by the orthodox, it has also been assumed that they were actually insignificant in the development of Marxism in the West. This is a mistake which is again most pronounced in the case of Tikhon Baranovsky. While he did part company with Russian Marxism, he did not follow other legal Marxists in ceasing to be a socialist. He remained highly critical of capitalism, and it was his economic theory, combined with his neo-Kantianism, which explains why. 66 As indicated in Chapter 9, he believed the production of machines by ever more machines to be incompatible with human values. Nevertheless, Tikhon Baranovsky regarded it as an expression of the very essence of capitalism, and he was thus led to emphasize the themes of alienation and fetishism which he found in Marx, and which other Marxists devalued or simply ignored. Capitalism was condemned because it was inhuman, not because it would break down. If it was to be replaced, the rationale for doing so would have to be ethical, and the means by which it would be 196. Accomplished could only be action based on choice. Humanity will not receive socialism as the gift of blind, elemental economic forces. It must consciously work and struggle for the new social order. Socialism ceased to be scientific, its basis was a new form of utopianism, but one informed by Marxism. 67. This was in many ways a more fruitful perspective than that of contemporary German revisionism, in which socialism was all too often seen as the inevitable culmination of bourgeois liberalism. Ideas similar to those of Tikhon Baranovsky became central to Western Marxism during the second and third quarters of the 20th century. 6. Increasingly Marxists like Lukács, Gramsci, and the Frankfurt School thinkers repudiated the primacy of political economy and embraced superstructural analysis. Social philosophy, epistemology, and aesthetics moved to center stage, and the critique of capitalism was founded on these bases. The young Marx, not the mature Marx which had dominated the thought of the Second International, became the principal source of inspiration. Tikhon Baranovsky can legitimately claim to have led the way, even if this fact went unrecognized. Also, and somewhat ironically, it is here that Tikhon Baranovsky shares a position with Lenin. Although a classical Marxist in economic analysis, Lenin's theory of consciousness and party organization pushed the voluntaristic element of Plekhanov's Marxism to the extreme. Shortly after the revolution in 1917, it began to be regarded as the very essence of Leninism and was to make its impact on Western Marxism, contributing to its repudiation of orthodoxy as it was understood before 1914. 11. Lenin's Political Economy, 1905-14. The periodization of Lenin's economic thought. Prior to 1900, Lenin's political economy was not marked by originality. As we have seen in Chapter 9, some novel features are evident, but the overall framework was that provided by Plekhanov. Similarly, the economic theory which Lenin fashioned during the First World War rested upon the work of others, notably Hilferding and Bukharin. This latter stage in Lenin's thought is undoubtedly the most important since it provided the theory underlying the Bolshevik Revolution. Between these two periods, however, Lenin himself created a new and imaginative political economy, and one which provided a fresh perspective upon the whole development of Russian history and the problems facing revolutionary Marxism. Furthermore, many of its themes are crucial for an understanding of his actions in the last decade of his life, even though the themes of his imperialism 1. Written in 1916, remained dominant. The second stage of Lenin's political economy followed the split from Menshevism. Initially, no issue of economic theory was perceived by Social Democrats to lie at the root of the division. From his development of capitalism in Russia too, Lenin drew conclusions which were not shared by other theorists. In particular, he maintained that capitalism was the dominant mode within the Tsarist social formation, and this caused some friction in the drafting of the party program. For nevertheless, the issue was regarded as a difference of emphasis, and certainly Lenin did not seek to depart radically from Plekhanov's strategy. Although predominant, capitalist relations were exceedingly backward, and the appropriateness of two-stage revolution remained unquestioned. Indeed, Lenin was not to jettison this algebra until the beginning of 1917. 5 in I 903-4, the fundamental reason for the break with Menshevism was unclear to him. His explanation focused upon the foothold which erstwhile economists had 201. 202. Gained in the ranks of the party, which generated resistance to the implementation of the organizational program, outlined in What is to be Done, 6, which had previously been accepted by all Skraists. 1. From a Marxist standpoint, both Lenin's own position and his explanation of that taken by the Mensheviks were clearly unsatisfactory. Both the theoretical content of What is to be Done, and the account of opportunism, lacked a materialist foundation, and it was not until 1905 that Lenin was able to fill the void. How he came to do so is best understood by considering the agrarian program of Russian social democracy. 2. The agrarian program of Russian Marxism. From its inception, Russian social democracy recognized that a revolution against Tsarism would be greatly aided if it could tap peasant support, and also that successful revolution would involve changes in agricultural relations so as to facilitate the further development of capitalism. 8. Nevertheless, until the late 1890s the agrarian program was phrased in very general terms, and there was no analysis of what specific economic measures would best promote the modernization of agriculture, or of how pre-capitalist relations had managed to survive. Nor did the party provide a precise manifesto geared to channeling peasant discontent behind social democracy. Only with Lenin's agrarian analysis did a concrete policy begin to emerge. It was brought to completion in 1899 and it hinged upon the so-called cut-off lands. 9. In addition to demanding the abolition of estate status, and other measures designed to create the new bourgeois order, the manifesto included the specific economic demand that the otrezki be confiscated from landlords and reallocated to the peasantry. The rationale for this was provided by Lenin's researches into agrarian capitalism during the 1890s, in which he had traced the preservation of feudal relations to the fact that the settlement of 1861 deprived the peasantry of part of its land holdings, and assigned them to landlords in compensation for loss of seigneurial rights. These cut-offs meant that the peasant economy became non-viable. In order to survive, peasants were forced to gain access to the confiscated lands, and this, in turn, resulted in labor service on the estates, or the performance of other essentially feudal requirements. Consequently, the elimination of these remnants of the old order could be accomplished most thoroughly by returning the otrezki to the peasantry, for it would destroy their economic base. Politically, this policy could also be expected to satisfy the peasants' land hunger and thus bring rural support for proletarian hegemony in the bourgeois democratic revolution. 10. Clearly this program was seriously flawed, at least in its political dimension. Both in 1905 and 1917 the peasants seized the estates in toto. 203. They did not limit their action to partial confiscations. In this light the cut-off proposal appears artificial in the extreme. 11. Nonetheless, the policy clearly followed from Lenin's economic analysis, and was also concordant with other ideas generally accepted by Social Democrats. There were a number of factors which made it difficult for Russian Marxism to justify a general land seizure. This was after all the policy of revolutionary populism, and Plekhanov's emphasis on maintaining the distinct purity of Marxist orthodoxy against the populists was widely shared. Then, too, there was the belief that large-scale agriculture, which was identified with estate farming, was historically progressive. Coupled with these views was an ill-defined fear of the backwardness and barbarism of the Russian peasantry. At the level of economic analysis, Lenin had indicated that the peasantry was internally differentiated, and this was thought to place limits on the class struggle in the countryside. The peasant bourgeoisie, it was believed, could never be brought over to an all-out attack upon landed property. Its allegiance would be limited to measures that eradicated pre-capitalist exploitation. 12. There were thus strong theoretical grounds for limiting the agrarian program to its Trotsky dimensions. The rural unrest which began in 1902 put the policy under increasingly severe strain, and after 1905 it was abandoned by both wings of the party. Mensheviks and Bolsheviks alike altered their positions and supported a general confiscation. Nevertheless, it was only the Bolsheviks who provided an economic foundation for this change. Lenin's political ideas after 1905 were not particularly original. Before him, many others had suggested an alliance between the proletariat and peasantry. 13. However, only Lenin provided a sophisticated economic theory to underpin this strategy for achieving a bourgeois democratic revolution. Just as his economic analysis underlay the Trotsky program, so he alone developed a political economy to rationalize its replacement. The Mensheviks, by contrast, changed their policy on purely political grounds. From the standpoint of historical materialism, their position was superficial and, despite the Menshevik claim to orthodoxy, it was the Bolsheviks who remained closer to the method of classical Marxism. The analysis of capitalist development undertaken by Lenin in the 1890s clearly had to be modified, and he was better placed to do so than other Marxists. He was advantaged not only by his extensive knowledge of conditions in agriculture, but also by his keen awareness of the nature of Russian liberalism and the content of revisionism. From the very beginning, Lenin's works manifest an exceptionally critical stance in relation to liberalism. Emotionally, this stemmed from bitter personal experience. 14. But it was reinforced by his insight that the radical nature of the revolution required in Russia was likely to alienate bourgeois support. This caused friction with Plekhanov and his associates in the 1890s and had been 204. Resolved by Lenin's toning down of his more uncomplimentary depictions of liberals. Why there is, however, no firm evidence that he genuinely changed his views. Thus, in modifying the economic theory of revolution after his break with Menshevism, Lenin had no further need to pull his punches, and he was under a weakened constraint to find a functional role for the liberal bourgeoisie. In addition, as the acknowledged expert on agriculture, it had fallen to Lenin to counter the revisionists' claims that the Marxian laws of motion were inoperative in this sector. He had done so without making any explicit concessions, but like Koski, he had adduced reasons for believing that petty producers could more easily survive in agriculture than in industry. Consequently, Lenin was made especially sensitive to the importance of any means by which the development of capitalism could be reinforced institutionally. These two matters proved to be connected. The first allowed Lenin to contemplate the creation of a bourgeois order without an alliance with the bourgeoisie. Revolutionary state power in the hands of the Social Democrats could then provide a solution to the second problem by nationalizing the land. However, both these elements were but parts of a new and original perspective on the whole development of capitalism in Russia, one in which it was seen as comprising two tendencies, partially complementary, but essentially in deep conflict. 3. A political economy for Bolshevism. The radicalism of the peasants in 1905 confirmed Lenin's growing suspicion that his political economy was seriously deficient. He came to view what he had previously written as not only underestimating the weight of feudal survivals in agriculture, but also as wrongly locating their economic base. It was not the cut-offs from which they derived, he now argued, but rather the very nature of the landlord economy. 16. Consequently, a thorough bourgeois revolution could not limit itself to a surgical strike against the estates. It must expropriate the landlords as a class. 7. Only this drastic measure would enable the full flowering of agrarian capitalism, and only if social democracy unreservedly supported peasant seizures could rural petty producers be allied to proletarian hegemony. 18 Lenin did not, however, pose the issue as a simple conflict of vibrant peasant capitalism struggling against a moribund feudalism. Matters were far more complex. As he had shown in the development of capitalism in Russia, both landlord and peasant economies were becoming increasingly capitalistic. L9 and he did not reverse his views on this. Instead he argued that the modernization of the estates had been overestimated and, more importantly, represented an aspect of a particular type of bourgeois. 205. Transformation which had not been revealed in his work of 1899, and one that could only be partial. Capitalization of the estates was a feature of a reconstruction from above, in which Tsarism and the dominant landed class sought accommodation with those elements of a bourgeois order necessary to their own survival. Important attributes of the ancien regime would remain, since its own forces were directing the very process of change. In particular, since semi-feudal relations between the peasantry and the estates were economically rooted in the latter, the full-scale development of capitalism was inhibited. 20. A broad and deep capitalization of agriculture therefore required that Tsarist-instigated modernization be countered by peasant revolution, whose objective economic content could now be perceived according to Lenin as part of a syndrome of forces working for a more complete bourgeois order. 21. The revolution of 1905 also allowed Lenin to locate the role of the urban bourgeoisie and social democracy in these two antagonistic forms of bourgeois transformation. The conciliatory behavior of the Octobrists and cadets confirmed his previous suspicions of their liberal credentials, and indicated that the bourgeoisie was itself an actor in the process of revolution from above, rather than from below. Why it sought an accommodation with modernizing Tsarism, not its overthrow. The bourgeoisie's support for the forces of popular revolution was but a means to increase its power within an established ruling stratum. Moreover, Lenin argued that the revolutionary strength of the proletariat had heightened bourgeois conservatism. Why peasant revolution reinforced this, for elements of the bourgeoisie had become territorialist through land purchases, just as sections of the landlord class had become industrial investors. 24. All this pointed to the bourgeoisie as an enemy of radical revolution, and demonstrated that the experience of 1905 had reduced the friction between the middle class and the feudal superstructure. 25. If an unadulterated bourgeois order was to be achieved, Lenin concluded, it would involve bourgeois revolution against the bourgeoisie. 26. This meant a break with Plekhanov's arithmetic of revolution. The more abstract algebra which specified the need for two-stage revolution was still correct. 7. Lenin argued, but an alliance of proletariat and bourgeoisie was impossible if the original aim of orthodoxy was to be achieved. Indeed, the Menshevik adherence to Plekhanov's tactics was reactionary. It implied the abandonment of proletarian hegemony, deference to the bourgeois aim of gaining concessions from above, and thus a defense of Tsarist reconstruction. It was with ever-increasing alarm that Lenin detected this logic working itself out in the evolution of Menshevism. 28. And his original unwillingness to compromise for the sake of party unity was reinforced. It was no longer just a matter of opposing reformism, or arguing for a particular type of party organization, for he had now found an economic basis for his political position. Viewed objectively, and irrespective of the Mensheviks' own intentions. 29. They were players in a drama that might integrate the working class into a reconstituted ancien regime. 30. To view Lenin's Hatti within social democracy as only a struggle for personal dominance is therefore facile. After 1905, Bolshevism was based upon a materialist analysis of the complex nature of capitalist development and bourgeois revolutions. 31. In Lenin's eyes, Russian social democracy faced a stark choice. It could either accept a very minor role in influencing a Prussian path to capitalist development, or it could keep to the essentials of orthodoxy and seek to lead the proletariat and peasantry in a revolution that would thoroughly eradicate the old Tsarist regime. Each strategy involved support for bourgeois revolution, but they are of different types, and antagonistic. 32. Plekhanov was wrong to believe that bourgeois revolutions constituted a unity, Lenin argued, exhibiting only peripheral historical variations. They could be of radically different types, depending on which classes became dominant agents, and which path of capitalist development was secured. 33. For Russian history and the Prussian path. Lenin believed the dominant force in modern Russian history to be the Prussian path. 34. This involves a reconstruction from above, in which elements of a bourgeois system are incorporated into the ancien regime. 35. So as to ensure its survival in the context of a hostile international environment. 36. After the reforms of Peter the Great, the major step was the settlement of 1861. 37. As an element in the primitive accumulation of agrarian capital, Lenin realized that the Russian emancipation had features diametrically opposite to those of the English form of primitive accumulation, upon which Marx focused. 38. Instead of separating agricultural producers from the land, in Russia they were tied to it. Coupled with the subsidization of the landlord class, this brought minimal disruption of traditional exploitive relationships, yet facilitated the evolution of the large estates toward capitalist organization. 39. The emancipation, however, also provided a basis for the capitalist development of peasant agriculture. 40. Nevertheless, subordinated as it was to the requirements of the Prussian path, the vitality of peasant capitalism was constrained. 41. Subsequent events can be regarded, Lenin argued, as a struggle waged by a peasant-based capitalism to oust that founded upon the transformation of the estates. The agrarian revolution between 1905 and 1907 was the most dramatic manifestation of this antagonism according to Lenin. It was crushed by repression, but it also provided a further discontinuity in the evolution of 207. The Prussian path. 42. The regime, especially its leading minister, Stolypin, recognized that its long-term survival depended on generating stronger social support. 43. Hence a privileged place was found for both the rural and urban bourgeoisie. Laws protecting the commune were repealed and incentives were provided for richer peasants to consolidate their lands. 44. The cost was borne by the peasant masses, 45, whose impoverished conditions thus continued to sustain the large estates in their slow passage to more capitalized forms. This could continue relatively smoothly as the bulk of the peasantry were ruined. 46. But a broader class of rural property owners of some substance, represented by the peasant bourgeoisie, would constitute an extended basis of security. Tsarism also incorporated the urban bourgeoisie into the structure of political power, albeit with inferior status, Lenin argued. 47. The regime thus modified its feudal absolutist character. 48. And the new parliament provided the institutionalist forum for working out future compromises between the bureaucracy, the landed class and the bourgeoisie. 49. The concessions did not satisfy all elements of the middle class, for the cadets wanted a dominant position. 50. Unwilling to support popular revolution. However, they were forced to settle for a redivision of privileges. 51. And attempt to acquire further advantages by constitutional means in the future. This was to engender friction with the bureaucracy and landlords which the Social Democrats could use to their advantage. 52. Lenin believed, but it was fundamentally incorrect to expect that this was the axis on which the bourgeois democratic revolution could be satisfactorily completed. 53. Although the proletariat had gained little from the aborted revolution, Lenin argued, it was possible that the regime might subsequently grant both economic and political reforms in an endeavor to incorporate the working class, as in Western Europe. 5. For the majority of advanced capitalist countries had followed Prussian forms of modernization, and had indeed secured this form of bourgeois revolution. The process could succeed in Russia as well. 5. But the task of Bolshevism was to work against its consummation. 5. And replace it by an energized American path through a revolution establishing a democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. V. Bolshevik tactics and the American path. In the development of capitalism in Russia, Lenin concentrated upon the logic of commodity production as it impinged upon the peasant economy, and he did not jettison this perspective in his new political economy. Indeed, he elevated it to a preeminent position. However, he did so by modifying the analysis of the 1890s in three crucial respects. First, it is the landed estates, and more generally the Prussian path of which they are a central 208 element, which are now regarded as the constraint upon the modernization of the peasant economy, and not just the specific from which emancipation had taken in 1861. Second, there is an enhanced recognition that the development of capitalism is significantly affected by the type of land tenure in operation, and that the nationalization of land is the most favorable form. Third, Lenin maintained that agrarian capitalism can be developed most rapidly through the revolutionary tactic of the democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. From 1905 on, Lenin tended to regard the landed estates as predominantly feudal, rather than capitalist. Although constituting substantial land holdings, they did not represent large-scale agriculture. Their production processes were usually aggregates of small-scale husbandry carried out by peasants using their own means of production in the traditional manner, and enveloped in a set of semi-feudal relations. Buttressed by state subsidies, they were only slowly approaching capitalist forms and would do so through the simultaneous impoverishment of the peasant masses. 5.7 This is a reversal of the view Lenin had taken in the 1890s. No longer does he see capitalism in the peasant economy as flowering parallel to that in the estates. Instead, it is significantly inhibited by them. It follows, Lenin maintained, that the secure establishment of peasant-based capitalism requires the expropriation of the estates. This would end feudalist exploitation and provide increased resources for the development of the means of production. True, as Lenin realized, there would initially be some negative effects, since the more capitalized estates would be lost together with the backward, and the rural proletariat might be reduced. 5.8 But these features are offset by the overall rationality of what he described as the American road, in which capitalism develops from a class of free farmers occupying extensive areas of land. 59 Consequently, any retardation would be no more than a step backwards so as to allow a larger leap forward. 60 Lenin realized that more is involved in this than a release from feudal relations. The Prussian path is brought about, and requires the bulk of the peasantry to be maintained in a downtrodden state, in which general backwardness and barbarism are maintained. By contrast, the increased resources available from confiscation would raise peasant horizons, needs would be increased, market penetration enhanced, cultural differences with the city reduced, the demand for industrial products extended and the relative size of the agricultural sector diminished. In short, the idiocy of rural life would be undermined by creating a virtuous circle of a free, broad, and rapid development of capitalism akin to that in North America. 61 Nevertheless, during the controversy with revisionists, Lenin had recognized that areas of advanced capitalism in Europe sometimes coexisted with a relatively backward peasantry, which through underconsumption and overwork could retard its incorporation into capitalist relations. 62 Hence. 209. Fourth, he tended to explain this by the domination of Prussian forms in European modernization. 63 But his writings also reveal an increasing emphasis upon land nationalization as the means by which Russia will overcome all resistances of traditionalism. 64 Lenin does not envisage this as a socialist measure. It will not be accompanied by the socialization of production, and indeed it enhances exchange and commodity circulation. 65. The leasing of land was to be based upon commercial principles in accord with the theory of differential rent which Marx outlined in Capita/. 66 Following Marx and Koski, 67 Lenin claims as the principal advantage of land nationalization the abolition of absolute rent which it allows. 68. Unlike differential rent, which arises in all forms of commodity production, absolute rent in Marx's economics requires the private ownership of land. 69. And can therefore be eradicated by nationalization. This would be beneficial, for absolute rent deprives agricultural capitalists of resources and thus impedes accumulation. However, Marx's theory is defective. What he called absolute rent is in truth but a particular form of differential rent, and Marx's explanation of its magnitude rests upon a faulty argument. 70. Lenin's application of Marx's theory is therefore without merit. But this does not destroy the substance of his argument. Like Marx, he supplements his analysis with other considerations, which are valid. State ownership of land provides flexibility by facilitating the recombination of inputs in the face of changing economies of scale due to technical progress. It also more easily allows the efficient location of different, but interacting, production processes, together with appropriate management of common resources. Finally, the public authority, as the recipient of rents, is provided with the means to finance any investments that are required. 71. Lenin's support for land nationalization can be regarded as an attempt to better the classical solution to the clearing of the estates as presented by Marx in his analysis of primitive accumulation. 72. Within Lenin's overall scheme it makes perfect sense. The tripartite class structure of English agriculture was for Marx the historical example best adapted to the penetration of capital. It did not have absolute status and, indeed, was deficient in that it involved the existence of a technically superfluous landed class. 73. Lenin recognized this and sought an even more thorough clearing of the estates, which he also rightly conceived to be the more appropriate, the less advanced is agriculture. 74. Appropriateness, however, is not the sole issue involved. In addition, there is the question of how land nationalization will be achieved. It is unlikely to be opposed by the proletariat. 75. But what about the peasants? Would they regard their interest to be served by nationalizing all the land? Lenin had serious doubts that they would, and accepted that confiscation of the estates might be the limit to which the agrarian revolution could be pushed. Nonetheless, examination of the programs adopted by political representatives of the peasantry convinced him that there was some rural 210. Support for comprehensive land nationalization. 76. This of course fitted the general Marxian panorama, in which the ascendant class demands measures concordant with the objective requirements of progressive development. Taken together, these factors form the basis of Lenin's reinterpretation of revolutionary populism as a bourgeois ideology. As noted in Chapter 9, he had never regarded populist ideas as wholly utopian, even less reactionary. But after 1905 they are elevated to a less ambiguous position and, in contrast to Menshevism, are claimed to be the subjective perception of the historical requirement to realize the American path of capitalist development. 77. Lenin envisaged the achievement of land nationalization in terms of an alliance of the proletariat and peasantry, combining an urban revolution of the proletariat and an agrarian revolution of the peasants. 78. Both forces are needed. 79. The peasants' role is to eradicate the economic basis of the ancien regime in the countryside in an effective, plebeian, manner. 80. The proletariat would neutralize the urban centers and provide overall leadership of the revolutionary forces, something difficult for the peasants to undertake themselves. 81. The bourgeoisie is at best an irrelevance, and at worst a counter-revolutionary force to be crushed by a democratic dictatorship. 82. In the Marxian sense of that term, class rule uninhibited by law. 83. Organized in Soviet form. 84. Its function is to secure the revolution, to suppress opponents, establish the ground for future legal equality and radical democracy, institute measures limiting exploitation and, if possible, nationalize the land. 85. But for Lenin the dictatorship is limited to the requirements of democratic revolution. All measures are compatible with the continuance of a bourgeois order, if not the current members of the bourgeois class. 86. Objective conditions preclude the completion of a socialist revolution, and the peasantry will constrain it from beginning. 87. There is a dictatorship of two forces, not the dictatorship of the proletariat. Success will bring the stabilization of conditions through the convening of a constituent assembly. 88. From which bourgeois rule in some unspecified sense will emerge. 89. The task of the proletariat from that point on is to solidify as a socialist force, and the measures instituted under the democratic dictatorship allow this to the highest possible degree. 90. Plekhanov's two-stage theory of revolution is thus preserved, but in a novel form, and one which the father of Russian Marxism found wholly unconvincing. 6. The Streckedels of Leninism. As we will see, Plekhanov was wise to remain skeptical, although the arguments he brought forward in defense of Menshevism were often weak in the face of the real problems. For the moment, however, it is necessary to 211. Recognize that Lenin's theorizing between 1905 and 1914 did represent a genuine advance in Russian Marxism. In this period Lenin provided a political economy intimately connected with the revolutionary problem, a quality which had hitherto been absent from social democracy in Russia. Neither his own economic theory of the 1890s, nor that of others, had provided clear implications for either strategy or tactics. They had focused upon the development of agrarian capitalism and thus failed to dovetail with the political structure of Plekhanov's system, which concentrated on an alliance with the urban bourgeoisie. Orthodoxy took the stand in the light of Marx's own work, and its attempt to show that capitalism was developing in Russia was itself not connected with the logistics of achieving bourgeois democratic revolution. 91. By providing a new perspective which distinguished between different types of capitalism, Lenin closed this gap. He linked the forms of capitalist development with varieties of bourgeois democratic revolution, and correctly charged Plekhanov with having only an abstract conception of the Russian Revolution. 92. In itself this is sufficient ground for regarding classical Marxism as central to Leninism. Methodologically, he remained closer to the founders of historical materialism than did the Mensheviks. Of course, his work also involved distinctive elements, particularly his emphasis upon the difference between spontaneous proletarian consciousness and the social democratic counterpart, together with the related matter of appropriate party organization. But the political economy which Lenin developed after 1905 provided an economic base for these ideas, and thus secured them to a Marxian perspective. Blanquist Jacobin currents and militarist organization were made relevant because there were two different paths to capitalist development vying for domination, and the key to supplanting the Prussian path was to disrupt and capture the instruments of state power. 93. Menshevik criticisms of Bolshevism in this respect are therefore beside the point. They would become relevant only after the success of the first stage of revolution, when socialism itself was placed on the agenda. Paradoxically, even some of the apparent confusions exhibited in Lenin's work take on a rational character in the light of his post-1905 theory. As we have noted in Chapter 7, for example, Lenin's designation of the character of the Tsarist state was unstable. He had sometimes regarded it as Asiatic and at other moments feudal, even on occasion calling it bourgeois. 94. This instability recurs in his later works. 95. However, it now makes sense because his theory emphasizes the transitional, and hence ambiguous, nature of Tsarism. The Prussian path is precisely one in which absolutist, feudal and bourgeois characteristics are combined, and its culmination occurs when they achieve a new unity. There is also much to be said in favor of Lenin's notion of the Prussian path. Applied to Tsarist history, it clearly overcomes the difficulties in Plekhanov's different perspective which concentrated upon the fusion of 212 Asiatic and European forms. Furthermore, it countered the latter's criticism of land nationalization as laying the basis for an Asiatic restoration. 96. In addition, Lenin exposed the inefficiency of the Prussian form of modernization, evidenced by the parlous condition of the landed estates. 97. The Russian nobility were less able to master the transition to capitalist agriculture than the Junkers in eastern Germany. This reflected both their service orientation in the Tsarist state, 98, and the mammoth proportions of the larger holdings. Lenin was quite correct to maintain that large size per se did not connote efficiency and that it was secondary to capitalist relations. 99. For all its backwardness, the peasant economy clearly embodied a vitality. 100. And it was frequently more profitable for the estate owners to lease land to the peasants, than to manage it directly as part of a commercial enterprise. 101. Yet the burden of taxation fell upon the small producer in agriculture, and much of the revenue was frittered away in direct or indirect support for the bureaucratized landed nobility. 102. Lenin was also able to appeal to Marx's writings on the 1848 revolution to counter his Menshevik critics of the democratic dictatorship. Although Plekhanov too had been greatly influenced by this aspect of Marx's thinking, Lenin's interpretation was modified less by considerations drawn from Marx's later work. 103. As for the political economy of the American path, it is true that Lenin's analysis after 1905 no more relates to the key problem than does his earlier work, in that the absence of economies of scale represented a barrier to the emergence of large-scale capitalized agriculture. But Lenin's new emphasis upon land nationalization was entirely appropriate and partially mitigates the error. Had his scheme been realized, it would have been an effective, and relatively humane, device for eliminating a traditional peasantry. Not only does the absence of private property rights undermine resistance to the penetration of capital, control of differential rents can also be used to regulate the flow of labor power into the cities. Furthermore, the accrual of revenue to the state eliminates consumption by landlords, which would otherwise retard accumulation. Thus, although technical conditions would have preserved the small farmer, their numbers would have contracted at a faster pace and those remaining would have been more prosperous than under private landlords. 104. The fact that Marx's theory of absolute rent would not bear the weight placed upon it, a point made by the Menshevik agrarian expert, Maslov 105, does not detract from the rational kernel of Lenin's plan. And in criticizing the Menshevik alternative for the municipalization of the estates as not only historically artificial, but lacking any economic foundation, Lenin pointed to the central limitations of his critics. 106. More generally, leaving aside the specifics of the Russian situation, Lenin's explicit distinction between different types of bourgeois transformation anticipated a major theme in modern historiography. 107. It has been 213. Increasingly realized that Prussian forms have been crucially important in the ascendancy of capitalism, and the survival of pre-capitalist elements in modified form has powerfully affected the politics of the 20th century, indicating that the costs of moderation have been at least as atrocious as those of revolution, perhaps a great deal more. 108. Even the French Revolution of the late 18th century, the model of bourgeois revolution for Marx, has been shown to be ambiguous. It fits less neatly into the pattern of classical Marxism than was hitherto believed. 109. Moreover, Lenin's emphasis upon the counter-revolutionary nature of the bourgeois class in realizing an idealized bourgeois order has tended to be seen as the typical case, rather than the exception. 110. In this sense it is Lenin's work, not that of Marx or the Mensheviks, which has proved to be the more general. However, Lenin did not conclude from this that Marxism was inadequate as an overall theory, only that radical bourgeois revolution must be made by non-bourgeois classes. There is more than a semantic tension here, the proposition embodies a real contradiction. And since it is derived from his political economy, there are deep theoretical problems in this form of Leninism. 7 Contradictions and difficulties in Lenin's political economy. Lenin's political economy in the period 1905-14 originated in a perverse logic. The politics of the peasantry provide the main evidence used by Lenin in support of his belief that feudal relations had previously been underestimated. 111 Events of the superstructure thus occasion a change in the assessment of the base. He did not formulate his refurbished economics by independently reanalyzing the nature of the agrarian economy. No attempt was made to locate precisely the origin of mistakes that underlay the different conclusions which he derived in the 1890s. Instead, the estates were simply reclassified as overwhelmingly feudal. The procedure was however camouflaged by the very nature of his earlier work. In identifying capitalism with the process of its emergence, Lenin could appeal to a multitude of indices, and the significance of each was disguised by the fact that no rank order of importance was provided. 112 Lenin's Marxism thus approximated a circular system immune to falsification. The same type of logic is evident within the political economy. Following Marx and Plekhanov, Lenin treats the peasantry as a composite of bourgeois and proletarian elements, and not as a category sui generis. This provided immense flexibility in the explanation of both its actions and its beliefs. Lenin took full advantage of this general quality of Marxism to explain populism as a radical bourgeois ideology, and agrarian revolution. 214. As the expression of an American path to capitalist development. Since no criterion was available by which these interpretations might be definitively questioned, his theses were protected from Menshevik criticism. 113. However, a weakness in Lenin's position with regard to the peasantry could have been identified from a different angle. His treatment of primitive accumulation was most certainly peculiar. As we have seen in section V, he rightly favored the nationalization of land on the ground that it maximized capitalist development by removing the petty producers from control over their means of production. Nevertheless, he realized that the peasantry might simply confiscate the estates and redivide them as their own property. Although this would be less beneficial than nationalization, Lenin did maintain that it too was highly progressive, since it would destroy landlord property. This for him was the central issue. 114. But he also buttressed his position by arguing that the more land the peasants have received from the feudalists, the more rapidly has capitalism developed. 115. This may have made sense in the context of the 1861 settlement, but in general it was clearly suspect, and this was highlighted by Lenin's argument for nationalization. The Mensheviks, though, missed the point. Instead they leveled the charge that Lenin had appropriated the populists' revolutionary strategy. 116. This could carry critical weight only if they had then maintained that populism represented a viable position, and that Lenin was wrong to believe that simple confiscation would engender capitalism. But this the Mensheviks could not do. No less than Lenin, they believed in the logic of a commodity economy. Lenin was therefore allowed to have matters both ways. Whether totally deprived of land ownership, or as sole owners, the peasantry would establish favorable conditions for primitive accumulation. It was left to events to show that there was historical substance in populist ideas. In 1917 peasant revolution was most forceful where the Obshchina was strongest. 117. Bourgeois elements were totally swamped. The richer peasants who had consolidated their land, or separated from the commune altogether, were forced back into membership and their lands made subject to redivision together with those of the estates. In Marxist terms, the agrarian revolution was reactionary. It re-established the importance and vitality of traditional institutions. 118. Menshevik suspicions of peasant radicalism proved to be well-founded. 119. But this does not detract from the fact that they could not justify them theoretically in Marxian terms. This, in turn, suggests two further problems in Leninism. It indicates that the relevant agrarian force for the achievement of Lenin's goal was the richer peasantry, and that the appropriate revolutionary tactic was an alliance with the peasant bourgeoisie. 120. Moreover, such an alliance would 215. Necessarily have been opposed to the poor and middle peasantry, who would have been the chief beneficiaries from any revival of the commune. But this would have meant that the two class struggles against feudalism and against the bourgeoisie could not have been fought simultaneously. In the countryside they would have had to be sequential. Yet Lenin, in common with all Russian Marxists, was adamant that they must be fought in tandem. And with good reason. This position alone was consistent with regarding the peasantry as a petite bourgeoisie, and only on this basis could social democracy counter the populist charge that it was, objectively speaking, a bourgeois force. In addition, the empirical evidence on the nature of the revolutions in 1905 and 1917 indicates that the Prussian and American paths were not as antagonistic as Lenin maintained. A prerequisite for establishing the latter was the existence of an embryonic bourgeois class sufficiently strong to dominate the process of agrarian revolution. Thus, while it is sensible to see Stolypin and Lenin as competitors. 121. There was also an element of shared interest. To achieve his own objectives, Lenin required that Stolypin achieve his on a significant scale, so that the ties of the Obshchina were thoroughly broken and the peasant bourgeoisie more securely established. Lenin's Marxism, therefore, required the partial success of the Prussian path. But the very recognition of this possibility, and Lenin went beyond this to imagine total success, raises deep problems for any Marxian political economy. It implies that contradictions do not necessarily have the force typically assigned to them, since they can be blunted in the way that Peter Struve suggested. Thus Lenin's own analysis after 1905 accepts the legitimacy of a central element in revisionism. This was not the only point on which he had done so. In What is to be Done, reformism was recognized as a real threat to revolutionary Marxism precisely because it expressed the spontaneous consciousness of the working class itself. 122. And in later works Lenin repeatedly pointed to the equilibrating and integration mechanisms of capitalist society. 123. There is here yet another problem for Marxism. At the heart of the Prussian path is the transformation of a feudal nobility into a landed class functioning on bourgeois economic principles. By what criterion, then, is its class interest defined? By the structure of the old mode, by the requirements of the newly emerging, by some variable weighted average appropriate to the changing moments of the transition, or by irreducible properties of the transition itself. Analogously, the Prussian path is seen to involve the incorporation of the bourgeoisie into a modernized ancien regime. As Lenin noted, this is a second-best solution for the bourgeois class itself, but one grudgingly accepted in the face of popular radicalism. However, if this is the case, we also have a separation of class interest from class action. Not. 216. Only may economic structure fail to define clearly class interests, there is now joined to this problem the recognition that a structurally defined class interest may not be the principal basis of class action. Faced with this situation, Lenin drew the obvious conclusion: if a radical bourgeois democratic revolution was to be realized, it would have to be achieved by classes other than the bourgeoisie. 124. And he recognized that this might involve the proletariats moving against the bourgeoisie itself. He did not believe that this posed a contradiction. The revolution was to establish a bourgeois order, not the rule of the bourgeoisie, let alone the domination of a particular generation of bourgeois individuals. In other words, bourgeois revolution was conceived in terms of the outcome, not in terms of its protagonists. 125. Nevertheless, Lenin was blind to the problem that counter-revolutionary action by the bourgeoisie could derail the revolution, not because it might succeed, but precisely because it would fail. 126. A victorious revolution in such circumstances would involve the expropriation of the bourgeoisie and proletarian control of industry. With the working class in command, by what medium were bourgeois principles of organization and allocation to be maintained in the urban economy? The peasantry would be unable to restrict the revolution to a bourgeois stage in the urban areas. Nor, in the long run, could they, on Marx's own analogy of a sack of potatoes, provide much resistance to an organized urban force which decided to move against them too. Thus no more than that of Plekhanov did Lenin's political economy overcome the contradiction inherent in any theory that assigns the proletariat hegemony in a non-socialist revolution. Prior to the First World War, Trotsky alone among Russian social democrats recognized this problem. It became the fulcrum of his revolution in permanence, whereby a bourgeois democratic revolution necessarily became telescoped into the socialist revolution. In 1917 Lenin too was to adopt a similar stand in the case of Russia. His route to it was different from that of Trotsky, but an examination of the latter's position sheds light on its substance. Consequently, before returning to Lenin's political economy in Chapter 13, we will consider the notion of permanent revolution and its theoretical basis in Trotsky's work, the political economy of uneven and combined development. 12. Trotsky on uneven and combined development. In the preface to the first volume of Capital, Marx had written, "The country that is more developed industrially only shows, to the less developed, the image of its own future." Both Plekhanov and Lenin adhered to this perspective, as we have seen in chapters 8 and LL. Their economics focused upon the development of Russian capitalism from the relations of commodity production, thereby following the structure of capital itself, and their political strategies were each geared to accelerating the westernization of Russia. By contrast, Leon Trotsky denied Marx's claim. 2. He did so by formulating a political economy which brought him closer than any other theorist to understanding the structure and contradictions of Tsarist modernization, and thus the nature of the Russian revolutionary process. Trotsky integrated ideas which had first made their appearance in populism with the concepts of Marxism to argue that neither the past nor the future path of Russia could follow the tracks of the advanced West. Trotsky first outlined his theory of the Russian revolutionary process in 1904-6-3, and for the remainder of his life never repudiated it. But over time the theory matured so that, despite our concern here with the development of Russian Marxism prior to the revolution, Trotsky's later writings will be used whenever they provide a clearer formulation of his original ideas. The need for this is reinforced by the fact that there is no edition of Trotsky's collected works similar to those of Lenin and Stalin. In addition, since Trotsky's post-1917 position is closely associated with his earlier views, the generalization of his theory from Russia to all backward capitalisms during the 1920s will also be considered here. This provides the most secure basis for understanding the economic debates in the Soviet Union prior to the triumph of Stalinism, which are dealt with in chapter 15 below.